take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs. We're not looking for charity. We've been fooled, we've been jerked around, and there's only so much we can say. No, we won't go away. Oh, the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse when there's nothing left to lose. Throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. There's another day just about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Oh, 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 the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse when there's nothing left to lose. Throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine.
Would you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come to your share like a man?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union grand.
Would you have sharings the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union land.
If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Well, if you like like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and the wise.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land.
Oh, come, oh, ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man.
Hey, Kaylee. Hey, Erica.
Band of working men when they stand.
Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Toxic Fate. Hello, Selena Mary. Hello, the Night Lion. Hello, Taz, Millie's Hero. Hello, Faraxiel. Hello, Eddie. Hello, Reggie Mogus.
Less than you burn with
Hello,
one
Evelyn
leg
M.
to stand. Would you
I am
believe
aware
what
the
they
music is
tell
still
you to
going.
be? Or brothers go out to sea.
Hello, everyone.
Band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land. One industrial land. There is power in those band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union land. One industrial union land.
One industrial
Union brand. Man, y'all just can't let a bitch finish a song. Come on now. Hello! Hello, Q to Dark Arts. Hello, Evelyn M. Hello, CMH 006. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello! Liz Galahad. Yeah, stopping it early would be an actual crime, it's true. Hello, Van Briggs. Hello. How we doing, Jazz Dog? The jazziest of dogs that I know. Hello. Polaire, I hope the bagel soothes your troubled soul. Hello, Starm. Hello, everyone.
I
Jazz
walked
Dog, thank you
outside
for
to
the
play with my
$5 dono.
doggy, but I stepped a hole she dug and twisted my leg. Dog 1 Jazz 0.
No. I'm sorry to hear that. Irish Witch Hazel, thank you for subscribing as well.
I am a teacher
Quick,
and was
spam
put on
likes and
administrative
donations,
leave
it's
for
true.
saying a certain someone espoused hate speech. These are dark days.
Well, I'm really sorry to hear that. That sucks butt. And that's bullshit. Which one gives more CPM? Oh, I just jumped over from YouTube. Oh yeah, no, Rasomier, it's YouTube. I don't get paid nothing from viewership from ads on Twitch, sadly. It seems like they just plopped the politics tag on my channel, and ever since then, they have not paid me a single cent. No, that's not true. They've paid me like 2 cents of ad revenue since then. Jack, you were supposed to take the night off. Yeah, but it was really funny. I was cooking and I was watching the Autism like press conference, and it was really funny. And I thought it might be fun to watch with you guys. So if I'm just passively listening with no money to give, do it on YouTube. Correctamundo. It was funny and really sad and disturbing. Yeah, I mean, like, it was, you know, if it didn't have, like, dire implications for how these people view the world and what they want to do and, like, the damage being done to our scientific, you know, information ecosystem, etc., like, it would be a really fucking funny skit, though. Oh god, there's, like, a little fruit fly. Get out of here, fruit fly. Let's see. Banana Brains, don't worry, we'll get to it. And I was thinking I would play a video game for the first hour of stream until its usual start time, and then we could do like a usual stream, probably a little bit shorter today. But I have like basically two things I want to cover, and it is the autism stream, and also we gotta talk about Rudyard. You know, I have to uphold my end of the bargain. I owe you one Rudyard Lynch video. That's just facts. Oh boy, indeed. Oh boy. Well, I guess I can give you guys an option about which one you want to talk about. You know, it'll be fun. Is understander an actual word? It is when I use it in the way I used it in the title of stream. Any town halls? There have been a couple. But we're not going to cover those today. They brought me back the next day and told me I was staying opinions in class, but allowed me to continue teaching. They know they can't fire me without a massive lawsuit to follow. It's still really shitty, you know? 1 second, folks. Do.
YouTube and swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics daily, plenty more. Your sense of
Hello, everybody. How we all doing? How we all doing? Howdy, I'm back. Sorry, I had to get the updates about some home renovation stuff. But fingers crossed, folks. This week, the basement floor should be fixed, and I'm excited. It's good. Say hi to Catabingo. Hello, Catabingo Rising. Revengeance. Penny Ann T, thank you for the
Did
5
someone
tier
say
1
something
subs.
about buttons? No, just me?
Woo! Hit the goddamn button. Click the like button, the subscribe button, the follow button, the comment button. Do the button things. And consider dropping those subs and donos, folks. Before we get started, might as well make the call. Penny Ann T, thank you so goddamn much. Hello, Hoi Polloi. Hello, Hammock. Hello, Sturls, the OK. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Tiny Dynamine. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Depraved Ambiance. Hello, how we doing, folks? Sorry, the earlier false start. Yeah, so we got content to cover today, but we aren't going to start covering it for about an hour because I want to play a video game. I want to play a video game what I started, you know? I think that'd be fun. We're going to play an Australian game about a drifter. And I, for one, am excited. Soft stream reboot? You got it. Extra on the pronunciation? You betcha. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Salmon Moose. I am excited. It's been a hot minute. And it doesn't seem like a particularly long game, so, you know, we'll see how this goes. Seeing some familiar names in chat always feels good. Indeed, German Cow JJ. Alright, folks, we're gonna play The Drifter for approximately an hour. And it's pretty cool. I gotta switch over to the right input here. There we go. It's a point-and-click adventure game. Pixel art. I think we should restart from the beginning, though. Because we didn't get very far last time we played.
I jumped the car back in Breaker's Cut.
That's right, it's Australian.
Told myself I'd never come back. Oh well, shit. Here I am. This must be me. Damn. Shouldn't have told Annie I'd come. Don't know how she tracked down my number. My strong, big sister. Crying into the phone. Ah, well. I stooped to pull back the tarp. Poor old guy had hardly stirred the whole trip, sleeping off one thing or another. I grabbed the tarp.
Okay. Turn down the volume a
Been
little
sleeping
bit.
rough long enough to get a good night's kip, despite the diesel fumes and the noise.
The audio input seems like it's lagging slightly, and I need to figure out why, because otherwise that is going to bother me for so much of this. Alright, let me restart Google Chrome. That probably is the big reason I got a bunch of lag. I do love the point and click horror vibe. Yeah, I'm not even sure really what the premise is yet, other than Australia. Not sure. Still figuring out. But you know, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with not knowing shit. Oh, good. Google Chrome, from being restarted, updated, and now includes Gemini integration. That's great. I'm gonna have to take a hammer to that after stream is done. You know, I've always wanted to do tech support immediately. It's always fun to do. Let's take a look here.
Familiar skyline peeks through the vents of the old reefer. City hasn't changed much in the last 5 years? Jeez, what am I gonna say to Sarah? Hey, sorry about you disappearing for half a decade. Jesus.
Why? Okay, I'm sorry. I am gonna restart this game. I'm gonna restart Steam. Like, the fact that we're getting audio lag on a Pixel game is sending me off the rails. Hey, we're Aussieing over here. Indeed. That's spot on Italian, two dads kissing. And as we all know, Italy is in Australia. We do have a large Greek and Italian community. What's the game? It's called The Drifter. Have I considered switching to Firefox? I have, and this makes it more likely, not gonna lie. Alright.
I jumped the car back in Breaker's Cut. Told myself I'd never come back. Oh well, shit. Here I am.
Maybe the audio isn't delayed. Maybe I'm just, like, really in my head about it.
This must be me. Damn. Shouldn't have told Annie I'd come. Don't know how she tracked down my number. My strong, big sister. Crying into the phone. Ah, well. I stooped to pull back the tarp. Poor old guy had hardly stirred the whole trip, sleeping off one thing or another. I grabbed the tarp. Familiar skyline peeks through the vents of the old reefer. City hasn't changed much in the last 5 years? Jeez, what am I gonna say to Sarah? Hey, sorry about, you know, disappearing for half a decade? Jesus. Okay, time to ditch this old girl. I pull at the door, and it doesn't budge. Great.
But you, like, see, like, it seems like the audio is off, and I don't know...
Hey, give me a hand with this door.
He mutters something
I
under
don't know
his
why that
breath,
is.
continues snoring.
Maybe... exclusive full screen? I like that it has different accessibility options.
Everything I need's in there, so not much. My phone, wallet, change of undies and shaving kit so I can freshen up when I need to. Plus the suit I'd borrowed for the funeral. Did a stint working reefer cars like this. You gotta set those flow hatches just right, or you'll have a car full of rotting fruit.
Wrong title. No, the title's right. We're gonna talk about that eventually.
I think about trying to get up there, but I'm sure I can get this door open. I want to open the door, not block it first.
Oh, okay.
No point covering that. Bending down, I fall back as the iron bar whistles past my face. Hey, watch it!
Quiet! You'll get us killed again!
You've lost it, mate.
You have to help!
He glances to the side, listening.
You're right. Tried that. It's no use.
What?
Think! Think!
He continues muttering under his breath. I throw the tarp over the raving man, wrestling him to the ground.
Dad, get it off! You don't know what you're doing!
I gotta get out of here. I jam the bar into the frame, lean into it. The door gives way with a screech. Sudden, blinding light stabs at my eyes. I spin back behind the door. The old guy, having finally freed himself, is caught like a rabbit in headlights.
What have you done?
Ah, shit. Security. The man looks around frantically.
Relax, I've been caught freight hopping before and talked my way out of it. Hey, we're with Western Rail.
Jesus, what the hell?
You've got to break the cycle! I can't...
Okay, yeah, the audio is definitely
God.
off. God damn it. Why is it so off? Do I need to, like...
Squinting into the light, I glimpse silhouettes of armed men, waiting and watching. Can't make out who they are, but not Metro security, that's for sure. Bullets shatter past me as I dive across the doorway.
Game broken, politics time? Let me do my thing.
Grabbing my pack, I throw open the hatch and leap into the blackness on the far side of the train. Then I'm tumbling down a steep siding, concrete rushing up to meet me. I lie there looking at the sky, trying to process what just happened.
Also, we're gonna
I
get
hear
to
the
politics
distant
in
sound of sirens.
45
and above
minutes.
me, shouts, doors slamming, tires on gravel. Then silence. At least my phone's not busted. I pick it up.
I think
Screen
the audio
flashing
is
a
fixed
blurry
now.
photo of my sister. Annie?
Mick, hey!
Yeah, this is a lot better.
Hey.
How you doing? You in town yet? Can't wait to catch up.
Sure.
Jeez, Mick, show some enthusiasm. We've got a funeral to plan.
Same irrepressible Annie.
You in town yet? When are you getting here? We need to go through Mum's things, find some photos for the wake. Did Uncle Phil call you?
No. Did I need to...
Ah, never mind. You're staying at ours tonight, yeah? Have the address?
Yeah, off Cooper Street, right?
No, Mick, Jesus. We moved over a year ago.
Oh, sorry. Angry beeps from my phone.
You gotta break out of that head of yours, Mick. Talk to Sarah?
Annie, my phone's gonna run out.
Jesus, she's gonna be at the funeral, you know. You still haven't talked to her.
I can't. Just tell me your address. My battery.
I know it's hard for you, but you're gonna have to face her.
Annie, your address.
Okay, sorry. I know I shouldn't push you, but...
I look down at my dead phone.
God damn it, Annie.
Shit. No idea what her address is. How am I supposed to remember they'd moved? Ugh. Better find a way to ring her back.
Bill, is that you? Mick, what are you doing here?
Bill used to hang out around the shelter where Sarah worked. Known him since I was a kid.
Back for a funeral.
Mum died.
Oh, Mick, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Long time coming. She'd been sick for a while.
You don't sound okay.
I don't know. I'm a bit shaken up, to be honest. Just been shot at up on the railway.
Jesus, really? Thought that was some kids playing with fireworks. So what, some trigger-happy Met officers?
Couldn't be. They left when they heard sirens.
Jesus, Mick.
Yeah. I don't know. Hey, can I borrow your phone? I'm meant to stay at my sister's tonight, but my battery's dead and I don't have her address.
Course. Got her number?
Shit.
Look it up?
Ah, it'll be unlisted. Could call her practice, but she wouldn't be back in until after the funeral. Fuck. What am I gonna do?
Yeah, the Nightline, I had to take a call.
You're not staying at the Pit anymore? The Pitt Street Homeless Support Centre. I'd ended up there as a kid. It's where I met Sarah.
She had to shut it down, man.
Oh, shit. Why?
Oh, you should know more than me. Surely Sarah told you.
Sarah, my wife. I guess ex-wife now? I haven't talked to her in...
Oh,
Shit.
right. Jeez. Sorry, Mick.
It's all right. Let's see what the damage is. Electrics look okay.
The visual is
Smashed
just
radiator
exquisite.
And a little low on wiper fluid. It's not going anywhere, but it should start.
Like, just the moving lighting effects, even looping is really nice.
Stinks of petrol. They must have siphoned some to try and torch it. I glance around inside. No keys, but the lighter socket catches my eye. I think my phone charger has an adapter that'd fit. Pack must have caught something sharp on the way down. Ripped her right open. I fish out my phone's charge cable. The only thing worth salvaging. Should see if my charge... I toss the cigarette lighter and plug my phone into the socket. Nothing. Might only charge while the engine's running. The keys aren't in the ignition. God damn it.
Some good news out of Italy? What's going on in Italy, Jess?
What's with the car?
Kids joyriding, I guess. Can't even torch a car properly. Still, it's my own private suite until they cart it off, eh?
They leave the keys?
Oh,
Yeah.
Hooga!
Sure.
Polar,
might
the
be able
game
to
is
charge
the
my phone.
Drifter.
Bill fishes the keys from one of his many pockets. Thanks. Leaning in, I try the key. The red charging light on my phone blinks on, but then the engine splutters and dies. Guess they drained all the fuel trying to burn the bastard. It's not going anywhere. I shake the can, slosh of petrol at the bottom.
Okay, this is about as far as I got last time. Missed my redeems. I hydrated. I did the other one. Right?
Guess they drained all the... It's not going anywhere.
But it doesn't start.
Metallic smell of old petrol stings my nostrils as it glugs into the tank. It's still not firing. Better check the engine again. Okay, there must be something wrong under here. It sounded like no fuel was getting through.
General strike within the entire country of Italy?
Anything wrong.
Oh fuck, that's great. Yeah. Give Maloney and the fascists what for? Stand up for Palestine. That's wonderful.
Think I need help with this engine. Mind hopping in?
Sure.
The biggest mystery is why these people aren't just falling off into space.
Okay, try it now. The engine turns over, and I see fuel stream from a hose beneath. Ah, here it is.
What's the problem?
Tear in the fuel line between the pressure regulator and injectors. Damn, gonna need a replacement. Thanks, Bill. Don't suppose you've seen any quarter-inch hose around?
This ain't a hardware store. There's a bunch of junk in the underpass, though, eh?
Australians.
Good evening, sir. My name's Angela
Inexplicably not
Grace.
falling
I write
into
for the
space
Herald.
due
Can I ask your
to
name?
very real flat Earth theory.
Okay, well, you don't have to tell me. Anyway, I really want to find out what it's like out here for you homeless.
Unbelievable.
Excuse me? Hello?
Leave the poor guy alone. He's clearly asleep.
Oh, hi. My name's Angela Grace. I write for the Herald. Can I ask your name?
This lady seems like she sucks.
No. Kid like this shouldn't be out here. Not your problem, Mick. I really shouldn't get involved, but... Hey, so...
Hi.
Right. What are you doing down here?
I write for the Herald. I really want to find out what it's like out here for you homeless.
You homeless? God help me. Okay, look, I'm not homeless, so...
Oh, great! That's great! So, how long have you been staying out here, Mr.
Carter, and I'm not staying out here. Jesus, will you put that thing away?
Sorry, just a few questions.
No! Don't suppose you have a portable phone charger?
No. Wait, you have a phone?
Yeah? Guess you think just because I don't have a place to stay, I don't have a phone.
Well, I don't...
Everyone has a phone, lady. You'll hear about the shooting. She looks up sharply.
Shooting? What shooting?
Don't get involved, Mick. Oh, nothing. Must have misheard.
I'm here interviewing about homeless people disappearing, with that all going crazy.
Right. Another college kid thinks they could fix people. Hey, I need a bit of hose or tubing. Seen anything like that?
I don't think so. Can I ask, how you'd use it? Might be a good bit of gritty detail for my piece. What users like yourself resort to get their fix, you know?
Jesus.
Unbelievable. Look, Angela, was it? Go home to your warm bed. No one here has any reason to talk to you.
I know that. I'm not stupid.
She thrusts her hand into her pocket, pulls out a hotel-sized bottle of rum.
Got a whole bunch. You look like you could use something to drink.
Wow.
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 About as sensitive as I'd expect from a rich city kid.
Well, what do you want?
Nothing. Just quit with the presumptuous attitude. These are people, not your high school project.
I'm 24, and you're one to talk. Patronizing asshole.
Whatever. I'll leave him be. Loose panel on the side. I kick it open. I could use that hose for the car. Come on, you asshole! Bloody thing's screwed in there too tight.
Would this help?
I glance up. Kid's holding an oversized hunting knife like it's a snake. Jesus.
I guess.
What are you doing carrying a knife like that?
You know, protection.
Jeez. All that's gonna do is get you stabbed. What's wrong with a whistle or pepper spray or something?
I can look after myself.
Whatever. Can I borrow it?
Well, if you can answer my questions.
Oh, God.
Ugh, God help me. Fine.
Great. So, Mr.
Carter.
Right. So, Mr.
I'm not.
So,
Look, maybe I don't mind living rough. Maybe I prefer it to being tied down. But I work, I have places I can stay, I'm fine. Next question.
okay, well, surely you've noticed the recent spate of disappearances, not to mention the mental illness-related violent crimes.
I'll stop you there. No, haven't heard a thing.
You going to help me or not?
Ugh, maybe I should ask Bill. Maybe a dumb question, but why is it so quiet down here?
Malinji.
What?
What?
Shadowy figures with burning eyes. Taking people in the night. Folks calling them Malinji.
Right.
Well, that's the story going round. Papers say there's a killer out there, but it's been a cold winter. Think that's all there is to it.
He shrugs. Hey, Bill, you noticed people acting weird recently?
Well, I mean, yeah. You heard about the pit.
All right. They shut it down?
Yeah, well, I was helping Sarah out there. She let me stay when there was a spare bed.
That's Sarah for you.
But people on the street been getting crazy, eh?
Nothing new.
Not like this, Mick. Everyone's scared. Solid blokes, you know? Fine one day. Next day, they're going nuts. Sarah ended up in hospital.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, she's all right, but couldn't keep the place open.
I should have been there for her.
Yeah, what is going
She
on?
needed more
That
reason to
I'm
hate me. Some bad
I'm
new
really
gear
looking
people
forward to
getting into?
figuring out
I
what the
don't
hell
know,
this
Mick.
is.
I think this is something else, eh?
I asked around, and it does seem there's something to what you're saying.
I knew it!
Just stories getting shared. Shadowy demons with glowing eyes that drag people off in the night. Malinji, they're calling them.
Interesting.
Nonsense is what it is. Typical tweaker shit. You want to publish that? Be my guest. I
Did
tell
you
her
know
what
you can
Bill
donate
said
during
about the
fun
pit,
gaming streams?
and reluctantly,
It also helps her
what I'd
out,
seen in the
smiley
rail
face.
car.
It's true, not smart.
This is
Think
great
of the $5
stuff.
dono.
Just keep my name out of it. Look, I answered your questions. Can I use that knife or what?
Yeah, all right.
She hands it to me warily. You can have it back if you like, but honestly, you're more likely to get stabbed with it than without.
I guess.
Look, you seem alright, kid. Go talk to Bill. Old guy out there. He loves a good yarn.
Oh, thanks. Hey, if you ever have a story, drop by the Herald and ask for me. We'll pay good money.
I cringe at what Bill will think as she bounces off to talk to him.
Time to knife those wires. Knife the tubin. What is?
Hello?
This is the Drifter. Where's Bill?
The keys are gone. My charger.
No! Get off me, you! Ah!
Whoa. Bill?
Let me go!
Oh shit.
The hell? What's going on?
Please!
Jesus, they look like SAS or something.
Ah!
This dinky little knife won't do squat against two armed soldiers.
Damn it.
They'll see me.
Okay. Time to MacGyver something.
Shorter tube's no good to me. He's dragging the reporter to the boat. What do they want with her? Was she actually onto something? I think these are the guys that shot the old-timer up at the railway. Shadowy figures with burning eyes. The Malinji?
Oh, wait.
Shot from behind. Wait!
Shit, I wanted to throw the knife and puncture the boat. It did not let me do that, though.
Sudden, icy cold
Oh,
shocks
fuck.
me awake. Frozen. Can't move. Can't feel. I see only blackness. I struggle, gasp in panic, and the blackness fills my lungs. Then I have no breath to scream.
Oh, shit.
I try to fight it, but the ice in my lungs coils its way to my brain.
Fuck.
And I know that I am dying. The cold blackness falls away, leaving only nothing. And I know, somehow, I am dead. But then, every neuron of my brain firing all at once, tearing apart, twisting out in all dimensions, then contracting, speed of light, back into nothing. Sudden, icy cold shocks me awake. The same sensations, the same panic from minutes before. Only this time, I remember to hold my breath. I can't... I managed to work the knife from my back pocket and awkwardly saw through the ropes. Frantic, I feel about, but blinded, I'm helpless. Frantic. Tube.
Wait.
I wrenched the sack from my face.
I needed to
My
take
knife
off the
sting as I blew
sack.
through the water, trying to get my bearings.
Oh, no!
Oh, God.
Oh, fuck.
I set to work on the rope, knife slipping in my hand.
Oh,
Vision
shit.
starts to dim, my lungs filling with fire. I'm barely a quarter way through, and I'm not gonna make it. Hopeless, I return to sawing at my bonds. Black stars dance across my
shit.
vision.
I
keep
know
at
what I
it,
should have done.
even as they expand, obliterating consciousness. Then primal impulse fills the vacuum, takes command of my lungs, forces them full of water. Again. Ah! Sudden
Oh
icy
shit,
cold
I can't
shocks me
die.
awake.
I'm fucking immortal, bitches.
I managed to work the knife from my back pocket and awkwardly saw through the ropes.
Yeah, the voice acting is great too.
I wrenched the sack from my face. I set to work on the rope, knife slipping in my hand. My vision starts to dim, my lungs filling with fire. I'm barely a quarter way through, and I'm not gonna make it. I grab the jerry can as it sinks past. Again, I try to breathe from the can, but I can't get to the air without a lungful of water.
Oh shit.
Pushing the tube into the can, I suck the water from it and take a breath. I almost gag on the oily fumes, but I've bought myself a few more seconds.
God, this is tense as fuck.
I return to cutting with renewed strength.
This is the
At
drifter,
last,
chat.
the ropes give way. I kick to the surface, glimpse brutal as concrete rising from the chop, and swim towards it. Collapsed on the embankment, shivering in the bitter wind, I try to make sense of what's happened.
I have no idea if this is Lovecraft or what.
Died. They killed me. But I am no longer dead.
End of chapter 1. Let's fucking go. What a goddamn visual. Here, let's finish the next chapter, and then it'll probably be time to start.
Consciousness creeps slowly back, and with it, the freezing cold. My hands are numb, unresponsive lumps that wipe muck from my eyes. I look out at the dark water. Was all that really under there? As if in answer, I glimpse a spotlight through the sleet, flicking left, then right. Searching. Christ, it's cold. Gotta get out of the open, get warm.
Those old guys had a fire in here.
Hello? I peer into the dark, shivering violently. No one. Shivering's good though. I know that from my time working the trawler. Means I'm not hypothermic. Yet. But with my clothes wet, I'm bleeding heat fast. Cold and dead. Better get it lit or I'll be the same.
Fuck.
There's some wood in there, only half burned. Story here about this bucket butcher the cops are linking to a string of bodies. His face is hidden under a
This
floppy
is so
bucket
cool
hat in the
and
picture.
well made.
Doesn't look like the soldiers I saw. Reckon they're barking up the wrong tree. With unfeeling hands, I crumple pages into the can. I pause at the death notices. Idea. I search for Mum's name. Nah, paper's a week old, of course. Current one would have her notice, though. Funeral time and place. I'd see
What game?
the old girl put
The
on the ground
Drifter.
at least.
Hello, Summer Lovin'. I don't think I have anything that can light the fire, so I think we have to go find some.
Spotlight flickers over the edge if I'm not getting out that way.
Okay, never mind. Oh, barrel's been moved away from this crumbling section of brick.
The brick wobbles as I claw at it with numb fingers. The brick wobbles. I lever the brick out, small cavity behind. Someone stashed a bottle of rum, just the ticket.
Oh, hell yeah.
The booze should delay the shock a little, though I'll freeze all the quicker if I don't get that fire lit. I take a violent slug, close my eyes, and wait for the warmth to spread outward from my gut.
Dad?
What are you doing here? Thoughts come slow, struggling to break through a frozen tundra. You're... Wait! I peer into the drain.
Damn, dude, it was one shot.
Something's wedged in there, but it's too dark to see. My hand's too numb to feel. Backing out, something tumbles down the pile of silt. A Zippo lighter.
Oh shit,
Hey.
nice.
This was Bill's.
I'll worry about that later.
I force my frozen hands to strike a spark. Sharp smell of flint, but no flame. The wick feels dry. At least the cold doesn't feel so bad now. I'm not even shivering anymore. Splash of alcohol stings my frost-nipped skin as I fill the lighter. I fumble the Zippo alight, try to hold the flame steady on the paper. Come on.
Come on, you son of a bitch.
It catches, starts to burn. I hunch over the flames, slowly thawing, the caustic sting of blood returning to frozen fingers.
God, the writing is so good.
Time to get out of here.
The caustic sting of blood returning to frozen fingers. That's such a good turn of phrase.
I crawl halfway into the hole. From the flame of the Zippo, I make out what looks like an old boot. Dousing
Oh yeah, the
lighter,
rapture is supposed to
grab,
happen tomorrow,
pull.
folks.
The mud eases its grip with a slow schlock.
TikTok figured
All
it
at once
out.
it comes
Rapture
free.
tomorrow, everybody.
I fall back under
Plan
mud,
accordingly.
dirty water, and... Oh,
No,
God,
Bill!
get it off!
Bill, no!
I roll the body off me and stare down at my old friend.
Oh, Bill.
Bill?
I liked Bill a lot.
A look of angry shock frozen on his face. I'd never seen him angry. Even as a kid when he lectured me. Just another stupid runaway. I'll find them, Bill. Do to them what they did to you. To me. Oh, who am I kidding? Better to just disappear again. Bending to close his eyes, I see a card poking from the pocket of his blood-stained shirt. Angela Grace. I feel something else too. Not in the pocket, but stashed in the lining. Ugh, can't rip.
Can't rip it with your bare hands. Good thing I have this cheap knife.
I pierce the lining, rip it away.
A cassette tape.
Footsteps outside.
Oh shit. It's the fuzz.
Ah, what have we here? Got it.
Oh, does this guy have a
Stop there.
fucking pompadour?
You led us on quite the chase.
Should probably drop the knife. Is that an option?
I duck behind the barrel.
Not gonna do you no good, boss.
Bastards!
Drop that scrap of bling for me, boss. Come easy.
So you can dump me in the reservoir again? Why are you doing all this?
Drop it now. Talk later.
Dad, in here.
Alec, wait! I'm coming!
I wouldn't try it.
He'd easily sidestep a thrown bottle, and a bit of broken glass at his feet won't stop him killing me.
Oh wait, I have an idea.
I douse the strip of cloth with alcohol and
Hell
push it down
yeah.
into the bottle.
Hell yeah.
I hold the rag to the flames until it lights.
Hell yeah. Get fucked, cop.
I make a dive for the drain. Shots fire wildly through the smoke, kicking mud and blasting chips from the stone wall above. Then I'm through, stumbling through the mud and filth, lit only by the cold flame of the Zippo and the flashes of pursuing torches.
Hell yeah.
This is crazy. I gotta get out of town.
I just want to go to my
No more
mom's
boxcars,
funeral.
so I need some cash. Rounding a corner, I slip up a manhole and out onto the sleeping city streets.
Oh, that reporter did say she would pay for stories.
This is the place. Grace said they pay for stories.
Hey, look at that.
Empty. Morning issue mustn't be out yet.
The blue light from inside there does not look great, though. Not a great sign.
The sleeping man looks almost built into the street. Clothes and skin are grey concrete.
I've slipped
Not
up
for
a
his
couple
shallow
manholes
snoring,
in my
I'd take
time.
him for dead. Don't think I'll get much out of him. I bend to search the bags. Mostly shredded paper, with the odd can of tuna adding fragrance. Well, wouldn't be my first time dumpster diving. In desperate times, lovely. Nothing but office refuse, shredded paper, old takeaways. I've slept in worse places, I guess.
Alright, I'll go inside. I didn't want to.
Hi. She raises her eyes briefly from her book.
Ugh.
I have a story to sell. Deadpan stare.
What?
Okay, well, it's hard to know where to start.
No, Dal. What are you telling me for?
Oh, a writer here. Angela Grace.
Ugh, she might have bought you lunch for some unpublishable story about flying saucers. If she wasn't missing. It's been in all the papers the last few days.
Few days?
Right. So...
She nods toward the door. I have important information about your reporter, Angela Grace. She pauses to glance at me for a second, then turns back to her book. I saw her last night, and...
Sure you did. You saw her in the papers.
No, I saw her get abducted.
Look, I've been answering calls from you lot non-stop since we ran that she was missing. I saw her on a bus. I saw her at the game. I saw her flying off to heaven with fucking Elvis. I've heard it all, Dal. Now get lost.
Angela Grace gave me her card.
So what? She leaves those everywhere. Prints them herself, you know. Gotta get my name out there. Giggle.
She rolls her eyes. Somehow I don't think they got on.
Damn, like, she just was abducted. Like, fuck off. Fuck off, lady. Why are you so mean?
There's bodies in the reservoir. I've seen them. Surely that's a good enough story to sell.
How about you go have a wash in there while you're at it?
Think I could take a look at Miss Grace's office?
Seriously?
I guess not.
Just got here. Why is Leisure Suit Larry tall, bearded, and evil? I mean English.
Well, this is not English Leisure Suit Larry. This is Australian Leisure Suit Larry.
Did Grace talk
it's very different down there.
Going crazy?
We didn't.
Thank you for the $10 super chat,
If
CR.
that's her story, I can see why she'd want to interview you.
I really do have a great story. High-tech soldiers, abducting people. Folks call them the Malinji.
Do yourself a favor, Dal. Go bathe in a fountain somewhere.
Seen anyone wearing a yellow jacket? Looked Japanese.
What, are we playing Guess Who here? I don't want to bother security, Dal, but you're really tempting me.
You're working late.
Early. I'm working early. Look, I know you're just trying to get out of the cold for a bit, but you can't stay here.
I was looking for money.
Get out of there. I have enough filing to do as it is. Editor's not in, Dal. Believe me, you wouldn't like it if he was.
I just go past
You.
her anyway.
Out.
Oh.
Morning paper must be in. Coins clink into the old hat. What are you looking at?
Dr. Light, is that you?
This city. Morning headline in bold capitals. And... what? Bucket butcher caught on camera.
Oh,
I'm
shit.
standing over Bill's body, covered in blood,
Oh,
holding
shit,
the knife.
dog.
I glance around. City's still sleeping.
Oh,
but they'll be waking to this soon enough. Like I needed another reason to get out of town. Better get a copy.
Oh,
check the death notices. Find the funeral. Annie'll give
Bro,
me money
you
for
have...
a bus out.
Bro, you have so much bigger problems now than going to a funeral. Oh my god.
Excuse me? I shake him by the shoulder. Hey, I need to borrow a couple of bucks. I'll pay you back. He's completely out of it. At least he didn't attack me with a bit of rebar. I bend to take the few coins he has. I'm really sorry about this. I'll come back and repay you when I can. I know I'm full of shit. Just another buzzard taking advantage. I drop in the coins, pull the paper out and flip through. They're convinced I'm this killer. An out-of-town drifter, caught covered in blood and holding a knife. Can I blame them? Another CCTV image shows me taking the knife from Grace. They're still looking for her body. I turn to the funeral notices. Judith Carter, ashes will be interred. Warren Hills Cemetery, 10 a.m. today. This Wednesday already?
We're
At least
playing
that's walking distance.
the Drifter Ransom Ballard.
My face is all over. I don't want him to see this headline. I'll save the light if...
Okay.
I make the short trek to the cemetery. Must be almost dawn. Should find where the funeral will be. Wait there.
That character never got a break. It's true, Evelyn M. Thank you for the 200 biddies.
Locked. I can't make out anything through the layers of graffiti. Sorry.
Damn
street
youths.
art.
Damn youths!
I follow the path deep into the cemetery gardens. But I'm dead on my feet. The funeral will be at the chapel. I should head there.
Hello, I am not wanted for murder.
Hi there. The caretaker eyes me with a look of disgust.
Oh, just what I need. Something else to deal with.
I just wanted to...
I don't want junkies hanging around. Bad enough with young vandals trashing the gardens.
But...
Are you deaf? I said get lost.
Hey, listen to me.
I told you to leave.
Don't know why you bother. More will just fall.
Someone like you might be happy for mourners to tread wet leaves through my chapel, but I have standards.
Problem.
Shoot!
The heft of the brick is reassuring.
I have a brick now.
As much as I'd like to put this through his head, he is just doing his job.
Okay. A violent mind? Oh, man.
I'm here for a bloody funeral.
You will not go around disturbing people at a funeral.
No, Sake Tanuki,
Tosses some coins
10
into the
tier 1
dirt.
subs?
That's all I have and all you'll get from
15
me.
tier 1
If
subs?
you're
Was
not-
that intentional? That's a lot of subs. Thank you so goddamn much. What is this? Oh fuck. We Monkey Island posting?
What the?
And
Is
Saka,
that
if you
a
need me to
towel?
refund, just let me
Curse
know,
you, old
okay?
school adventure game.
Oh, that's fun.
1555 cheater.
LucasArts Games hint line.
Yeah, I'm stuck in the Dinky Island jungle in Monkey Island 2. So what do I do next?
Sir, are you playing Classic Monkey or New and Improved Monkey?
Classic Monkey?
Sir, there's a button for that.
Of course there is.
Thank you for calling LucasArts hint line. We hope your call was enjoyable.
This looks delightful.
Wow. So that's what an evil zombie pirate hellbent on my destruction looks like. Wait, what? Change it back! Change it back! Change it back!
It makes me feel really old that is a 14-year-old trailer. Fuck, man. That's 14 years old. That's old enough to drive in Iowa. That's crazy. That does look fun. Well, all of the Monkey Island games are 10 out of 10s. If you haven't played them, you should. They are some of the finest point-and-click adventure games out there. Hell yeah. I'd never seen that trailer, though. That was fun. Alright.
Gone when I'm finished here. I'm calling the police.
Wait a minute. If there's
Stop
one
blowing
thing
me with
I
the
hate,
blower.
it's pompous, self-righteous, hypocritical... Shit. Well, I better not wait out front for the cops to arrive then. I'll have to find where they're burying her. Wait there.
Yeah, in some parts of Iowa, you can drive motor vehicles at 14. With, like, you know, you can start getting your license at 14.
Can't wait for Annie here, or he'll call the cops.
Return to Monkey Island is literally Guybrush recounting one of his adventures to his son.
That's so fucking cute. I should play through all of those sometime. Maybe when we're not on the verge of constantly falling into the pit of hell in this world every single day that I stream.
I'll go to Mum's plot and wait there.
I'll be able to play
The path
through all of
leads
the
through a maze
Monkey
of
Island games.
overgrown headstones and crypt-peppered hills.
Horrifying stream title. Look,
This
we're
place is
we're gonna get
huge.
to it.
I need the location of Mum's plot, or I'll be wandering around forever.
Oh damn. Oh wait, I know. Fuck this clown.
Locked.
Not to a brick, it's not.
Fuck it.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Okay, that felt good. Shit.
Fuck.
Bloody kids.
Now I get to steal
wait
his
and
blower.
Think of the bodies in the reservoir. The sudden silence snaps me out of it. Not while he's in there. I grabbed the pamphlet. Tourist crap about the cemetery. During the gold rush, the hills were mined extensively.
What game is this?
Once the seam was
The
dry,
Drifter.
settlers sealed off shafts and used the entrances as crypts. Interesting, but not particularly helpful.
Two dads kissing.
Though
Those
there's a
emotes
map
are
of the
gold.
city on the back that might be.
I have an air blower. Stealing his coat.
Nothing in
Stealing
the
his coat.
caretaker's coat but an oversized handkerchief.
Oh,
What
fuck.
are you still doing here? I told you, leave!
Okay, I'm going.
Damn it.
And give me that!
Sorry. I was just minding it for you.
Get lost!
Oh, he took his blower. Oh wait, did I get? Hey, I got the handkerchief. Let's go. Can I walk in there now?
Locked. Can't quite get it. I reach further in, trying to get my shoulder through. Bloody hell!
Oh. Well, let me put this leaf blower exactly where I put it last time. Running and running and running, running and running and running. Okay, now I can travel the city. I guess we're going to Mum's plot. Oh, okay, I guess we'll go back here.
That's not blowing anywhere. Book's way too heavy to blow anywhere. Alarm system looks like it needs a code.
There's a window on the other side of the door. Ooh. Enough snooping. Does this not go
I
anywhere?
need the location of Mum's plot.
God damn it.
I could be a prick and blow him around.
Maybe I can go in. Wait.
Swallowing my pride, I snatch up the coins.
Coins!
Still not enough for a coach out of town.
Maybe I can...
Locked. Nothing but bare pews inside. Nowhere to hide even if I break in. Better to wait by her grave.
What are you still doing?
Okay,
I'm
give me that!
going. I'm going.
sorry.
I've only stolen
I
this
was just
multiple
minding it for you.
times.
Get lost!
Okay, so... I'm
not throwing good...
not entirely sure...
Bet that's a burial register.
Yeah.
Should show where Mum's plot is. If I could just get to it. Alarm system looks like a neat...
Oh man, what do I do?
I can't turn the handle with that. I can't turn the...
Oh, maybe I can squeeze through.
Maybe I can squeeze in.
No.
Bloody hell.
Fuck. I do have a map now. No, I'm wanted for murder anyway. I'm gonna steal this guy's leaf blower. I can go back here. Gonna replace this money.
Ah, thank you.
He squints up at me.
Say, sure you could spare it?
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, here. Look like you could use some squeeze at least.
He passes me a dirty plastic Coke bottle, half full of metho. Camping fuel or cleaner. Squeeze it through some cloth and you get 95% denatured alcohol. The other 5% will turn you blind. But what have I got to lose? Thanks. I take a swig, coughing like a kid with their first tequila.
Jesus! This stuff would strip the paint off a stop sign.
He laughs his horrid, gap-toothed laugh, and I can't help but grin back.
Okay, so now I have more alcohol and a leaf blower. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. Wait. Maybe this guy has info.
Seen a suspicious guy in a yellow jacket?
Seen lots of fellas.
I think he's after me. Him and a bunch of soldiers or something.
He's a Malinji.
I think he's with the Malinji.
Aye, they can disguise themselves as people, you know. But don't remember that one.
Hey, what would you say if I told you I'd gone back in time?
They got you too. There's no way out, mister. I tried. Rope, pills, nothing works.
Oh shit, did these
And
people
then
make people immortal?
My aunt came back with me. She...
He grabs the bottle, takes a frantic gulp. But how can this happen?
The saucer man! I told you!
He seems to withdraw into himself. Okay. Not getting more out of him than that.
Trump's pregnancy research.
Oh god, what is it now? What is it now? The things we have to talk about today are so dire. But it's also so fucking funny. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. What is this?
Am I pregnant? Am I pregnant? Am I pargant? Am I gregnant? Am I pegnate? Help? Is there a possibility that I'm pegrant? Am I pregnant or am I okay? Could I be pregonate? How do I know if I'm prengan? Can I be pregnant? Can oo get pregante? Can oo bleed while oo are pergert? Can oo down a 20-foot water slide pegnat? How can I get my GF pregnant? What happened when get Perginat? How can a 9-year-old get pregnant? Will my get pragnan? What is the best time to sex to become pregnant? Does anyone know how many teens get pregnant a year? Are these systems of being pregnant? Girlfriend ain't had periods since she got pregat. Is it possible having sex to a 8 months pregnant? If a woman has starch marks on
Pregnant.
Wait. If a woman has starch masks on her body, does that mean she has been pregnant before? Period, question mark. I circle as normal, but yet I still don't get pregnant. What can I
Pregnant is
use?
still my
Period,
favorite.
question mark. Has anybody got pregnant by just pre-cum while using birth control? Did most you women feel pregnant before find out? I am pregnant last 5 weeks, so can I start sex? Danger ups, prangent sex. Will it hurt baby top of his head? Me and my boyfriend are trying to get pregnant, and haven't took my birth control
This
in
is
12
the correct.
days.
This is the
38
correct.
plus 2 weeks.
Correct.
Pregnant? I think my dog is pregnant. Can I get bringed if he had a condom on? How long can Ugo be
This is
pregnant
Donald
to
Trump
get an
in a
abortion?
nutshell.
I think I'm pregnant with my 14th child.
14th child.
Can you burn a Luigi board?
Oh god. Alright, that was fun. Horizon, thank you for the $5 dono.
The well-known elder dragon and flagship of Monster Hunter World, Pregigante. Nodders.
You know, I'm pretty sure that's where Kaiser Permanente got the Permanente. It's just a misspelling of permanent or gregnant. You know, if you're a trans man named Greg, I guess you're the one kind of person who could say that they're pregnant.
Hi,
You think I read the drivel they write here?
oh, good.
How do you clean paint? Carefully. Immaculately. Wait, why don't I have the thing? Wait, why don't I have the alcohol?
I can't make out it.
Damn it. I'm feeling real pregnant right now.
What was that? So you've heard of the Malinji?
Heard of them? They picked me up.
They did?
Took me to their source, did something to me head, then let me go.
Oh, right.
They tried to buy me off, but I wasn't having it.
Men in black suits with green goggles, right?
Not goggles, eyes. They're not men.
So...
Monsters!
Monsters.
From space?
Yeah, okay. Got it. Heard any stories of guys like us flipping out? Going nuts?
I have. And spent some time in Greens for it myself. Started seeing things, you know? Thought some lady was me dead aunt. Tried burying her again. But I got this now, don't I?
He pokes at the grubby bottle.
Me medicine.
Only it's slowly killing him. Think I could have another nip?
A bit moreish, ain't it?
You make it yourself?
Squeezed it through my own sock. Hey!
Oh, so... Thanks. I hand back.
Oh, wait. I understand.
Think I could have...
I
take another...
I need the hanky.
I douse the rag in the foul liquid.
There we go.
Thanks, mate.
You're welcome.
Oh no! Someone is pregnant.
Is he trying to get up or down? Either way, gonna bloody well get himself killed. Don't want him falling on me. Need a hand, mate?
Ah!
Oh.
You all right?
Yes, yes, quite all right.
What were you...
Love to stay and chat, but, things to do.
Bye.
Odd fellow. It's out of reach. A good gust of wind will knock it down if I wait long enough.
A gust of wind, eh?
I aim the leaf blower at the brolly. It only flutters.
Oh my god, do you guys...
The ledge it's stuck on.
Do Australians call umbrellas brellies? Because that's really fucking cute.
I aim the leaf blower at the brolly. It only flutters, protected by the ledge it's stuck on.
Oh, that's so fucking cute.
Lid of the dumpster crashes down.
Time to take care of this brawly.
Come on.
Oh, that was a beautiful animation. Uh-oh.
Hey!
Oh, here. I think this is yours. I hold out the leaf blower. He snatches it, glaring, and stalks off.
You can't do a good turn to a cemetery man anymore.
I go to work on the layers of spray paint. Metho works a treat. It's not exactly like new, but it's readable. The map shows the cemetery, divided into sections with numbers for plots. Without knowing Mum's plot number, it's not much use.
Oh ho ho.
Locked.
But I have a plan, you see. For now I have a Brelly. The most useful plan of all.
Come on! Got it.
Excellent.
Bloody hell.
Okay, I probably need to go right away to look.
He's fiddling. He's putting in the code. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, for Christ's sake. I wait a minute or two. One, 2, 3, done. Carter. Here it is. Section D, plot 47. Carter. Must be her. I can't find anything useful here. No map of the plots, at least.
Anything useful in here?
I can't find...
No? Okay. D47.
I need the location of Mum's plot.
What? Really, I can just travel there. There we go. Damn it! God fucking damn it.
Yep, Carter. Section D, plot 47.
I have a map.
All right.
Oh,
Section
okay, I had to
D,
interact with the map
over
first.
here. Got it. Should be here somewhere. Andrew Sullivan, 1926 to 1982. Devoted father. Alison O'Leary, 1944 to 1987. Beloved daughter, sister, friend, and poet. Another old grave, but this is hers. How could she...
Oh, shit.
What's going on? Why is she buried already?
You weren't there.
Alec?
You missed the funeral, Dad.
But I thought...
What?
It screams at me from my subconscious, that thought. But it's slippery. Black ice on asphalt. And I'm spinning out.
You should say something.
Yes. I guess I could say a few words. Shit, I'm no good at these things. Mum, I pause. That thought still niggles. This isn't right. This isn't right. Kneeling down, I set the flowers aside.
Oh,
Wrong
shit.
Carter. A laugh escapes my throat as a sob. This is... your grave.
Oh.
Alec!
Okay, that
Oh, God,
a lot of pieces
Alec.
just slid into place here.
I'm sorry!
No worries, fat guy named Tiny. Alright. Still have no idea what kind of game we're dealing with here. But I am enjoying this a lot, and we will come back to it maybe later tonight. We'll see how it's all going. But that being said, folks, how y'all doing? I very much enjoyed that. So thank you for indulging me, chat, and let's get to let's get to the main event here, huh? We got some politics to talk about, folks. A game where I want to piss off the groundskeeper some more? Yeah. What a goddamn cliffhanger right on the edge of the tombstone, right? Gregnant. I miss old adventure games like that. If you want another great a great recommendation in terms of point and clicks, the Last Door, both 1 and 2 are really, really fun. And the Excavation of Hobbs Barrow is also really, really fun. Those 2 I would highly recommend. Or 3, I guess. Thimbleweed Park is also very good. I haven't actually played it, but a lot of my Game Journal friends love it. Did you finish Hobbs? No, I last time I played it was on stream, and I've just never been able to go back. I want to play that during Spooky Month, though. I would love to finish that one. Figure I'll come join the grown-ups table. Welcome, fat guy named Tiny. Did Splinter Cell kidnap that girl? Looked like it. Spooky Month! I'll play one of the Amnesia games, too. Ralph DeMarco, thank you for being a member over on YouTube. Very much appreciated. And folks, y'all ready? Y'all ready to jump into our first segment? Last Door 2, the Laster Door, indeed. Poof. All right. Here we go.
Just forced you what?
Oh God. Not starting with you.
When the first nuclear
We're
bomb
not
was
starting with you. Okay. There we go. So chat, earlier today I was cooking, and you know, I turned on a live stream of the news, specifically of Donald Trump addressing the nation, because today he was slated to have a gigantic revelation about autism. And so I turned it on, and I've listened to maybe 10-15 minutes of it, and I can tell you this is maybe, I mean, it's hilarious. It's objectively hilarious. Unfortunately, there are some negative ramifications and implications being made here, and it's really bad, but like also in just the most like bumbling, buffoonish way imaginable. It's hard not to laugh. And I thought, you know what? Let's all watch this together, because it's genuinely, I don't think I've ever seen Donald Trump's brain quite this broken before. It's really, really apparent that this man is losing his ability to just like think and articulate himself. And let's just take a look. You know, let's see. Does his performance bear that out? I think so. Here y'all go. Oh, were they not ready to come out?
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. So I've been waiting for this meeting for 20 years, actually. And it's not that everything's 100% understood or known, but I think we've made a lot of strides.
You know, y'all, you're in for a good time when even this dipshit opens up a speech by saying, I don't really know what the fuck I'm talking about, but we're gonna say it anyway. We don't have the facts, but we're gonna fire from the hip and see how it works out.
I wish it was done a long time ago. Today we're delighted to be joined by America's top medical and public health professionals as we announce historic steps to confront the crisis of autism.
Yeah, we're joined by the top medical officials. Dr. Oz, the best doctor in all the land.
Horrible, horrible crisis.
Oh, it's
I
going to
wanna
piss
thank
you off a
the
lot, Gila Monster.
man
Yeah.
who brought this issue to the forefront of American politics along with me. And we actually met in my office, is it like 20 years ago, Bobby? It's probably 20 years ago in New York. I was a developer, as you probably heard, and I always had very strong feelings about autism.
Okay, I know it's not a big deal, but like, what the hell is happening with RFK Jr.'s suit? This man comes from like a rich political dynasty. Why does your suit fit so badly, man? Like it bulges out. You can see like it doesn't even like meet his back. No, that's not just you. It's really bad. And like I'm used to looking at bad suits from these people, but like, dude, you're a Kennedy, man. You're a Kennedy.
And how it happened and where it came from. And
well, that's the thing. The reason I bring up Kennedy's suit is because Trump's suit actually looks like it fits him better, and in comparison to Kennedy's suit. And that's saying something. And I know it's not really that important. I just find it funny.
He and I don't know, the word got out, and I wouldn't say that people were very understanding of where we were, but it's turning out that we understood a lot more than a lot of people who studied it, we think.
What has ever gone wrong by trusting someone who's named Oz that claims to have miraculous abilities?
No, exactly, Sake Tanuki. The doctor behind the curtain. Can we replay this quotation, because it really summarizes the entirety of the Trump administration. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated.
We understood a lot more than we're very understanding of out, and I wouldn't say that people were very understanding of where we were, but it's turning out that we understood a lot more than a lot of people who studied it, we think. And I say,
turned out we understood it a lot more than people who had studied it, we think, is like one of the funniest line deliveries of all time. Just like, yeah, look, we're a bunch of morons, but we understand this thing better than a lot of experts who have actually studied it. In our opinion, we understand more than they do. Like, you could not write a dumber guy if you tried. You couldn't write like a more narcissistic dumb guy if you sat down and bent your entire will into writing that line of dialogue.
we think, because I don't think they were really letting the public know what they knew. Thanks as well to the
Again, just offhandedly, yeah, you know, the experts weren't letting the public know what they knew. So the experts did understand it. They were just hiding the truth from you.
Jack, they're all out here desperately trying to prove that they collectively have less brains than RFK Jr.'s uncle.
Oh shit, Rondo. Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it, and the burn.
director of the National Institute of Health, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, FDA Commissioner
Paladin.
Dr. Marty McCary. These are great people. Administrator of the Centers for Medicine and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz.
God.
And Acting Assistant Secretary of HHS, Dr. Dorothy Fink. So thank you all. Thank you, Dorothy, very much. The meteoric rise in autism is among the most alarming public health developments in history. There's never been anything like this. Just a few decades ago, 1 in 10,000...
Pretty soon, the entire population of the United States will be enthralled by mass transit. We cannot allow this to transpire. Soon, they will all be watching trains go by in rapturous glee. And society will cease to function. Truly, it will be the end times for all of us. We cannot allow this future to pass.
And children had autism. So that's not a long time. And I've always heard, you know, they say a few, but I think it's a lot less time than that. It used to be 1 in 20.
I say a few, but I think a lot less time than that. It's just like, again, dude's brain is cooked, dog. And, you know, I know I'm gonna have to say this a lot during this segment, but like, yeah, there's a meteoric rise in autism diagnosis because people started diagnosing autism. You know, like, the same way, like, I don't know, disease diagnoses, like, ticked up when we realized that it wasn't just, like, spirits possessing bodies and was, like, in fact, germs. Yeah, it turned out we figured out a lot more ways to diagnose illnesses after that, after we came up with germ theory. Is there a point to this press conference or what? You know, there is, but like it's all stupid. It's all fucking stupid.
20,000, then 1 in 10,000, and I would say that's probably 18 years ago. And now it's 1 in 31, but in some areas it's much worse than that, if you can believe it. 1 in 31. And I gave numbers yesterday. For boys, it's 1 in 12. I was told that's in California, where they have for some reason, a more severe problem.
When it comes to RFK's uncle's intelligence, these three don't know Jack.
None of them know me, it's true. I just... like, it's so lazy, and he's so tired, and he's just like, yeah, there's just more autism in California. For some reason, I don't know. Anyway, like, it's just throwing out, like, wild, crazy shit. Non-stop.
But whether it's 1 in 12 or 1 in 31, can you imagine? That's down from 1 in 20,000, then 1 in 10,000. And now we're at the level of 1 in 12 in some cases for boys. 1 in 31 overall. So since 2000, autism rates have surged by much more than 400%.
The entire framing of this indicates, or is trying to frame it as if like autism is like a contagious illness, like, oh no, people are autistic. Oh no, there's no cure. It's so hopeless for them. And like...
in the 90s, we didn't even know there were exoplanets. Now we know of thousands. Therefore, COVID caused exoplanets.
Yeah, have you caught autism recently, chat? Any of you? It you know, it spreads through the air. Maybe, you know, honestly, if we started telling conservatives that, maybe they would start masking up during airborne illnesses, you know? Just like, you know, I don't know. Like, at this point, maybe in the next health emergency, we just tell them that. Because it seems like the only thing that they genuinely seem to be afraid of when it comes to, like, health is autism. And it's all, like, all of their fears are based on bullshit anyway.
I knew Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy was a friend of mine. You three are absolute idiots.
Wait, did you actually know Jack Kennedy? If so, that's cool. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But like these chuckle nuts are like it gets so much worse, chat. It gets so much worse.
Instead of attacking those who ask questions, everyone should be grateful for those who are trying to get the answers to this
It's a reference to the debate. I've never actually watched that debate.
situation. And the first day all of these great doctors behind me were there, I told them this is what we have to find out. Because when you go from 20,000 to 10,000 and then
But like the implication he's making is just that like, oh, it's spreading and soon we will all have it. And that's just not how this works.
Go to 12, you know there's something artificial. They're taking something. And by the way, I think I can say that there are certain groups of people that don't take vaccines and don't take any pills that have no autism.
Jesus Christ.
Autism was created in a lab, Notters.
No, that's what he's saying, Jazz Dog. That's literally what he's saying. He's saying that, like, the societies where they don't take pills or vaccines have no autism. That's what he's saying. It's so fucking stupid.
That have no autism. Does that tell you something? That's currently. Is that a correct statement, by the way?
There are some studies that suggest that, with the Amish.
By the way, I'm a little unsure of myself on this one, boys. They don't have autism, right? When they aren't taking the medicine or the vaccines. That's correct, and that's correct. Yes. And like RFK Jr. is just like, well, there are some studies that may indicate.
For example,
the Amish, yeah. Virtually, I heard none. So Bobby wants to be very careful with what he says, and he should.
Well, I mean, if he heard it, chat. If he heard it, then clearly it's true that the Amish don't have autism. I trust him. This is, it's well founded, well-founded science here. Do Amish people get tested for autism? Not often, no. I would assume not.
Something Amish about this speech.
But I'm not so careful with what I say. But you have certain groups. The Amish, as an example, they have.
Just rolls right through the fact that nobody backed up on that one.
We have a bunch of great scientists working in our beautiful labs to develop an even better autism. America will finally have super autism before anyone else.
That's right. And then you'll all be able to watch trains and have an unhealthy obsession with some niche pop culture. You'll be able to have both. No longer will you be shackled to just one special interest. All of your interests will be special.
Have essentially no autism. First, effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen.
He can't even say acetaminophen, dog. He doesn't, he knows so little about what he's talking about. He can't say the medicine he's trying to demonize, man. It's so stupid. It's all... I want to hear him do it again. It's just really funny.
Say that. Well, let's see how we say that. That the use of well, let's see.
Our administration is full of special needs, because we're a very special administration and we have needs.
I mean, this man has some very special needs when it comes to pronunciation.
How we say that is that the use of well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen.
Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen.
Is that okay?
This was all live, Jazz Dog.
Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol. During pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism.
A very increased
So taking
risk.
Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good. For this reason, they are strongly recommended that women limit Tylenol use during pregnancy unless
Asterisk. Eat o men o fun.
Ass eat o men o fun. Indeed, Sake Tanuki. You understand his attempts at speech. Thank you for translating.
necessary. That's, for instance, in cases of extremely high fever.
Also, he's been waiting for this press conference for 20 years. Can't pronounce acetaminophen. Okay.
That you feel you can't tough it out, you can't do it. I guess there's that. It's a small number of cases, I think. But if you can't tough it out, if you can't do it, that's what you're going to have to do. You'll take a Tylenol, but it'll be very sparingly.
So let's get this straight. Let's get this straight, okay? He's holding a press conference to tell people, right, that they have a miraculous breakthrough when it comes to autism. And it is that, if you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. Don't take acetaminophen. Tough it out. Well, if you can't tough it out, like, take one Tylenol. It's some of the most, like, what? Are you fucking kidding me? Also, just as an FYI, I forget, but basically the national, conglomeration of, pharmacists and doctors or whatever put out a statement being like, no, there's literally no evidence that shows that Tylenol is bad for you if you are, pregnant. Like, obviously use in moderation, but, you can, in fact, take Tylenol if you're pregnant. There isn't an association between Tylenol and autism. It gets so much stupider.
Can be something that's very dangerous to the woman's health. In other words, a fever that's very, very dangerous, and ideally a doctor's decision, because I think you shouldn't take it. And you shouldn't take it during the entire pregnancy. They may tell you that toward the end of the pregnancy, you shouldn't take it during the entire. And you shouldn't give the child the Tylenol every time he's born and he goes and has a shot. You shouldn't give a Tylenol.
Who's doing that? Who's giving a child a Tylenol every time they get a shot at the doctor? What are you talking about? Donald Trump, ultimate pregnancy understander. The very first pregnant man.
All to that child. All pregnant women should talk to their doctors for more information about limiting the use of this medication while pregnant. So ideally, you don't take it at all. But if you can't tough it out, if there's a problem, you're going to end up doing it. The other thing that I can tell you that I'll say that they will maybe say at a little bit later date, but I think when you go for the shot, you do it over a 5-time period. Take it over 5 times or 4 times, but you take it in smaller doses and you spread it out over a period of years. And
that thing you can't do, because the longer you wait to vaccinate your child, the more likely it becomes that they are going to contract one of those illnesses which is why they do all of them at once. Again, just the anti-vax shit being demonstrated on the national level, and they're like, oh, don't take them all at once because that would be bad, but space them out over the course of like 4 years. But it's like, you need to give these to a child so they don't die from the illnesses, man.
Is he thinking of Roboticin?
I think this man might be thinking of Robotussi, Like, I think his brain is cooked.
Pump so much stuff into those beautiful little babies. It's a disgrace. I don't see it. I think it's very bad. They're pumping, it looks like they're pumping into a horse. You have a little child, little fragile child, and you get a vat of 80 different vaccines, I guess.
Where are the citations? I've managed peer-reviewed medical journals.
Oh.
This is reckless public health advice.
Oh, Ralph DeMarco, there are no citations. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. And I'll talk about some of the citations for some of the things that he's going to be talking about coming up, but like, dude's like sitting there talking about how they're pumping children full of drugs like horses. Like, what? What the fuck, man? We used to be like a real country. Just trust me, guy. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 0 subs. Bob, thank you for the $2 super chat. It keeps going, man.
80 different blends, and they pump it in. So, ideally, a woman won't take Tylenol. And on the vaccines, it would be good instead of one visit where they pump the baby, load it up with stuff.
Stop saying pump the baby.
Do it over a period of 4 times or 5 times.
Conception
I've
starts
been so
at the
into this
autism.
issue for so many years just because I couldn't understand how a thing like this could happen.
Thank
And
you for the
it's
$5
artificially
dono.
induced. It's not like something that when you go from all of those healthy babies to a point where I don't even know structurally if a country can afford it. And that's the least of the problems. To have families destroyed over this is just so terrible.
Also, again, the framing of autistic people destroy families is pretty gross. Like, as somebody who's on the spectrum, that's pretty gross.
Pumping so much stuff into those beautiful babies, like they're pumping into a horse, is a phrase that should never be used by someone who's been to Epstein's.
It really shouldn't be used by Epstein's best friend, of a decade. People should tell him to watch his mouth, because it is... I'm not gonna lie, my mind went there earlier today. My mind made that connection. And now I see I'm not the only one. Yuck.
I also, and we've already done this, we want no mercury in the vaccine. We want
mercury hasn't been in
Coming from the
vaccines
most
for
autistic
ages.
president known to mankind, he really hates autism. I don't understand their hatred of neurodiversity. Are they so stupid to confuse it with diversity?
It's because they make a connection. It's because they like to fearmonger to their base, and it's easy to fearmonger about neurodivergence to a bunch of people who don't know what neurodivergence is, or who even disagree with the concept of neurodivergence. Like, these are people who genuinely would be open to the idea that, like, autism is caused by ghosts. Too many ghosts in your house. Like, these are people who are anti-science, and, like, they kind of revel in it.
no aluminum in the vaccine. The MMR, I think, should be taken separately. This is based on what I feel.
Again, okay, so you're giving a press conference off of facts or what you feel, man? Because, like, you're not a doctor. You have no medical expertise whatsoever. And, like, Why do we give a fuck based on what you feel, man?
Mumps, measles, and all the three should be taken separately.
Just here.
And feel the MR, I think, should be taken separately. This is based on what I feel. The mumps, measles, and all the three should be taken separately. And it seems to be that when you mix them, there could be a problem. So there's no downside in taking them.
The actual doctors sent a bunch of things to Trump and Kennedy to trick them into toning it down. Like how artists dodge censors.
I think this is all fucked. I gotta be honest. Like, they have no evidence for any of this whatsoever, but it gets so much worse. You guys are gonna get so mad as I continue to talk about this, because it's not just they're dumb, though that is a part of it. It's also that they are hopelessly corrupt. That is also a huge factor in all of this.
Separately. In fact, they think it's better, so let it be separate. The chicken pox is already separate, because when that got mixed in...
It is nefarious. I'm not saying it's not. I just mean, like, they are dumb and they're doing a grift.
I guess they made it for a while. It really was bad. So they make chicken pox. Individually, they're okay. When you mix them, something maybe happens. So there's no downside.
Something maybe happens. Why are we listening to you, man? Why did you call a press conference to talk about what maybe, or, you know, what I think you should do? Like, this is like, I don't know, like a waiter at an Italian eatery trying to tell you how to perform veterinary surgery on a whale. Like, what are you contributing to the conversation?
In doing it. It's not like, oh, if you do it, bad things. No, it's only good side. And it may not have that much of an impact, but it may have a big impact. So let those be taken separately. And then hepatitis B.
The separate MMR vaccine thing comes from Hugh Fundenberg, the wacko who tried to sell his own bone marrow as medicine.
Yeah, like all of these people, like even, what's his face? Andrew Wakefield. Andrew Wakefield was working for people who were trying to encourage people to take separate vaccines in order to profit their company. Like, that's what started all of this anti-vax bullshit and associations with autism. Like, what Andrew Wakefield was just trying to grift into getting people to take more vaccines. And it's the same fucking shit, but it's coming from the President of the United States. It's crazy. And it doesn't surprise me that the MMR vaccine is from a very similar kind of wacko. Also, thank you for the $5 super chat, Moth. Brutus Magnuson, thank you for the $2 super chat.
Is sexually transmitted. There's no reason to give a baby that's almost just...
I'm really sorry. What?
Hepatitis B is sexually transmitted.
Oh, he finally got to a part of this that he knows about.
There's no reason to give a baby that's almost just born hepatitis B.
Well, unless they are at risk of contracting it from their mother or, like, come on, dude.
So I would say wait till the baby is 12 years old and formed and take hepatitis B.
Yes, the 12-year-old baby. You know, sometimes people grow up to be like 80 or 79-year-old babies. It's true.
And I think if you do those things, it's going to be a whole different, it's going to be a revolution in a positive sense in the country. The FDA will be updating the label of an existing drug to reflect potential benefits in reducing some autism symptoms. This gives hope to the many parents with autistic children that it may be possible to improve their lives. That's one of the things that I'm very, very happy about. I mean, this was mostly going to be on how not to have the child affected. But we've learned some pretty good things about certain elements of genius that can be given to a baby, and the baby can get better.
Certain elements of genius that can be given to a baby, and the baby can get better. And boys, gals, and non-binary pals, oh boy, when we get there.
And in some cases, maybe substantially better. Not going to be easy, but be a lot easier if it didn't happen in the first place, as these great parents fully understand, right? They fully understand. I feel so terribly for... I have so many friends with autistic children. It's a tough situation.
Oh man, it's such a burden. They're so smart, and they had an innate love of public transit, and obsessions with cool and interesting topics that you would never have figured out on your own. Oh no, the horror.
Finally, to help reach the ultimate goal of ending the autism fever, the NIH will be announcing 13 major grant awards from the Autism Data Science Initiatives. And to be honest with you, to me, that's the least important. It's not even a money thing at this point. There's so
My
much...
question is, what exactly do they think autism is? They think autism is basically like a worse than death. They think of it as like a living death for the people they have it, and that's why they focus and so much on the parents of autistic people. Because they don't want to think of autistic people as adults or as like, yeah, I mean, some people will think of like Rain Man as like a quintessential autistic person, but overall they think of autistic children and like, oh no, heaven forbid your children have emotional responses to things, and they think it's the worst thing in the world.
A genius is a ghost in Roman religion. We have to haunt the children.
Jack is right. Parents of autistic children are literal demons on earth when they talk about their children. The parents view themselves as superheroes for not publicly executing their child. I mean, like, kinda, yeah. Like, they you'll see a mom speak later here, and I want you to pay attention to how she talks about her child. It's crazy. Excuse me.
Money, but they have to do, and they have to move quickly. They when the alternative is that nothing bad can happen, let's do it now. I was just saying to Bobby and the group, let's do it now. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. But with Tylenol, don't take it. Don't take it. And if you can't if your fever is so bad, you have to take one, because there's no alternative to that.
Just don't. Unless you have to, and then you take a little bit. Just a little bit.
We love the autistic children. They're always making works of art.
It's true. We support art in this community. Socket Dinner, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Sadly, first question, what can you take instead? It's actually, there's not an alternative to that. And as you know, other of the medicines are...
What could you... First question, what could you take instead? There's nothing you could take instead. So you just have a little bit. You just have a little bit. Nothing bad can happen. Only good can happen.
Absolutely proven bad. I mean, they've been proven bad with the aspirins and the Advils and others, right? And they've been proven bad. So I'd like to ask Bobby to get up to the podium and say a few words.
Just
and
say
Dr.
no,
Bhattacharya,
pregnant women,
Dr.
to
McCarry,
Tylenol.
Dr. Oz, Dr. Fink, follow.
When pregnant women, when you're walking out of that convenience store and someone sidles up to you, is like, "Hey, want to have a Tylenol?" You just look at them and you say, "No, I don't know you. That's my purse," and then you walk away.
Followed by two incredible mothers that have experienced firsthand what this country is going through, what parts of the world are going through. And I will say there are parts of the world that don't take Tylenol. I mean, there's a rumor, and I don't know if it's so or not, that Cuba, they don't have Tylenol because they don't have the money for Tylenol.
There's a rumor going around, the scuttlebutt at Mar-a-Lago. That we're all, I don't know anything about what I'm talking about. It's not like I have an intelligence agency in order to figure these things out for me. It's not like
We're making a new low-dose children's pain med, now with natural leaf.
The lead helps the children eat it. It makes it sweet and palatable to them. When Mary Poppins was singing about a spoonful of sugar, she didn't really consider that it's cheaper to sweeten the medicine with lead. Mary Poppins, terrible businesswoman. Just a spoonful of lead helps the medicine go down in the most delightful way. But he's just like, oh yeah, by the way, I heard someone on a street corner somewhere talk about how the country of Cuba can't afford Tylenol. And it's just like, are you sure about that? It's one of the most mass-produced drugs on the planet. It's not expensive. It is not an expensive drug. They literally have one of the most educated medical forces on the planet. I'm pretty sure they can get their hands on some Tylenol, man. Yeah. But some guy told me, so it must be true. No guys would ever lie to me, folks.
And they have virtually no autism, okay? Tell me about that.
Also, Cuba has autistic people. They have Tylenol and they have autism. They have all the modern conveniences.
That one. And there are other parts of the world where they don't have Tylenol, where they don't have autism. That tells you a lot. And I want to say...
No, it doesn't actually. Because the reason you're saying they don't have autism is just they don't have people there diagnosing folks with autism. It's not on their radar.
Right now. And the way I look at it, don't take it. Don't take it. There's no
pregnant women
in not taking it.
Listen to Donald Trump, folks. He understands a woman's womb. He understands his way around them. Look. He's learned a lot about the ladies in his time, folks. And about the girls, but we're not supposed to talk about that. We're not supposed to talk about the Epstein files.
So I'd like to ask Bobby to come up and say a few words. I hope I didn't ruin his day, but that's the way I feel. I've been very strong on the subject for a long time. Life is common sense, too. And there's a lot of common sense in this, and I wish things like this were brought up, and this group has worked so hard on it. But I'd like to be a little bit more, a little speedier in the process of a recommendation, because there's no harm in going quicker. There's absolutely no harm. At worst,
I hear
there's no harm.
cocaine is
Thank
pretty
you very much,
cheap,
Bobby.
and we know it work.
Ladies, if you're ever feeling a fever, and you're feeling like you need to go lay down, have you considered boogieing on down? You can't take Tylenol, but you can take cocaine. I, Donald Trump, have made cocaine cheaper than it's ever been, so that all you fine ladies can boogie on down.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. To meet the President's challenge, I ordered HHS to launch an unprecedented all-agency effort to identify all causes of autism, including toxic and pharmaceutical exposures. At President Trump's urging, NIH, FDA, CDC, and CMS are turning over every stone to identify the etiology of the autism epidemic. and how patients and parents can prevent and reverse this alarming trend. We have broken down the traditional silos that have long separated these agencies, and we have fast-tracked research and guidance. Historically, NIH has focused almost solely on politically safe and entirely fruitless research about the genetic drivers of autism. And that would be like studying the genetic drivers of lung cancer without looking at cigarettes. And that's what NIH...
Well, I'm pretty sure people were researching both. You know, like, I would say it's good to research what causes people to be more genetically inclined to get cancer. I don't think that's a fruitless endeavor. And also, like, yeah, people were already looking into environmental factors too. This isn't, you know, every anti-vax numbskull always puts out a statement like, oh man, what if, you know, they didn't even think about this aspect before researching it. It's like, I guarantee you they did. It's like a comment that I saw on a video today, because you know what? Just slight tangent. Scientists created the first visually perceptible time crystal, which is just really cool. Because crystals traditionally are, you know, a repeating pattern in space, but a time crystal is a repeating pattern in time as well. And they created one that you can see visually, which is really neat. It's really, really interesting. It has a lot of different ramifications for how we create technology, and specifically with timekeeping, but also with a lot of other things like that, data storage. But like, people leave comments like, oh, but did the researchers consider gravity? And it's like, did the physicists with like 30 to 40 to 60 years of experience between them consider one of the foundational forces of the universe? Yeah, I think so. I think that might have been one of the first things they thought about, actually. Did you just say a perceptible time crystal? Yeah, it's pretty cool. You can see it underneath a microscope, but you have to use a microscope. But, like, still, that's huge, because last time we checked in on time crystal research, they had just, like, managed to create one on, like, an anatomic level. Not anatomic, atomic level. There you go. It's super cool. Can we, is there,
We used to research so many aspects of autism at the National Institutes of Health. I wonder why we don't anymore.
Indeed. Because knowing things is antithetical to, you know, being Donald Trump. Can't be Donald Trump and do things. You know? Here we go. I know it doesn't really look like much, but this is cool as hell. Also, shout out to Anton Petrov, excellent science communicator. Just like cool as hell. That right there, folks, is a goddamn time crystal. The time cube is real. Tell that guy, chat.
NIH has been doing for 20 years. As a result, we don't have an answer.
But people, you know, just the physicists didn't check gravity first. The scientists didn't check the environmental factors of autism.
Answer to this critical question, despite the cataclysmic impact of the epidemic on our nation's children, we are now replacing the institutional culture of politicized science and corruption with evidence-based medicine. NIH research teams are currently testing multiple hypotheses with no area off limits. We promise transparency as we uncover the potential causes and treatments, and we will notify the public regularly of our progress. Today, we are announcing 2 important findings from our autism work that are vital for parents to know as they make these decisions. First, HHS will act on acetaminophen. The FDA is responding to clinical and laboratory studies.
Finally, the government will keep us safe from acetaminophen, the scourge of our times. That's right, folks. You heard about the fentanyl crisis, but have you heard about the acetaminophen crisis? It's in every home. They've gotten it into the country by every store corner in this country, every convenience store, every gas station, every single building in America has acetaminophen inside of it. It's probably what's fueling the Ratman.
It suggests,
if in case you don't understand that joke, that's a reference to Curtis Sliwa, Ratman killer, the the Riverboat Jack extended universe character.
Potential association between acetaminophen use during pregnancy and adverse neurodevelopmental outcomes, including later diagnosis for ADHD and autism. Scientists have proposed biological mechanisms linking prenatal acetaminophen exposure to altered brain development. We have also evaluated the contrary studies that show no association. Today, the FDA will issue a physician's notice about the risk of acetaminophen during pregnancy and begin the process to initiate a safety label change. HHS will launch a nationwide public service campaign to inform.
That's why we had ICE round up the Hyundai workers. They were making the Aceto minivan.
The most powerful form of it yet. Able to traverse the entirety of America, spreading acetaminophen as it goes. I'm having flashbacks to 1982 when the poison Tylenol scare dominated the news. It is, yeah. That is wild that happened. But also, like, so they're calling a press conference to basically say acetaminophen is the silent killer that is coming for you. And also it's causing autism, and also, you know, we're going to put out a public notice about it and issue new guidance across the country. And
ibuprofen is a pharma code word for the Fent agenda. Pro, as in for Fent.
Oh shit, Jazz Dog just cracked the code. Savage X Fenty. The bra covered in fentanyl.
Form families and protect public health. FDA also recognized that acetaminophen is often the only tool for fevers and pain in pregnancy, as other alternatives have well-documented adverse effects. HHS wants, therefore, to encourage clinicians to exercise their best judgment.
So, like, it's not even like we're gonna ban everyone from having acetaminophen. It's more like we're gonna add a new thing onto the warning label that no one reads on Tylenol. We're going to tell your doctors that, like, you know, maybe advise you not to take Tylenol when you're pregnant. But, you know, like, if you have to, I guess you can. Like, it kind of seems like maybe this isn't all that revolutionary or dangerous, that you didn't need to do an entire press conference for this. But, you know, like, I'm happy to laugh at it, I guess.
And the use of acetaminophen for fevers and pain in pregnancy by prescribing the lowest effective dose for the shortest necessary duration, and only when treatment is required.
That's right, ladies. You're going to have to stop popping 20 Tylenol a day, okay? You're gonna have to control that Tylenol problem of yours.
Furthermore, thanks to the politicization of science, the safety of acetaminophen against the risk of neurodevelopmental disorders in young children has never been validated. Prudent medicine, therefore, suggests caution in acetaminophen use by young children, especially since strong evidence also has associated it with liver toxicity. Some studies...
Yeah, but that's true of like all over-the-counter painkillers, essentially. Like, yeah, if you have too much ibuprofen, it can damage your liver. Yeah, if you have too much of any like over-the-counter pain medicine, it can fuck you up. Yes. This isn't new information. All of that medicine gets filtered through livers. That's how livers work. Yeah, you know what's... Ralph DeMarco, exactly. You know what's way more damaging for livers? Alcohol. But we're not going to talk about that. No, sir. Because I don't think we actually are caring all that much about the health of livers in this country.
Have also found the use of acetaminophen in children can potentially prolong viral illnesses. FDA will drive new research to safeguard
This
mothers.
is Andrew Wakefield level BS.
Oh, it really is, but it's also like from people who don't have enough understanding to even follow Andrew Wakefield's argument on the anti-vax side. Like, these people are just cooked. They're gone. Brecco, awesome, Stella, you made an edit of this conference. Do you want to see it? Yeah, maybe after it's over. Several studies included in the Prada et al. 2025 Systemic Review are not considered high quality and have at least one, if not several, of the following limitations. They rely on self-reported acetaminophen use with considerable potential for recall bias or biased reporting of events or experiences due to inaccurate or incomplete recounting. They include limited or no information on dosage and duration of the acetaminophen exposure. They feature a number of different kinds of assessment. Yeah, no, it makes, like... that is a recurring part, and we're going to get to this later on as well. But these studies that they reference to try and back up their position are extraordinarily fucking bad, in the sense that they are done with small sample sizes. One of the studies, by the way, that they used to, that they're going to talk about later, had like, it was a case study. So it was a study of one. A study consisting of one case. And the other one is a study of 12 cases. It's hopelessly terrible science. It is irresponsible to the extreme.
Children and families. In addition to a possible acetaminophen connection to autism for pregnant women, infants and toddlers, our research has revealed that folate deficiency in a child's brain can lead to autism. We have also identified an exciting therapy that may benefit large numbers of children who suffer from autism. Peer-reviewed literature has documented that up to 60% of folate-deficient children with ASD can have improved verbal communications if given leucovorin.
Now, this is interesting, right? Like, oh, a cure for autism, everyone. Incredible. Wow, what crazy news. But wait a minute. Why did he have to qualify that as folate deficient children with ASD? Why did he have to qualify it like that? What does this leucovorin do? Oh wait, leucovorin is essentially a folic acid supplement. Oh! So basically, in people who have a folic acid deficiency, taking a folic acid supplement solves that problem. So it doesn't really seem like it's curing the autism so much as, you know, solving the folic acid deficiency. And, I'm just going to throw this up here as well as we continue through this. But, guys, you'll never believe it. Because this was all arrived at with very clear and real science. Here's just an interesting blurb from, about a month into the Trump administration. I don't know if you guys remember this at all, but they published this article. Dr. Oz, Trump's Medicare nominee, pledges to sell health stocks. So he's not going to be, like tied down to any kind of like financial interests. He's going to be able to, think clear-headedly and never let money cloud his judgment on what is healthiest for Americans, right? He would never do anything like that. Let's just take a look here. Just scrolling this down. Where is this? Oh, here we go. Dr. Oz, 64, also indicated in the filings that he would retain a financial interest in an entity called iHerb, Oz Partners LLC, created in 2023 when he became the company's pitchman. What the entity does is unknown, and so is whether it has separate ownership stake in iHerb. And, just gonna throw something out there. iHerb, I know you guys won't believe this. They actually sell folinic acid. And if you're like, wait, that sounds really similar to folic acid deficiency, that's because folinic acid is the generic name of the drug leucovorin. So basically, Dr. Oz is putting out medical advice, telling people that the cure for autism is essentially this medication that you conveniently can get the generic version of from his company. This should be one of like the most... Like, they're just going right out in front of the country and saying it. He's, like, on screen as this is all being announced. It's genuinely, like, he's just standing right there, guys. He's basically watching these two men hand him, like, an ungodly amount of money. There's no shame. And when we talk about the fact that, like, whenever the left gets back into power, one of our demands needs to be for justice and accountability. We need to remember these clowns. Because this isn't just like yeah, it's funny, but also like they're stealing money from vulnerable people by using their positions of power and authority. This is theft. This is a scam. And this is like just another day in the Trump administration, Like, it's disgusting. And there needs to be justice and accountability before we can move on as a country, because otherwise, these grifters and hucksters and thieves are just gonna try it again. Like, they're just gonna do it again if, like, Democrats are too weak to prosecute these motherfuckers. And, it's deeply frustrating. But I think a lot of people, as like people in this country, we need to start really considering what it means that this is so widespread and the mechanisms that will need to be put in place in order to right our sinking ship. The number of people that will need to be brought to account for their crimes is astronomical. But I think that only means that we need to do it more. And we need to make sure that the kinds of lies and the kinds of abuse of power that they participated in can never be repeated. What if there's no election in 2028? Then we're going to be having a very different question in front of us. And I'm not going to deal with that until that's the question in front of us. But until that happens, I'm going to keep operating under the assumption that we are going to have those elections. And it behooves us to act as if they are going to happen, because that makes the cancellation of them less likely. And if they do cancel it, we will have organized our communities sufficiently in order to push back.
I have instructed NIH, FDA, and CMS to help doctors treat children appropriately. Jay will help tell that story, which started with sound science, the kind that restores faith in government. This announcement also represents a historic collaboration between NIH, FDA, CDC, and CMS. We expect this to be the first of many announcements over the coming years that deliver actionable information to parents on underlying cause of autism and the potential paths for prevention and reversal. Finally, autism is a complex disorder with multifactorial etiology. We are continuing to investigate a multiplicity of potential causes with no areas of taboo. One area that we are closely examining, as the president mentioned, is vaccines. Some 40 to 70%.
Yeah, no. Understand that when they're talking about reversal, they think that essentially this leucovorin, or at least they are putting out there that leucovorin can cure autism. That it can cure how autistic brains function. Which is not the case. Actually, there's no evidence for this whatsoever. I looked at some of the studies around leucovorin, and again, it's one case study, one person, and another study of 12 people. And again, the findings of those studies, limited as they are, just kind of indicate that if you have a folic acid deficiency, taking a supplement to help with that deficiency cures that deficiency, and you overall benefit from that. Yeah, if you have a vitamin or a mineral deficiency and you take care of that, you're going to see an improvement. That's how bodies work. The body of evidence is so small, and even if you granted that their findings were 100% accurate, it just indicates... It doesn't indicate any interaction with autism. It just interacts with the deficiency of within a like your organism, your body. It's... yeah, if you're vitamin D deficient, you start taking vitamin D supplements, you're gonna feel better. This isn't new.
Percent of mothers who have children with autism believe that their child was injured by a vaccine. President Trump believes that we should be
Sorry, how many women?
As the president mentioned, is vaccines. Some 40 to 70% of mothers who have children with autism.
That is a really big window. 40 to 70% is a big window. So, which is it? Is it 40%? Is it 70%? Which is it? Depraved ambiance. I didn't say folinic acid is the same as folic acid, just that folinic acid is the generic version of leucovorin. It does the same thing and has the same mechanisms as leucovorin. It's the generic version of the drug. And I didn't say it's the same as folic acid, just that it helps treat folic acid deficiency. That's part of what it does.
believe that their child was injured by a vaccine. President Trump believes that we should be listening to these mothers instead of gaslighting and marginalizing them like prior administrations. Some of our friends like to say,
well, you know, some people believe that the body's health is governed by the four humors. Why are you marginalizing them? Some people don't believe in germ theory. Why are you marginalizing them? Why can't, like, what? You know, Magic Rick, who comes around every other weekday, with his tonics, promising to cure what ails you. You know, like, why are you marginalizing him and his customers?
we should believe all women. Some of these same people have been silent.
Yeah, his snake oil is top tier.
And demonizing these mothers for 3 decades because research on the potential link between autism and vaccines has been actively suppressed in the past. It will take time for an honest look at this topic by scientists. But I want to reassure the people in the autism community that we will be uncompromising and relentless in our search for answers. We will perform the studies that should have been performed 25 years ago. Whatever the answer is, we will tell you what we find. We are researching this issue to all 3 agencies. Jay will discuss one of our research initiatives.
Yeah, can we just back up real quick? Because that was some real bullshit.
Marginalizing them like prior administrations. Some of our friends like to say that we should believe all women. Some of these same people have been silencing and demonizing these mothers for 3 decades.
Hey, let's take a timeout on that one real quick.
Even Jeff here thinks that employing children as masseuses cures billionaire boredom.
It's true. It's true. You know, like I don't know about Mehmet Oz, but like RFK Jr. and Donald Trump both hung out with Jeffrey Epstein on multiple occasions. Like, it is disgusting that we just don't talk about it, but like, I'm gonna bring it up every goddamn time. Release the Epstein files. But also, to go out and to say, oh, our friends like to say believe all women. Well, they aren't believing these women. And it's like, yeah, because believe all women is related to, like, when women claim that they've been sexually assaulted. It's as a general rule of thumb, it is good to believe them because statistically they are not lying. They are telling the truth. You know? And also, it's especially galling to hear this come from RFK Jr., someone who sexually assaulted his family's nanny and then publicly apologized during the campaign season last year, and it just wasn't even a story. It wasn't even a story, but he did it like a decade ago, or 2 decades ago, 15 years ago, something like that. And then he has the gall to stand up there and like say like, oh, yeah, you know, believe all women. You guys, but you don't believe these women. But like, there's a big difference between believing a woman who claims that she has been sexually assaulted and believing someone who's trying to tell you something that is not backed up by science. Like, yeah, I'm gonna believe a woman who shares with me that she's been sexually assaulted. I'm gonna believe, generally, a man who tells me that they've been sexually assaulted, or a non-binary person. But I'm not going to believe someone when they tell me that a crystal is going to, like, heal my chakras and cure my cancer. Because these are just 2 categorically different things to believe. Like, they are categorically different. And so, like, the equation of these 2 things is just disgusting on its face, but also disgusting the deeper you dig into it. Because these are disgusting individuals who hung out with Jeffrey Epstein. And that should tell you quite enough about them and the content of their characters. Like, I'm sorry, RFK Jr. You can't tell me guy who admitted and apologized for sexually assaulting his nanny. You were hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein and, like, you didn't know what was going on? Uh-huh. All right.
Because research on the potential link between autism and vaccine.
Believe women who claim they've been sexually assaulted, unless they claim it was by us, as children.
No, exactly. That is exactly their argument. It's exactly what galls me so much about RFK Jr. bringing this up at this particular moment. God. Sake, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Yeah, no, RFK Jr. wrote, like, a letter. He wrote down that he was sorry for, like, sexually assaulting his family's nanny. Like, and frankly, y'all, not enough of us give him shit for, like, just the insane bullshit he's done. Dude tried to frame bicycles for killing a bear cub after he killed the bear cub. He went to a beach and sawed off the head of a whale with his family and then tied it to the roof of their car while it was leaking its bodily fluids all over the car. And because it was tied to the roof of the car with the windows open, those fluids were getting in the car. And his children screamed and cried in the back seat the entire way home. One of his children wrote that in their memoir. What did the whale even do? It washed up on a beach, and he was just so excited to behead it and bring it home because he's fucking crazy. Like, the fact that we just tolerate that this guy is in charge of all of our health? He's like not all there for real. No, like, people joke, but like, he literally had a worm in his brain that ate part of his brain. When we talk about the brain worms, he literally had those.
Has been
God forbid a man have hobbies
in the past. It will take time for an honest look at this topic by scientists.
He's more worm now than man, twisted and evil.
Even by batshit Kennedy standards, he's still insane.
He really, really is. Speaking of batshit, maybe that's where he got the worm.
But I want to reassure the people.
Yeah, he is the prophet of Shai Hulud, it's true.
Romanian Christmas party fund, blue heart emoji, yellow heart emoji, red heart emoji, Christmas tree emoji,
hell yeah,
party popper emoji, raised fist emoji.
I know nothing about Romanian Christmas, but thank you for the $5 super chat. And I'm going to try and pronounce your username, but I am going to fail. Kraujuoja Tertingeji? Tertingeji? I don't think I succeeded on that one, but thank you so goddamn much. Honestly, Romanian Christmas sounds fun. I know nothing about the traditions associated with it, but I don't know, just sounds fun.
The autism community, that we will be uncompromising and relentless in our search for answers. We will perform the studies that should have been performed 25 years ago. Whatever the answer is, we will tell you what we find. We are researching this issue to all 3 agencies. Jay will discuss one of our research initiatives at NIH. This model of unleashing unbiased, depoliticized, gold standard scientific research and academic freedom to deliver actionable information to prevent and reverse disease will be
Yeah, none of this is political at all. None of this is political at all. Which is why we are having a press conference with the President of the United States.
Romania, the salad country.
It's where all the romaine comes from. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake. Lily Upstep, thank you for the $5 dono.
My favorite thing that happened on Christmas in Romania is when Nicolae Ceausescu and his wife got.
I think that might be Romanian Christmas. Thank you for the $5 dono, Lily Love Stuff. Also, you know, I know it's absolutely not important, but like, damn, his hand is looking rough. I don't know how it's been like months now of people noticing the makeup on his hand, and they haven't gotten better makeup. Like, what? Why not? Why can't you match the color of his hands? Look at that. He literally looks like a wax statue. Like, compare it to his face. They all hate him, probably. Yeah, all of the gay makeup artists have left. It's true.
Model for the framework to deliver similar results for many other chronic conditions that plague Americans. Jay?
Thank you, Secretary Kennedy, and thank you, President Trump.
Thank you very much.
I'm proud to announce today that the NIH...
Every time I see him in a press conference like this, where he's like trying to look good, like, that's why he's here. He's not even excited about this. He doesn't really give a shit about this. But in the back of my head, I think, I can't get the line from a recent interview he did out of my head. Let me see if I can find it, if it's in a clip. Yeah, just from a couple weeks ago. I just keep thinking about this. Trump fears he won't get into heaven. Like, let's see. On Fox News, Trump expressed serious doubt he's going to get called up to the big leagues of life after death. Quote, "I want to try and get to heaven if possible. I'm hearing I'm not doing well. I'm really at the bottom of the totem pole." And it's just like, yeah.
This is why gays against groomers will never work. Do you want straight people doing your makeup and hair? This is what happens when you have straights do it.
It's true. Sake, your witticisms are great. But like, when I think of this quote, which also, the New York Times quoting him and saying, "Holy Mother of God, what a thing to say at 8 o'clock in the morning." That's an all-time banger of a line right there. You know, I've got a lot of problems with the New York Times, but this line right here, that's an all-timer. But like, I think of him suddenly out of nowhere, no context whatsoever, bringing up that he's worried that when he dies, he's not going to heaven, and then I see him like pull a press conference like this. I think in his twisted way, he thinks like this is like doing good works that will help him get into heaven, and that's why he's prioritizing them, even as his health is clearly making him want to be anywhere else. Maybe he shouldn't have raped kids. Yeah, maybe he shouldn't have been best friends with the world's #1 child sex trafficker, you know? Maybe he shouldn't have been best friends with that man for 15 years.
Has launched the Autism Data Science Initiative to turbocharge autism research, devoting an additional $50 million
Turbocharged autism
to the cause of studying autism.
And of course, in order to do this, we're going to build a maglev rail system across the entirety of the United States. Now, the maglev train will be turbocharged and it will attract all of the autistic people, and we will be able to collect their data. That is how this will work. They won't be able to help themselves. Like moths to a flame. A flame of information.
Nearly 250 research teams from across the country applied, sent in their applications, and were peer-reviewed by the NIH review panels. The NIH peer reviewers chose the 13 best projects focused on root causes and therapies, with replication and validation studies to guarantee gold standard science. The studies feature a new kind of science called exposomics, where scientists consider environmental and medical factors, nutrition, events during pregnancy, in combination with biology and genetics to answer vital questions about autism. Science like this, conducted in partnership with families and physicians, is the best way to arrest and reverse the autism epidemic. Autism spectrum disorder encompasses a very wide range of symptoms, ranging from mild difficulties with social interactions.
Jack, you literally walked in front of my truck last week. I'd say where, but maybe shouldn't. You were looking very foxy. I'll say hi next time, or maybe I shouldn't, lol.
Well, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it, Michael. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I did look very foxy last week. Exposomics. I want to know, is that real, or did they make it up specifically for autism?
Asked my dad if I have generic or over-the-counter autism. He told me I got it from the COVID vaccine.
Oh no!
_CAC.
Oh no! Max Danger, thank you for the $5 super chat. No, not epidemic, exposomic. Yeah. Yeah, also, don't say where you saw me. Don't do that.
To profoundly autistic children who experience severe disabilities in speech and behavior. Given this wide range of symptoms across the spectrum, it seems certain that there will be a wide range of biological contributors to explaining the cause. The great thing about the new NIH initiative on autism is that scientists will use rigorous advanced methods in causal inference, machine learning, organoids, and other fresh approaches to the problem. The sharp rise in...
I do know what an organoid is, and I have to wonder, how would an organoid actually help with autism? What, are you gonna have a second smaller brain absorb the autism? Like what? What are you gonna do with the organoids? Like, are we gonna do like a Vulcan mind meld with the organoid brain? I just, yeah, patch it in, just like there's you see with every autistic person, there's a brain, a small mini brain-sized hole inside of their skulls. We're simply going to slot the organoid brain into that hole, and it will solve all of their problems. Just Jesus Christ. It's so stupid.
The prevalence of autism deserves an urgent response by the scientific community. As Bobby said, the NIH has invested a lot of money to study autism over the years.
Wait, they want to patch them into brains to fix the breaks? Wait, do they actually want to do that? Is that actually their stupid plan? I was making a joke. I was making a joke to think of it the way a child would take a look at like the blocks, the differently shaped blocks that they put into the holes. Oh no. Oh no, they might actually want to do that. Oh fuck. Oh, not for autism, but for other brain issues? Okay, that's fine. But honestly, they probably also want to do it for autism.
But the research has not produced the answers that families and parents of autistic children deserve, and autistic children themselves deserve. For too long, it's been taboo to ask some questions for fear the scientific work might reveal a politically incorrect
They're
answer.
gonna bring back lobotomies.
Because
RFK saw a picture of his Aunt Rosemary and thought, gee, maybe that would fix the autism.
Nah, I don't think they're gonna bring back lobotomies. They're gonna be, it's gonna be stupider than that somehow. Like, I don't know, Barron Trump's first business is gonna be like a lobotomy corporation, or like a, I don't know, like an iron lung, but for your skull corporation. It's gonna be something just fucking stupid to another level. You know what it's gonna be. You know what it's gonna be? It's gonna be like one of those like headsets that they sell that like vibrates on different parts of your skull in order to like produce different like emotional effects or something. It's gonna be like some like dollar store cybernetics. Yeah.
This restricted focus in scientific investigations, the answers for families have been similarly restricted, often pointing families to behavioral therapies that don't work for every kid or suggest non-modifiable genetic factors as the cause. But genetics alone can't explain such a sharp rise in autism prevalence over just a few decades, as the president said. In coming months and years, as NIH scientists learn more that can help autistic children and their families, we won't delay. Like scientists often like to do. I can say as a scientist myself, it's really
Did anyone
tempting
else
to delay,
think
but you have to...
Labubu was a silly nickname for a lobotomy when they first popped off?
No. But thank you for the $5 dono. I just also like, oh yeah, as scientists, we want to delay. You mean you want to delay because you want to have accurate information? You know, as somebody whose entire job is getting accurate information, that should be maybe your number one goal before you turn that into public policy, you know, because of the implications. God damn it. My hair is so crazy. Just letting it down.
You have to, but in face of a problem like this, you have to move fast. But we will not delay before telling American people about what we find.
In the face of a problem like this, you have to move fast because all of those autistic people, they're on trains and they're going at a steady and efficient rate of pace. And we can't possibly hope to keep up unless we meet them at the train stations.
And we will win the public trust with transparency and rigor. Already, our broadened focus on autism research has pointed to 2 items that will help families prevent and treat some cases of autism. I'll leave the good news on these 2 items to my close friends and colleagues, Dr. McCary and Dr. Oz. We've been working together closely on this problem for the past 6 months, and our cooperation represents an unprecedented collaboration with Secretary Kennedy's Department of Health and Human Services and with President Trump. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Marty McCary, Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, who will tell you about these announcements of practical help for families with autism.
Great, thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. Mr. President, this is the start of a historic shift in medical culture. This administration is working together to ask big questions about why our nation's children are getting sick so fast. Too often, medicine is doing small little studies, giving us answers we already knew.
I really hate these people. Like, I really hate. Too often, these studies are giving us bullshit that we don't need to know. Why do we need to know that the Earth is round? What is that? That doesn't help us. I mean, why do we need to know that we have DNA? That doesn't help us at all. Like, we should be researching things that really matter, like whether or not Grigor, the colossal snake dragon that lives in the bottom of the ocean, will be rising to attack us all in the next week and a half. Personally, I'm very concerned about humanity's fate in the face of Grigor the sea snake, but why are we not doing research on him? I don't understand. All this pussyfooting around when we have to deal with a gigantic sea serpent that will cause so much destruction upon the land, as we have angered it with improper sacrifice.
But we've got to make a difference. You've given us a charge to identify root causes, and we're not going to stop so that we can end the suffering we are watching. And if you've seen a kid with autism, with severe autism, it's hard to watch.
I know. They play so much Fortnite. They play so much Fortnite, and they're so goddamn good at it. Oh my god, have you seen them build? The build speeds are approaching light. It's crazy.
Kids get frustrated, they get angry, they can be crying because they want to speak and they can't speak.
Yeah, kids being frustrated, crying. Children have no business feeling emotions or expressing them. How dare they?
It's hard to watch, and it may be entirely preventable. For an epidemiologist,
it may indeed be entirely preventable. Like, for example, getting them a different sweater fabric that isn't as itchy, or getting a different kind of light bulb that isn't piercing to the eyes. And, but you know, no, we couldn't possibly do those things. Those are a bridge too far. No, we have to spend trillions of dollars in order to figure out what we could solve with a softer sweater.
That child is an expanding statistic, but for a child, it can be brutal to have autism. Today, the FDA is taking action to update the label on acetaminophen and sending a letter to all U.S. doctors letting them know about the risks in pregnancy. We now have data we cannot.
Grigor Nitrushin here. I would like to state that I am legitimate European businessman and not a sea serpent. Thank you for your concern on this issue.
Paladin Lost, thank you for the 5 tier 1s. Oh, sorry. Grigor Nitrushin, thank you very much for the 5 tier 1 subs. And yes, you are a legitimate European businessman from a great state of Texas. And not a sea serpent. This is true. Grigor is not the serpent's official name. That was given upon its discovery in 1938. And ever since, we have been dealing with the ramifications of Grigor the sea serpent.
Not ignore. There's a very large study, the Boston birth cohort.
We need to never shut up about the fact it's been widely verified RFK rejects germ theory and believes in miasmia, which was debunked nearly 200 years ago. He should never get to live that down.
Honestly, Ivory Valentine, 100%. Like, this dude would have died instantly in the face of, like, the cholera epidemics around the Broad Street Pump. You know, like, this dude doesn't actually think germs are real. And so, like, he would have been one of those guys at the time of the Broad Street Pump incident going like, no, sewage in the water supply, who cares? It's not the sewage in the water, it's the night vapors. The night vapors are coming in and poisoning the population. Like, that is what they actually argued at the time, the miasmists. And he's just picking up where they left off, which is just a load of nonsense.
With researchers that have, from Johns Hopkins, my former institution, and Boston University, found quote-unquote consistent associations between acetaminophen in pregnancy and autism. And the Nurses' Health Study with researchers from Yale, Columbia, and Harvard looking at 9,000 kids found that acetaminophen use in pregnancy was associated with neurodevelopmental disorders. And 4 weeks ago...
Again, self-reported acetaminophen usage. No data on like dosage or anything like that. Just like, did like pregnant mothers report taking acetaminophen at some point during their pregnancy?
A Mount Sinai Harvard study reviewed all the existing literature and found the overwhelming body of evidence points to an association. Sure, you'll be able to find a study to the contrary. That's how...
Sure, you'll be able to find some silver bullets that will slay the werewolf that we're building in front of your eyes, but, you know, don't pay attention to those. I'm sure those silver bullets are bullshit.
Science works. But to quote the dean of the Harvard School of...
Yeah, like, also, I can't believe these are the most influential and powerful people regarding public health in this country, and not a single goddamn one of them has heard the phrase correlation doesn't equal causation. You know, like, Donald Trump looks like he's either about to fall asleep or throttle this man until he dies, and it's hard to tell which one.
Public health. There is a causal relationship between prenatal acetaminophen use and neurodevelopmental disorders of ADHD and autism spectrum disorder. We cannot wait any longer.
Are the links available? The links that they are proposing, they did not provide. Yeah, literally, yes. I was looking for this earlier, Paladin. Thank you for finding it for me. God, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists had to put this out after this. Suggestions that acetaminophen use in pregnancy causes autism are not only highly concerning to clinicians, but also irresponsible when considering the harmful and confusing message they send to pregnant patients, including those who may need to rely on this beneficial medicine during pregnancy. Today's announcement by HHS is not backed by the full body of scientific evidence and dangerously simplifies the many and complex causes of neurologic challenges in children. It is highly unsettling that our federal health agencies are willing to make an announcement that would affect the health and well-being of millions of people without the backing of reliable data, because they don't have that. Yeah, no, they're just lying. They're just lying or misrepresenting what they have. Source, I made it the fuck up. Indeed. In more than 2 decades of research on the use of acetaminophen in pregnancy, not a single reputable study has successfully concluded that the use of acetaminophen in any trimester of pregnancy causes neurodevelopmental disorders in children. In fact, the 2 highest quality studies on this subject, one of which was published in JAMA last year, found no significant associations between use of acetaminophen during pregnancy and children's risk of autism, ADHD, or intellectual disability. The studies that are frequently pointed to as evidence of a causal relationship, including the latest systematic review released in August, include the same methodological limitations, for example, lack of a control for confounding factors, or use of unreliable self-reported data that are prevalent in the majority of studies on this topic. Acetaminophen is one of the few options available to pregnant patients to treat pain and fever, which can be harmful to pregnant people when left untreated. Maternal fever, headaches as an early sign of preeclampsia, and pain are all managed with the therapeutic use of acetaminophen, making acetaminophen essential to people who need it. The conditions people use acetaminophen to treat during pregnancy are far more dangerous than any theoretical risks that can create severe morbidity and mortality for the pregnant person and the fetus. When considering the use of medication in pregnancy, it is important to consider all potential risks along with any benefits. The data from numerous studies have shown that acetaminophen plays an important and safe role in the well-being of pregnant women. So, like, I mean, they do not have any holds barred in that response.
And honestly, there's been this perfunctory, reactionary, mindless practice in medicine. I learned it in medical school and residency. Just treat all fevers, low-grade fevers, treat them with acetaminophen. Why? What are we doing?
Why? What are we doing? Like, you're treating a fever so that, you know, it doesn't become a high-grade fever and then your patient dies. Because you can tell if the fever continues getting higher under the effect of Tylenol, then it's good that you gave them Tylenol, a fever reducer, man. If somebody's in the hospital or someone's you're going to the doctor because you're so sick, yeah, you want that in there in case they get more sick.
A study out of Hopkins actually showed that treating a fever can prolong the duration of illness in a young kid. Maybe that's because of fever.
Yeah, but also fevers can damage internal organs, especially in children. Like, yeah, the illness might be longer, but it's going to be less severe, and thus less harm to the child can happen. Like, you don't want the brain to start liquefying because the body got so hot, man.
There is a body's natural way of ridding an infection. When my wife was pregnant and delivered our son a few months ago, they pushed her to take acetaminophen for a low-grade fever. She said no, and then they looked to me and I said, absolutely no. I'm also here to announce good news. Today, the FDA is filing a Federal Register notice to change the label on an exciting treatment called prescription leucovorin so that it can be available to children with autism. You know, autism may also be due to an autoimmune reaction to a folate receptor on the brain, not allowing that important vitamin to get into the brain cells. It's a fairly established, mature pathway. Again, we have a duty to let doctors and
Again, this is the whole folinic acid in order to, like, this is like, they're like, oh yeah, you know, the folate receptors are blocked. That's why you need the folinic acid to go in there and clear out those receptors so that then they can take care of the folic acid deficiency and thus cure the autism. It's all just bullshit. It's all just bullshit. These are hucksters and charlatans. They just learn to dress in suits.
the public know. We are going to change the label to make it available. Hundreds of thousands of kids, in my opinion, will benefit.
Yeah, no, and Paladin, like, Dr. Oz owns a folinic acid company. Like, it's just flim flam sham show, you know?
One study found that with kids with autism and chronic folate deficiency, 2/3 of kids with autism symptoms had improvement, and some marked improvement.
What is it? Tylenol or folic acid deficiency? It's apparent. It's both somehow.
President, you told us to do what's medically right, to go bold, and not worry about the corporations and the lobbyists. So that's what we're here doing today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Good, thank you. Thanks, Marty. I think you all appreciate the passion in the president's voice. We've been hearing that since the inauguration.
Oh,
in fact, even before the
depraved ambiance. You're all good. You all good? Don't worry. No Sag box.
Inauguration, the president was upset about what he spoke to today. And so together with Secretary Kennedy, who's made
the part of the reason they are so hyper fixated on autism is because we as a culture have still not reckoned with the legacy of scientific racism that was created and crafted in this country in order to justify slavery and like racial hierarchy. Like that over time morphed into eugenics, and eugenics has to this day a very strong hold on this country. And like you can see it in appeals to like IQ, you can see it in appeals to like how children are tested in schools, and essentially like their fixation on curing autism is essentially because in a eugenics framework, they view autists as fundamentally broken and a threat to their system, right? They view autistic people as a problem to be solved rather than, you know, fellow people to be respected and, you know, with their needs met. Like it's just bullshit, you know?
life's work to address some of these challenges with autism. They challenged us. In fact, they were harsher than that. They wanted no silos to break down what the NIH would do, what the FDA would do, what CMS would do. They insisted that the physician leaders bust through the clutter because their agencies had the power if we didn't do what every other prior administration had done, which is to let people function within their siloed environments. Because of that, in historic fashion and a very accelerated manner, we have a response today to the autism crisis. It is the first of several chapters, but this is breaking news. You've heard some of it. The response to the autism crisis is going to continue to come to you under Secretary Kennedy's leadership, and the president wouldn't have it any other way, as you've heard. The FDA, based on NIH research, is approving prescription leucovorin for treatment of autistic children. Now, if you're following the script, there should be two questions that you have. Two questions that should come to your mind. The first is, how will patients and parents get access to the treatment? I'll tell you how. Over half of American children are covered by Medicaid and CHIP, government health insurance. Over half.
You all know one of the especially fucked up things about him bringing this up is that he's essentially saying, use Medicaid and CHIP in order to pay me for my folinic acid supplements to, you know, cure your child's autism. Like, this is like, I don't know. I don't think you can get more corrupt than this if you tried. Like, this is so textbook, you know? And, like, they're doing this after defunding Medicaid by $1 trillion. It's crazy. It's crazy and just blatantly, on the face of it, evil.
And therefore, because they're covered in Medicaid and CHIP, upon this label change by Marty, state Medicaid programs in partnership with CMS will cover prescription leucovorin around the country. It's yours, but you have to go to a doctor to get a prescription because they know your child, they know you, and they know the medication.
Huh. Well, that's really interesting because, fun fact, if you don't want to get prescription leucovorin, you could just buy the generic version from Dr. Mehmet Oz. Huh, isn't that convenient? You wouldn't even need to go to the doctor. You could just buy it directly from him. Huh. Weird how that works out. Weird how he put extra emphasis on you need to go to a doctor and get a prescription for prescription leucovorin.
States will also have tools to monitor its use and ensure appropriate utilization.
These people
That's
should be in
important
prison
for a bunch of reasons, because we want the right kids getting the right prescription medications. We believe private insurance companies will rapidly follow our lead if they have not already done so. And again, to make sure that this is safe and effective treatment, you need a physician to prescribe the medication because it's on prescription. Second big question. How are we going to collect clinical data to answer the big questions that the president is asking and the secretary insists that we offer? CMS is also issuing guidance to convene states and existing research networks to support NIH and FDA in their research efforts of prescription leucovorin, while also maintaining the privacy of all patients, all health information of our beneficiaries. Collecting real-world data, which is what many of you have been asking us to do in the community, is fast. It is life-saving, and we'll get answers based on what happens over the next few months with this approach. The aggressive approach, and it is aggressive, demanded by the president and by the secretary, have already identified risk factors and opened the door for the first FDA-recognized treatment pathway for autism. It is the first of its kind, and it wouldn't have happened without the leadership of the president and the secretary.
Wow. Donald Trump led us to a cure for autism, everybody. Wow. What a visionary. Oh my God, he's definitely getting into heaven now. There's no way. Look at him. He's cured it. It's insane. Oh God. Oh, what about autistic adults? Are they just going to ignore that demographic? Jess Talks Books, yes, actually. Yes, because none of this is at all oriented toward autistic adults. Because, again, it's all a grift and they want to fearmonger about the possibility of children being autistic. And they want to treat that as if it is the worst thing that could possibly happen is that a children be on the spectrum, you know? Of course they're not going to interact with, like, autistic people on the spectrum as adults who are living fully happy and productive and capable lives. Of course they're not going to, like, interact with, like, adults who, you know, like the way that they are and have figured out how to live with themselves and navigate the world successfully. Like, they don't want to engage with the reality of autistic people. They just want to fabricate some other demographic to be scared of. Or scared for, I guess.
Secretary. The fivefold increased prevalence of autism over the past 25 years demands a rapid response. The average clinician, researcher, we spoke to many, thought it would take 5 years to get this data. Parents are unwilling to wait 5 years. The president is unwilling to wait 5 years for these results. So the president and the secretary are acting today with this tri-agency move. The administration's bold actions investing in groundbreaking research follow the science. They restore trust, which has been lacking, and they will change the trajectory for millions of American families. Mr. President, God bless you for being brave. Thank you very much. So let me introduce...
Mr. President, thank you for being brave. Only you would be brave enough to spew this much bullshit shamelessly.
Dr. Fink, who's acting administrator, and after Dr. Fink, we've got some wonderful women, Jackie and Amanda. I know it's going to be tough, but if you can make...
Literally, one of the doctors on this panel is named Dr. Fink, and I feel like it couldn't possibly be more on the nose than that.
Some comments about this historic day. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity to speak with all of you today. As a pediatrician and mom, I'm here today to talk about what this announcement means for the millions of moms and dads who are faced with the choice of whether to take acetaminophen during pregnancy. It's hard to hear information that challenges the status quo.
It's actually not hard to hear information that challenges the status quo, provided you have evidence to back up that information, right? Like, people are open to new information when there are facts and citations to back up that information. People are less open to information when you're just like, yeah, Grigor the Sea Serpent's gonna be coming tomorrow. He's gonna take away all his followers and lead them into the promised land beneath the oceans. You know? He's gonna do that tomorrow. All the loyal followers of Grigor the Sea Serpent will be rewarded. But, like, you'll have to take that on faith, because I have no information further about Grigor the Sea Serpent, and no proof that he actually exists. Because you must have faith in him. But, if you actually have evidence that there's a gigantic sea serpent that's gonna make landfall tomorrow, that makes a big difference, doesn't it?
We are sharing this information not to confuse, but to empower parents to make the best choices when taking medications during pregnancy. We are all concerned about the rising rates of neurodevelopmental disorders, including autism. President Trump and Secretary Kennedy are dedicated to radical transparency so that patients have the best, most up-to-date information. We are also sharing this information with our nation's doctors, and we encourage you, as always, to consult with your doctor to make the best decision for you.
Oh no, Yenzo, they are claiming that they have a cure for autism. They are claiming that there is no evidence for that whatsoever. The evidence that they present is that they have a cure for folic acid deficiency, which we've known that for a long time.
All too often, it's easy to think that medicines we buy without a prescription pose little to no risk for the mom or the baby. As you heard today, pregnant women who need high fever or pain reduction during pregnancy should take the lowest effective dose of acetaminophen for the shortest possible duration. Most women will not meet these indications during their pregnancies. I am encouraged by these developments today because it is another example of our commitment to the American people.
Yeah, dude, Trump is having trouble just
I
like
thought
standing.
this administration was anti-trans transgender flag parents, see?
That's great wordplay, Sake. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. But like, look at him.
To leave no...
Like, he's
because
swaying.
it is another example of our commitment to the American people to leave no stone unturned in improving the health of our nation's children.
Look at him. He's like not doing okay. Yeah, RFK Jr. is standing fine. Oz is standing fine. Trump is just like swaying like he's on a deck. Oh, the right side of his lip is drooping?
Next, I'm going to turn it over to some incredible mothers who are going to share more about their stories, and we're so grateful.
Holy shit. He's drooping again. No, you're right. Like, his mouth is drooping, and he's having trouble standing.
To have you here today. Thank you. Thank you.
That could just be his scowl. Nah, his scowl is usually symmetrical.
Mr. President and team, for all your work. This is an historic day, and I'm thankful to be here. I have a son who's 5 who is
another motivator
profoundly
for Trump.
autistic.
It is
and you've
strongly
probably heard
suspected that his youngest son, Barron, is autistic.
I mean, maybe. I'm not going to speculate about that without evidence, but thank you for the $5 super chat. But, like, this lady made me mad to listen to her.
This is an historic day, and I'm thankful to be here. I have a son who's 5 who is profoundly autistic. And you've probably heard, if you've met one autistic child, you've met one autistic child. It's a spectrum, which I don't think the spectrum is helpful, but that's another conversation.
Man, lady, already batting 1,000. There is no spectrum. There is only
Migratory
autism.
birds have gotten into the newly cheaper cocaine. We're now leaving no stone unturned and no turn unstoned.
This is actually how Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds started. They got into the cocaine, and that was all she wrote. But also, like, this lady is, like... When we say conservative parents who are anti-vax hate their autistic children, this is a perfect example of what we mean.
He is an amazing little boy, a blessing from God. He's marvelous. He can count to 1,000. He knows all of his letters.
He's an amazing little boy. He's truly a gift from God. So marvelous. I don't. You're not really convincing us on that. That you believe those things.
Watch his eyebrows. If his eyebrow is still able to move, then it's likely not a stroke. Someone check his grip strength.
Interesting, Lily Love stuff.
And the sounds they make and a word for each one. But he also has a lot of obstacles. He is nonverbal. He can say those numbers and letters, but there's no communication. Unless you've lived...
From the makers of Cocaine Bear, and the director of Crank 2, Very Knifey Duck is Cocaine Bird. Dropping into theaters this Christmas.
Paladin Lost, you have no idea how fast I would watch a movie called Cocaine Bird. I would watch the shit out of that movie. Like... I don't know, maybe it's like an emu that gets into like some cocaine down in Australia and just goes bananas. Like, I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. That could be really fun. Has a diamond in like a rucksack on its back and everyone's after the emu, but it's constantly
Get this
high.
man onto a skull boat. We'll figure if he can get a stroke.
God. I just...
With profound autism, you have no idea. You have no idea. He, like you said, he will get frustrated because he can't speak. It's not even that he can't speak. Sometimes he just doesn't understand what I'm saying. He understands the word no, but he doesn't understand the why behind the no. And that's a huge part of discipline. That's the discipline. So it's very hard to discipline a child with autism, so you have these behaviors. And it's very hopeless.
I mean, the fact that, like, it's very hard for me to punish my child because he's autistic is like, I don't know, you came to speak to the entire country about the fact that your child needs like special intervention, and you can't just like I don't know, like beat it into him. Like what? Like what? I don't know. Like there are plenty of autistic people who are nonverbal who can still communicate. Like being nonverbal doesn't mean a lack of communication. It just means that they're nonverbal. They don't use their words. They use gestures.
Feeling. And it's very isolating being a parent with a profound autistic child. Even just taking them over to your friend's house is something we just don't do because, again, they're going to be met with no, 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 and no understanding of why. And then there's a meltdown. And then you're in a situation where you're just helpless and you're just trying to protect your kid.
You know, like, what is the purpose? And I want to ask you, like, even if you're like, okay, you agree with everything she says. All right. What is the purpose of bringing a parent out versus someone who understands how to actually, like, how to actually engage with an autistic child in this way? Because this is a mom, but she's not an expert on, like, I don't know, raising an autistic child or like, being able to effectively communicate with an autistic child. Clearly. Yeah, it is an attempt to pull the heartstrings of the country and lend weight to the absolute pile of dog shit that the men behind her and the woman behind her all spread, you know? Like, it is intentionally to pull those strings, and it's very obviously so, because there are experts who spend their entire lives figuring out ways for parents to have healthy, productive relationships with their children who are autistic, even if they are nonverbal. There are people who spend their entire lives figuring that shit out. And it's deeply frustrating, right? She's being exploited. Yeah. Or, I don't know, maybe she's like the head of some kind of like, I don't know, anti-vax organization or something. I have no idea who this person is, but like,
so it's just better not to do it. You learn your limits, and it's been really hard.
Look at him just like looming and like weaving.
This is amazing that we're here today, and no one has been able to point to anything to say this is what caused it, and you can't point to that and say it didn't cause it. I have no idea. I am completely open, not blaming anything, but I'm open to the discussion and the fact that there's work being done to find answers. I'm very grateful.
I think, guys, I think he's having many strokes, you know? The side of his face is just like plunged. It's very weird.
Already excited to vote for Mr. Trump anyway, Mr. President. But when we got word of RFK doing his work, I was ecstatic. I could not wait for this work to be done, that somebody would try to find us some answers. I'm just very grateful. I pray for my son every day and hope that he can get the help that he needs. And just thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Donnie. You take care of yourself.
Hi, my name is Jackie. I'm also extremely grateful for the opportunity to be here and share my son's story. My son is Eddie. He's 11. He's on the opposite end of the spectrum from what Amanda just explained. He's considered high functioning. He was not always high functioning. He was nonverbal till the age 4. We've had quite a hard time to get to the place where we are today. I am just so grateful to President Trump and the entire administration for finally listening to moms who have been crying out for help, for answers for years. I've met so many other moms with children on the spectrum in the 9 years since my son's diagnosis, and they all have very similar stories, and they've all just wanted somebody to listen, to not ridicule them or look at them like they were the crazy people. It's hard when you don't have doctors that take the time to really listen and find out when the change happened and what change happened, and it's just, I've been praying for this day for 9 years, and I'm so...
In what way does this help you? Like, you could buy folinic acid prior to this. You didn't even need a prescription to get it. In what way is this at all helpful to you, lady? Like, my child's the opposite. He's actually very high functioning, so like he's pretty great. But you know, I'm just kind of like, what? Okay, then why are you here? Other than to like stroke Donald Trump's ego, why are you here? I was diagnosed with autism somewhere in elementary school. Don't the masses know about autistic people more than when I grew up? What agenda do these opportunists have with this topic? Well, one, they want to make money. Like, Dr. Oz literally has a company that sells the generic version of the medicine that he's saying is a cure for autism. Number 2, they want to pander to the base. Number 3, Donald Trump wants to be a good person so he can get into heaven because he's preoccupied with death. And number 4, like, it's just propaganda. It's a propaganda tool. It's them delivering on campaign promises. And, like, that's it. You know, like, it's cynical as hell. But it is also rooted in the fundamental belief that unites all of them, which is that eugenics is real and true. You know, like, Donald Trump's dad was allegedly a member of the KKK. You know, like, Donald Trump has grown up believing eugenics his entire life. RFK Jr., similar story. They're both in the Epstein files. Hey, you want to know who else was obsessed with eugenics? And spreading his seed of superior genes? A man named Jeffrey Epstein that they both knew and hung out with a lot. So, like, I don't know. There are a number of things that unite all these causes, but it's cynical as hell underneath all of it. Yeah, Elon Musk is, you know, he's just kicking himself that he wasn't able to hang out with Jeffrey Epstein.
Thankful to God for bringing the administration into our lives, and I am just...
Welcome, Raiders.
I'm speechless. This day is a day I never thought would happen. I thought that we would never have an administration that was courageous enough to look into things that no prior administration had. So
that's because the administration doesn't look into things. Scientists do. Scientists look into these topics, and the idea that, like, oh, well, just prior administrations didn't want to investigate whether or not the environment could have an effect on autism. Like, no, they've investigated that. The idea that they haven't is just ludicrous, and it's not factual.
I'm just here to express my gratitude, and I am looking forward to what comes from this, and hopefully we just get more answers. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So I just want to say acetaminophen is basically Tylenol.
Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys. Some gaps have been left, but our big, sweaty swaying boy with terrible makeup on his hands. He's gonna step in to correct the record because too many women have been talking, and you may have forgotten that, acetaminophen is basically Tylenol.
Essentially, because I noticed that term is used throughout this conference. So it's essentially Tylenol. And
It's essentially.
I just recommend strongly that you don't use Tylenol unless it's absolutely necessary. I understand it's maybe 10% of the women that are pregnant are, would perhaps be forced to use it. And that would mean you just can't tough it out. No matter what you do, you can't tough it out. So that's up to you and your doctor. But there's a very strong recommendation, maybe stronger from me than from the group because they're waiting for certain studies. I just want to say it like it is. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take it. If you just can't, it's just fight like hell not to take it.
Just. Like, I don't know. He's just like, pregnant women, just say no. This is your brain on Tylenol. Honestly, that would be the funniest shit. If he just recreated the just say no, like, this is your brain on drugs, cracked egg thing, like, that would be funny as fuck. This is all so stupid and surreal.
There may be a point where you have to, and that you have to work out with yourself, so don't take Tylenol. Other things that we recommend, or certainly I do anyway, is...
Hey, Nancy, why aren't you taking Tylenol? All the cool pregnant moms are taking it. Well, I don't really think I should. I knew it, Nancy. You just never were one of the cool moms. Wait a minute. Maybe I do want to try some Tylenol while I'm pregnant. That's right, Nancy. Do it. Take that Tylenol. It's so good. Don't take Tylenol. It will boil your baby's brain into autism. Don't take it. Just say no. Nancy grew up to be someone with 3 children, 2 of which had autism, which meant she spent a lot of time watching the same movies over and over and over again. Just say no.
And it's so important to me to see the doctor 4 times or 5 times for a vaccine. Don't let them pump your baby up with the largest pile of stuff you've ever seen in your life going into...
Jesus Christ, man. Phrasing. Stop talking about pumping babies.
The delicate little body of a baby, even if it's 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, you just break it up into, I would say 5, but let's say 4 visits to the doctor instead of 1. And certain things I think you should do. We've already...
They're still gonna... They're children. They're still gonna see the doctor like every year minimum, man.
Taken out and are in the process of taking out mercury and aluminum now. You know what mercury...
I'm pretty sure vaccines haven't had mercury or aluminum in them for like 10, 15, 20 years? Like, what the fuck?
You know what aluminum is? Who the hell wants that pumped into a body? And there were rumors about both of them.
There are some doctors even going around saying, you need iron in your body. Who wants to eat a chunk of iron? Why would anyone do that? Some doctors are saying you need certain rocks in your body. What are you talking about? You need calcium? Calcium's a rock. Why would you need that? Why would you need any iron? You don't need iron. What does iron do? I've been wait a minute. I've been told iron's actually in your blood. Iron is what your blood is. It's just so fucking stupid. I've been told that iron does not belong in the human body. Is that correct? Well, the Amish don't need iron in their bodies.
Them for a long time,
No
But,
autism.
We're having them taken out. We're having them taken out of the vaccines. Hepatitis B, again, that's sexually transmitted. And we
You shouldn't eat steel, chat. That's why I put tariffs on steel. Too many people were eating the steel. You gotta stop. We gotta stop eating steel, folks.
Isn't it ironic, don't you think? I couldn't help you. It's all your fault.
You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Stop the fucking steel. Oh my god. Hydrogen, folks, not even once, can blow you up very bad.
think you should wait. I think you should wait till 12. You know, I'm just making these statements from me. I'm not making them from these doctors because.
You know, I came up here half cocked. I didn't even really know what I was going to say, but you know, this is all from me. This is not a doctor speaking. This is just me. All right. You know, yeah, I wouldn't eat it. I wouldn't do it.
I think you should wait till 12. You know, I'm just making these statements from me. I'm not making them from the.
Also, yeah, people get immunized for hepatitis B so that they don't get hepatitis B because you can get it in a variety of different ways, man.
These doctors, because when they talk about, you know, different results, different studies, I talk about a lot of common sense, and they have that too. They have that too a lot.
Look, you have all of your fancy big city learning, but I've got something you guys don't have, and that's common sense. That's right. You might think you guys can treat cancer with your fancy chemotherapies and your radiation. Well, have you thought about what if I just brought you to a guy downtown who could get you anything you want? Anything you want. Yep. We'll squirt some Windex on it, and it'll burn a little bit, and that'll take care of your cancer. It's all good. It's all fine.
But I recommend the hepatitis B. Take it at 12. Sexually transmitted. You don't have to give it to the baby when the baby's 2 years old, and there are a lot of theories on that, but not when they're 12. It's not. Doesn't seem to be a problem at all. The MMR and the chickenpox. Chickenpox has already been broken out. It's a singular shot, but the MMR is not. And I've heard for years that there's a problem with it.
God,
Notice how the kids are never framed as having any agency whatsoever, even when they're high functioning. It's always about the parents' discomfort.
No, it is framed through, like, oh, parents have to, like, live differently because they had a kind of child they didn't expect. It's very, very silly and stupid, you know? God. Also, just in case anyone's wondering about what he's saying, why are hepatitis B vaccines given to newborns? And boy howdy would I like to access this information. Give me 1 second. Thanks, Reuters. Incredible stuff.
Okay, my guy is worried about the Great Replacement, CK approved, and southern border. Latin America is 85% Christian. So worried about more Christians?
Yes. The conservative government in America right now is the most anti-Christian government that has ever existed in the United States history. Just to put it into perspective for folks, like, that's not hyperbole. They're trying to deport, like, 10 million Christians from this country because they consider them undesirable. And, like, you might say, well, obviously they want to do that because they're not white, and, like, that's part of it, but, like, they're also Christian. It's... I think maybe I'm going to frame that more often in that term, in those terms, because I think it really takes a lot of conservatives aback because they're really on board with the Christian nationalism and they don't really engage on that front. You know? Here we go. Why are hepatitis B vaccines given to newborns? Before widespread availability of the vaccine, transmission from mothers to babies during childbirth was the most common route of infection. In the US, before vaccines were available, roughly 85% of newborns became infected when mothers had active infections, as did approximately 30% of babies born to mothers with previous infections in whom the virus was inactive. Presently, 0.7 to 1.1% of infants born to such mothers develop infection after vaccination at birth, according to the CDC. Similar declines in infant HPV infections have been seen elsewhere with widespread vaccination of infants. As of 2020, the practice had been adopted by 190 of the 194 World Health Organization member countries, according to a 2022 CDC report. More than half of those countries provide it to all newborns immediately after birth, because it is something that can be prevented if they get the vaccine. Yeah, because sexual transmission isn't the only way to get, like, hepatitis B.
But they say that there's no problem if you do each shot separately, not put together. So
there's literally no evidence that shows that this is bad. Sorry.
MMR, go out and do it separately. Don't take Tylenol. Don't give Tylenol to the baby after the baby's born. Every time the baby gets a shot, the baby gets a shot. They say, here, take a cup of Tylenol. I've heard that for years. Take Tylenol.
Dude, was he just unable to say Tylenol?
Gets a shot. They say, here, take a cup of Tylenol. I've heard that for years.
Take a cup of Tylenol. Dude, I'm telling you guys, he's Bidening hard. He is Bidening so fucking hard right now, it's crazy. Honestly, I think we need to start saying it more. And we need to start saying it in terms of, like, he's Bidening. Yeah, he's at stage 9 Brandon. Soon he's gonna go into the next phase of Dark Brandon. From there, it's only a matter of time.
Just take Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Don't have your baby take Tylenol. Now, Tylenol is fine for people that aren't pregnant, that aren't in the situation that we're talking about. One very specific situation. If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. When you have your baby, don't give your baby Tylenol at all. Unless it's absolutely necessary. Don't do it.
Holy shit. Who pointed out? Yeah, Jem. Dr. Fink looks like she's trying really hard not to say it. Dr. Fink does not... If looks could kill, she would be on a list with the Secret Service.
Break up your visits to the doctors. Break them up. Do it in 5 if you can. Now, it's inconvenient. It's inconvenient. Oh, you have to go back another year later. You're going to go back each year for 4 years, 5 years, 3 years.
I can't even
Just
make that face.
Break it up because it's too much liquid. Too many different things are going into that baby at too big a number.
It's too much liquid for the baby. Oh, God. The baby can't handle that much liquid. The fluids! There are too many fluids in that baby. I can't do it, Captain. I can't put more fluid in the baby.
Number. The size of this thing, when you look at it, it's like 80 different vaccines and beyond vaccines. And
beyond vaccines.
Then you give that to a little kid. I mean,
It's 80 vaccines and beyond vaccines. Oh my God, the Trump administration invented beyond vaccines? Oh my God, the next level of vaccines. We didn't even know. It all slipped out. That's crazy. Yeah, little known fact, Trump is actually quoting Toy Story here. The original line was not to infinity and beyond. It was actually to 80 vaccines and beyond. Like that was actually the original delivery, but woke Disney stepped in and changed the line.
I can tell you that I had a woman who worked for me, a beautiful, wonderful woman, worked in Trump Tower.
Oh boy.
And she had the most perfect child. Beautiful. Just perfect. And I remember,
bro, we've been trying to, like, imagine being on Donald Trump's PR team. Just like, man, we've told you so many times, you gotta stop talking. You gotta stop talking about children, man. You gotta stop talking about how beautiful the children are. You gotta stop. You gotta stop.
this little blonde-haired boy running around the lobby of Trump Tower, so healthy and so vibrant. And I said, that's great. And one day I came in and she was crying her eyes out behind the counter. She worked at the front desk. She was crying her eyes out. I've never, as much as I've ever seen anyone distraught, she was. I said, are you okay? What happened?
I don't believe that for a second, by the way. I'm pretty sure guy who is found liable for rape in civil court might have seen women more distraught in his lifetime.
My boy, I've lost my boy. What does that mean, your boy? My boy, you know him, sir. You've seen him grow up. He was so beautiful. And I took him for a vaccine, sir. And he developed this unbelievable, I think she said 107, 108. You know, it goes well beyond when this happens. It goes up to 106, 107, 108. You know, we hear 105 and you're in trouble, but it just goes up to a level that you never hear about, but it goes up very.
He had a temperature of 307. It's crazy. I don't even know, but it's true.
High, and they get fried. She said, I took him. He got developed.
Oh, okay. See, wait. You took him to get vaccinated, and he got a high fever. If only he had access to some kind of fever reducer. You know, if only we had the technology for something like that. Some kind of, I don't know, like some kind of over-the-counter type of pill that could lower a fever, perhaps. But no, we don't have the technology for that. And if we did, it would probably give kids autism or something. Oh, wait a minute, we do. Oh, it's called Tylenol. Oh, and it doesn't give children autism. Oh, that's great.
An unbelievable temperature. And I've lost him, sir. He's gone. And then I saw the boy. It was so tragic to see.
What? Wait, so she came into work to tell you that her child died from the fever? And then you went and saw the child? Like you went to the, or is it like, or like when she says when he says that she said she lost the child, is that just like, oh, her child was diagnosed with autism? Are we really being this explicit with what conservatives think of like autistic people?
That was the following day. After the vaccine. And I've seen it 2 other times, and I think 3 other times, but 2 other times, where they go to the doctor and they get the vaccine, they get the shot. The kid is, badly hurt. Let's be nice, badly hurt. And just do it. Break it up into 5, break it up into 4, break it up into 3 if you have to, but go to the doctor 4 times instead of once, or 5 times instead of once. And for some reason, they insist that you put it all into the body, and maybe that's the drug companies that make more money that way. Maybe it's the doctors because they don't want to be, doing this so much. Maybe it's the doctors. They get maybe more money. Who the hell knows what it is? Don't do it. Get them broken into 4 or 5.
They get more money if you come in multiple times, man. The pharmaceutical companies make more money if you come in more times. Come on. Like, are you fucking kidding? Like, what the fuck, man? What could a doctor's visit cost, Michael? $5? It's insane. They are so rich and out of touch, this class of people, that they don't even understand how this works. God.
5 visits. Do it 4 or 5. That means you have 20%, 25% what you're putting into the baby's body. It can only help. It can only help. And the other things I told you about, just
in case you all forgot, let's go over it all again. We'll start from the top.
The word tough it out. It's easy for me to say tough it out, but sometimes in life we're a lot.
I know it's a small thing, but the word tough it out, that's 3 words, man. That's 3 words. I'm so tired.
A lot of other things you have to tough it out also. Don't take Tylenol. Don't give Tylenol to the baby. When the baby's born, they throw it at you. Here, give him a couple of Tylenol. They give him a shot. They give him a vaccine. And every time they give him a vaccine, they're throwing Tylenol. And some of the...
Why? Who does this? You got a vaccine. Time to give you your Tylenol in liquid form so we can inject you with more fluids because we're evil doctors. Evil doctors. Fucking... This is fucking mental, man. Does he even know what Tylenol is? Hotspot, that is an excellent question. Does this man even know what Tylenol is? I genuinely, at this point, don't think he does. It's just insanity.
These babies, they're long born, and all of a sudden they're gone, and
they're long born. Hey, what are you doing out there, Scott? Is that a new skateboard I see? No, I'm long-borning. I'm long-borning. It's the hot new thing.
Doesn't hurt not to do it. It doesn't hurt. There's no downside. There's no downside at all. And break up MM.
Look, we here in this chat, we stand our short-born kings and our long-born kings, okay? Or queens. Or monarchs.
Break it up. It's practical.
Did you see that? No.
It doesn't hurt. There's no downside. There's no downside at all. And break up MMR. Break it up. It's practically a known fact that if you break it up, you're not going to have a problem.
What did I miss? RFK Jr. just turned and looked at someone off camera and smiled like Grandpa's bedtime.
There's no downside at all. And break up MMR. Break it up. It's practically a known fact that if you break it up, you're not going to have a problem. But for years, we've been hearing how bad MMR is as a combination. And I'm very happy that you broke out chickenpox because that was really a problem. And there are other things. It's interesting because there are other things, we were talking about it, other different drugs, pills that you take that we know are so bad and they don't take them anymore. But for some reason, with this, they keep taking it.
What problem is there with MMR? There is none. But in their minds, it's the Andrew Wakefield shit. Okay? Like,
What do they think happens to autistic kids when they grow up? Pisses me off that these are the people cutting programs they've never needed to survive.
yeah, 100%. Well, the thing is, they don't think about autistic adults at all, right? So, to catch people up, in case folks aren't picking up what is being put down here, Andrew Wakefield originally started the anti-vax movement in order to break up vaccines that had been bundled together into multiple discrete vaccines, because he had an investment in those multiple solo vaccine companies that he wanted to pay off, right? And so the entire anti-vax movement was an attempt by Andrew Wakefield to grift off of this, right? And there are similar people trying to grift off of MMR and breaking them apart into multiple single vaccination shots, right? And it's just the Andrew Wakefield thing again. It's just an expansion of the anti-vax, vaccines cause autism shit that they've been saying for like the last 30, 40 years, right? It's all just, they have financial investments in these solo shot companies. They want to make money off of the solo shots and see a return on their investment. And so they throw a press conference to encourage people to do solo shots and also to buy their folinic acid generic as opposed to going to a doctor and getting a prescription, right? Like that's what they're about. It's just all fucking grifting, And some of them do believe the grift, but like doesn't make it less of a grift.
Take Tylenol. There's no downside. Don't take it. You'll be uncomfortable. It won't be as easy, maybe, but don't take it. If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. And don't give it to the baby after the baby is born. And we have more than 3 years left. And I told Bobby and the doctors behind me, and they are so committed to this, I told them that this is the number one thing I want to do from you. And we have something else called Favored Nations, where I'm going to be reducing drug prices by 1,000%, by 900, 600, 500, 1,200.
I'm sorry, you're going to be reducing prices by 1,000%? What? That's not how percents work. Like no, like at 1,000% price reduction, you'd be paying us to take the drugs? Like what?
We're going to be reducing drug prices at levels never seen.
And this woman's lips are just disappearing by the minute.
It's called Favored Nations. We're going to be paying what right now, we're like the garbage can for the rest of the world, and we have been for forever. We pay much higher for drugs than the rest of the world. We subsidize the rest of the world. We're not doing that anymore. And that's a big thing. That's a big thing. That's bigger than anything. I told the story the other night that I was so proud of my first...
That's true. That's true, Jess Talks Books. He did bring down the price of cocaine. So wait a minute. We might need to hear him out. Maybe he will eventually get around to lowering the prices on, prescription drugs. But he started with cocaine.
Term that for the final year, drug prices went down 0.25%, and I was so proud. I said, why? I'm the first one to do it. I think it was 28 years, they said, where drug prices went down from the beginning of the term to the end. And I was so proud. I called a news conference. I said, drug prices have gone down. First time it's happened in 28 years. You know what it was? 0.25%. I was so proud. Now we're going to have them go down from $100 a pill to $9 a pill, from $1,300 for a shot of like an Ozempic or I call it the fat pill or the fat.
Dude, this is sundowning. I injections of Ozempic, or I call it the fat pill, the fat drug. Like, yes, Gmod ragdoll noise is all that is happening in that brain of his. It's so stupid.
Drug. Sometimes it works, I guess, for people. The ones I've seen, it hasn't worked so well. I got a lot of friends, they're fat. They said, yeah, I lost some weight. I said, you don't look it to me. But they paid $1,300, $1,200.
I got some friends, they're still fat. They're still very fat. Like, dog, come on.
And they go to London and they pay $88. And they call me, they go, what's this all about?
This is a story he's told before, and like, which of his rich friends is going to London and cares about whether or not they're spending $1,300 on Ozempic versus $88? If you're rich enough to be in Donald Trump's circle, you care about that price difference? It's functionally nothing to you.
We're subsidizing the rest of the world stupidly.
Yeah, genuinely, Catabingo Rising, that does sound like an Elon Musk story.
Because there are a lot of stupid people in this country running things. And how big is that? But to me, that's nothing compared to autism. I see that gorgeous boy. I have a big present for him in the back. You know, you bring him back. We're going to bring him into the Oval Office. I have the best present he's ever going to get, okay? A big one. I saved it for you, okay? Because I heard you were coming. Look how beautiful he is. So that's it. There's nothing much to say. Don't.
Like, wait, there was an autistic child sitting off camera the entire time? The entire time you were talking about kids like him being a scourge? Oh, that is gross. Yeah, that poor kid. Like, fuck.
Don't take Tylenol if you're pregnant, and don't give Tylenol to your child when he's born or she's born. Don't give it. Just don't give it. And we're going to have, I think, really, if you do all the things that I say, break it up. Just break it up. Break up the shots with the doctor. MMRs, as I told you, separate. Chickenpox already separate. You do these things. I'm telling you, I want to, when I leave office, I don't want to have, it's
Uncle
going to be
Donnie's secret present basement.
Yeah, Moth. Yeah. We cut back to Donald Trump's PR team. God damn it! He keeps talking about how beautiful the children are. Why? We've told him 1,000,000 times. Stop talking about the children and how they look.
Future parents eating this shit the regime is peddling are going to wonder why they have autistic kids after they do everything the charlatans told them to do.
I mean, yeah. Because, like, none of this is gonna stop, like, children from being diagnosed with autism. Because I think what we're really discovering is that autism is just very prevalent. Like, we're autistic people are always gonna be around, and a lot more people than previously expected are autistic. Hey.
the kind of number that we're hearing, where it's 1 in 32.
Also, Glitchy X6, thank you for the $25 dono. Very much appreciated. Thank you so goddamn much.
Or 1 in 10, because I've heard 1 in 10 also. And in California, it's really bad. I want it to be, let's
Dr. Fink has literally been baring her teeth like for the last 5 minutes.
get it back to maybe 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 20,000 or maybe none in 20,000. And the only way you're going to do that, because this is artificially induced. This is induced by something. You don't go from 1 in 20,000 to 1 in 10,000, then to 1 in 10. That means you're taking something and something's wrong. And I feel very certain, and I know I'll be criticized. Someday they'll look back and they'll say, well, it wasn't, but I think it will. I think we're going to have a tremendous, this is the most important thing. There's nothing more important than me. We cured inflation that Biden gave us. He gave us.
Oh, we cured the inflation, folks. Yeah, good night, Ashley. Get good sleep.
So much inflation, the biggest ever in history. We got inflation done. We brought prices down. We gave you the largest tax cuts, all that stuff. It doesn't mean a thing compared to what we're doing today. This means everything.
No, the stream isn't done,
So we're going to save a lot of children from a tough life, really tough life. We're going to save a lot of parents from a tough life. Okay, how about a few?
Yeah, that, again, we're going to save a lot of parents from a really tough life. Like, I'm sorry, don't have children if, like, you can't handle the idea of, like, taking care of children. Like, I don't understand this.
Questions. Let's just make it on this subject. This is so beyond as a subject that I'd rather not talk about, some nonsense on the economy. And I will say this.
You brought it up. My brother in Christ, you brought up the economy. You did that. This is so big, I would rather not talk about the economy. You just spent the last, 3 minutes talking about it, bud. Why? You made that choice. Oh, God. I can't. I can't. It's so stupid. It is stupidity unending. Yeah, the confused cat. That is that is definitely the image of the moment for sure, Banana Brains. Like, just Jesus. So, yeah, that is the end of this segment about autism. But he does take questions here, and I'm not going to do that to all y'all. But that's just absolutely insane. I'm a dad to an autistic toddler, and I'm really not handling hearing my kid being dehumanized by these guys very well. No, it's disgusting, right? Like, ultimately, they don't value people like us in society. Like, ultimately, like, I'm on the spectrum. I know a bunch of people who are on the spectrum, and, like, they don't believe that, like, autistic people are as human as they are. They do not believe that they view us as, like, a problem to be fixed. And, like, you heard that mom, they don't even think that the spectrum of autism is real. It is infuriating. And I have to laugh because otherwise I get too blisteringly angry and upset. This is what a supremacist ideology does. And the fact that it has garnered so much support in our country is really, really disturbing. And we need to be able to do something about this. And I think the only way out is, again, we need to organize. You need to organize your local community in order to, like, whenever this body is trying to impose upon all of us absurd new restrictions or regulations in order to back up their anti-vax eugenicist worldviews, we need to be able to answer that in our local towns and cities.
This is why I'm running. I'll be the first openly autistic person in Congress.
Oh, hell yeah, Andromeda Archives. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And also, thank you for running. Let us know when your first campaign event is, and we'll I'll help boost it. That's cool as hell. Makes me so it makes me scared, but it makes me want to defend even more marginalized communities. Even more. Yeah, no, it's I think we have a duty to organize against these people because they're coming to impose this bullshit worldview that they have no evidence for upon all of us. And so you need to organize in your communities. You need to organize in your towns and your cities. You need to organize with like-minded folks, and you need to be able to express your viewpoints in a politically effective way that can influence your local politics and get new laws and legislation passed. We got to do it not just for ourselves, but also for the people we love. We got to do that. We got to act in love with one another. Okay? And these people do not view us as people. And so we must fight with everything we got. So organize with your local library or your local LGBTQ groups, your local, your local DSA, your local Dems. If you want help joining your local DSA, join our Discord and reach out to GamerG or in the DSA channel. And if you want to organize with your local Dems, join our Discord and reach out to Dragonfly in the Discord. Dragonfly and GamerG will help you get connected with those respective organizations. Really important, but you can, in fact, start organizing your spaces, and we must if we want to be prepared and we want to be safe when the hammer of this administration really, truly drops. So, with that being said, let's move on. Whew! Boy, we've now been going for 5 hours. And I did not think it would take that long. That was difficult as hell. But, folks, I do owe you. I owe you a What If Alt Hist video. But before we get to that, you guys need to like, comment, and subscribe. You need to hit the buttons. You know, we got a little song around these parts that will help you click those buttons, okay? It's a little ditty. By a jazz dog. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click All right, BRB. I have to change my clothes because this is really hot and I'm sweating a lot. Irascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono. Thank you all for supporting the stream. Because y'all, you guys make this show possible. I could not make this work without you guys. So thank you so, so much. And I do not take for granted that you guys find value in my work and keep this stream going every damn day. So with that, I will BRB. I also need to smooch my partner. Good night. But I will be back in maybe 10, 15 minutes, somewhere in there. So BRB. Great time to get a snack and a drink. You know, just a good time to do that. BRB.
I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal. Harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we take the roads, we take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn. Before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime. Just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us, Lord, from the gathering storms. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, blare Manson. Here we come, oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying with black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. And the men knows they've got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, as 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab, or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't Poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on? In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with a Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs our head are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free. When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities or queer folks and trans folks or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They say our day is over. They say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the unfold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, "Why hold 2 arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son." "Take the archer now and hang him," Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims upon us to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades, saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
They say to themselves in the dark, it's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't
Seniors
wear a
are
tie.
the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
You noble diggers all, stand up now, stand up now. You noble diggers all, stand up now. The wasteland to maintain, see cavaliers by name. Your digging does maintain, and persons all defame. Stand up now, stand up now. The Cavaliers are foes. Stand up now, stand up now. The Cavaliers are foes. Stand up now. The Cavaliers are foes. Themselves they do disclose by verses not in prose to please the singing boys. Stand up now, diggers all. The club is all their law. Stand up now, stand up now. The club is all their law. Stand up now. The club is all their law to keep poor men in awe. But they no vision saw to maintain such a law. Stand up now, diggers all. The gentry are all round. Stand up now, stand up now. The gentry are all round. Stand up now. The gentry are all round. On each side they are found. Their wisdom so profound to cheat us of our ground. Stand up now, stand up now. Your houses they pull down. Stand up now, stand up now. Your houses they pull down. Stand up now. Your houses they pull down to fright your men in town. But the gentry must come down and the poor shall wear the crown. Stand up now, diggers all. The lawyers they conjoin. Stand up now, stand up now. The lawyers they conjoin. Stand up now. To rescue they advise. Such fury they devise. The devil in them lies and hath blinded both their eyes. Stand up now, stand up now. Their self-will is their law. Stand up now, stand up now. Their self-will is their law. Stand up now. Since tyranny came in, they count it now no sin to make a jail a gin, to starve poor men therein. Stand up now, diggers all. The clergy they come in. Stand up now, stand up now. The clergy they come in. Stand up now. The clergy they come in and say it is a sin that we should now begin our freedom for to win. Stand up now, diggers all. The tithes they yet will have. Stand up now, stand up now. The tithes they yet will have. Stand up now. The tithes they yet will have. And lawyers their freeze crave. And this they say is brave, to make the poor their slaves. Stand up now, diggers all. 'Gainst lawyers and 'gainst priests. Stand up now, stand up now. 'Gainst lawyers and 'gainst priests. Stand up now. For tyrants they are both, even flat against their oath. To grant us they are loath, free meat and drink and cloth. Stand up now, diggers all. With spades and hoes and plows. Stand up now, stand up now. With spades and hoes and plows. Stand up now. Your freedom to uphold, seeing cavaliers are bold to kill you if they could, and rights from you to hold. Stand up now, diggers all.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry about all that. I helped my partner make some noodles, and also forgot to change my top. But the noodle situation and the smooches and the telling my partner how much I love her, that took up some time. Things heated up. Tee. Hello, Maxwell SCC. How you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Lux Progressive again. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, folks. I know that was a long break. I'm so sorry. But you know what? We've only shed off about 100 viewers. That's fine. They were too weak for what we are about to endure together. They were too weak. A lot of them. The next segment is only for the strong, the bold. Lux Raid was 2 hours ago. You know, look. I see a message highlighted from a raider, I say hello. How dare you share love with anyone but stream? Oh no. What's the name of that William Tell song? It's called William Tell. It's very creatively titled. William Tell by Ken Therio, or Theriot. Which is just spelled The Riot, but one word. Maybe Theriot. I'm waking up to What If Alt Hist. You are indeed, John Bogardus. I'm glad you liked my tunes, Maxwell. My segments are much too powerful, you traveler. I have to fight a stream with weaker segments. Asa Sailor, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Very appreciated. Well, folks, I do have one question before we begin. I have one question before we begin. You have meatballs? I hope they're delicious. Wait, what kind of meatballs? Are they like Swedish meatballs? Are they like Italian meatballs? Are they like Mongolian meatballs? Is it why God, why? God. Italian? Hell yeah. All right. I'm playing Stellaris so I can manage and control the human race. I feel it's fitting for this. Stellaris is such a good game. What's with the boxes behind you? Oh, so when I moved in, a bunch of my boxes for my studio equipment and such were stored down here. But this is this entire room is my partner's lingerie workshop for Imogene Olivia, right? And my boxes and my shit, you know, like my basement studio was supposed to be done 2 months ago, you know, and that turned into 2 months, and so in order to make room for my partner to do her work, I moved all of the boxes into this little area here, which, you know, so that she can do her job, and like I can still do my job. It's just a little scrunched and like a little bit visually busy back there. But those are all moving boxes. I'm trapped. Yeah. They're all full of beans. You ready for some alt hist, Paladin Lost? Okay, but the question I have for you folks is, do you want the video I was going to show you was The Lonely Crowd Consumes All, with consumes misspelled. And your alternative got uploaded 2 days ago. Why empathy is the meaning of life, from the world's least empathetic man. So, I'm not sure which one you guys want to do. Do we have strong preferences? Do I have to run a poll? Let's go. Let's do it. I vote for loneliness. Consume. Poll it. What are the choices? Consume. You know what? Poll. Poll. Emptiness. Consume. You know, I'm seeing a lot of people saying loneliness. So I think we're going to go with The Lonely Crowd. We're going to go with The Lonely Crowd.
Hey Jack, Hey chat. Just got home from work. What are we? Oh no. Oh God, no.
Knifeiest Duck, I like to imagine you as Donald Glover in Community in that one episode where he walks out from the hallway holding a bunch of pizzas to see the apartment on fire. That's one of your key roles here at Riverboat Jack Enterprises. All right. Here we go, folks. You just got here too? Let's go. Let's go. Boo. So, folks, I've been hearing you all saying politics is too sensible. It's too easily intelligible. It's, you know, we're all just too busy and too sick of understanding politics. What we crave from Riverboat Jack is something that defies comprehension and that is just completely detached from any kind of causal reality. Just something that is, dare I say, unhinged, even. And yeah, you've all been playing politics on easy mode. Let's play politics in a completely different domain where the rules are made up and nothing matters. And you know, a lot of you might not be familiar with the person that provides the most, you know, I guess I'm going to say like the most ratio of insanity to sanity. You know, weighting the insanity, obviously. And that is a man by the name of What If Autist, or that's what he goes by online. And for those of you who don't know who this man is, I have a playlist on my channel. Oh, no.
If I could sum up What If Autist in one word, that word would be, what? If I could describe What If Autist in 2 words, those 2 words would be, wait, what?
Thank you for the $5 dono, Knifeiest Duck, and I think that that's a decent summary. This man has a multi-part playlist on my channel, specifically because he posted a manifesto of sorts a while ago, and in it he claims to be an agent of the spirit world sent here by Odin and Jesus Christ in order to bring back religious energy to the universe. And he talks extensively about his life and his views and his beliefs. And if I were to synthesize that 9 hours, 10 hours that he put out in that manifesto, it would be that he is essentially, you know, he also obviously believes in magic bloodlines, like literally magic bloodlines. He believes his bloodline is of the justice variety, and so like he has the very concept of justice passed down to him in his blood. This guy is completely incoherent and is you know, unfortunately someone who has enough clout where he's being retweeted by Elon Musk. He is, in fact, actually influential, and his belief system boils down to esoteric Nazism rewritten for America. And he also, like, a kind of divine eugenics, I guess. Where would you put him against spirit science? I would put him in, like, if spirit science was more nationalistic for America, he'd be like on par. It is hyper conservative nonsense. Yeah, divine eugenics is basically like a very to really nutshell it. It's well, he's got some ideas, and unfortunately we have to contend with those ideas because he has obviously the ear of one of the not even just one, multiple of the richest people on the planet. He has crossed paths and is in the social circle of Curtis Yarvin, Peter Thiel, like these types of people. Like he tends to hobnob him, or he hobnobs with them. Rate him on a scale of 1 to 10 of insanity. Like he's one of the more insane figures we talk about here. So let's dive into one of his latest video essays, which is titled "The Lonely Crowd Consumes All." And let's take a look. I've watched the opening handful of minutes of this because and skipped through it to just assess what is happening in this video. And buckle in, folks. Here we go.
Before I settled down in my current career, I went through about a 2-year phase where I kind of wandered around the world with a lot of digital nomad influencer types.
Also, he's like 22, 23. Like he is not he's not like a middle-aged man. Just as an FYI.
I lived in a few countries, cities around America, and I had a lot of life experience. I'm glad I lived it as a phase of my life, but I would not want to do so again, if you know what I mean. I think a lot of young people live through something like that and get it out of their system after the purposeful control of childhood and before the responsibility of adulthood. One of the interesting things I found is that lots of people liked doing activities which they didn't actually enjoy, but which they believed others would enjoy. I kept finding this with nightlife as an easy example, in which I must have gone to like 50 clubs in those few years. After
Man, that's not a lot of clubs. That is not a lot of clubs. And also clubs are fun. It really depends on how you're engaging with clubs. Going out someplace and dancing is fun. Like the idea, like, oh man, going out and dancing, that's not fun. Nobody enjoys that. That's just not even true.
grabbing dinner, the sort I hung out with would frequently go to the club as a sort of ritual or just a normal celebration. The thing I kept seeing, which was especially so evident towards the end of the night, is that very few of the people involved seemed to genuinely enjoy what they were doing. What I kept finding is that people would go out, party for a few hours, and gyrate awkwardly without really talking to anyone, where the music is just so loud that you can't talk.
Yeah, because when you go to dance at a club, you're not going there to talk. You're going there to dance. I just yes, man, you are identifying what a club is for.
Secondly, no one actually knows how to dance, and so you just shuffle your body awkwardly, hoping to catch a glance from the other sex.
Okay, well that's where you're wrong, right? Like, you don't have to go and hope that you're catching anybody's attention. You can just go and dance because you like dancing, man. How is he somehow at 23 years old, someone who was born after 9/11 happened, like, how are you inheriting the ideology of the town of Footloose, man? Like, what the hell? What happened to you? Don't answer that, because I know. I watched your entire video about that. Come on. Fuck.
That's innately pretty cringe by itself. I would ask guys why they were doing it, and they would say that club life in itself wasn't enjoyable, but they would do this to get girls.
Oh god. Oh god. What, young men doing something they didn't enjoy in and of itself in order to impress ladies? Oh no. Society is falling apart. I just like, I don't know, if the concept of people dancing because they enjoy dancing is foreign to you, like that, I'm sorry, you gotta fix yourself. You gotta build some skills, man. Oh god.
However, I found nightlife was not actually a good way to meet women, in that the success rate when you can't actually talk isn't very good, unless you're incredibly attractive. I think it's been really understated how much nightclubs were used in 2010s culture to denote something innately cool or interesting.
How would you know that? I'm sorry. How would you know about clubs in the 2010s culture? You're like 23 years old. In the 2010s, you would have been like 17 max, man. Okay. Alright, but we've gotten to our first wall of text that I actually can't even read the opening line of because it's so full of text. It's such a big wall of text. Fuck. I do very much enjoy laughing at these videos. I'm not gonna lie. In a sense, he really does a service for us. A lot of you might be confused. Wait, I gotta read it in the Jordan Peterson voice. A lot of you might be confused why I like pop music, given it doesn't fit into my character. It started when I was a kid, trying to figure out how people around me perceive the world, since I was pretty alienated and isolated as a child. Everyone around me listened to the radio, with it being a shared cultural vector. I had to listen to the radio for several hours a day, since it's what adults listen to. I started trying to figure out why adults cared what the radio said. I was always confused as a child why media talked about ass so much. Since... Oh god. Oh god. Fuck. I didn't read the wall of text. I was unprepared. You're not an ass man, Lynch, indeed. Sorry. Holy fuck. I was always confused as a child why media talked about ass so much, since I assumed that was something mature adults would feel shame in, given I literally did not know a single person in my real life who talked about ass or straight sexuality. What is straight sexuality, man? What does that mean? God. Fuck. I'm just operating. I'm gonna assume street sexuality is what people who are sexually attracted to streets have. I have something close to a photographic memory, so I would hear the songs a few times and then have all the lyrics stored in my mind largely against my own consent. And I just want to pause here again, because if you have a photographic memory, man, how's that applying to music you're hearing over the radio? It's... I can't. Chat, we're 2 minutes in. We're a minute 59 seconds into this video. And I'm fucking dying. I'm fucking
Lady
dying.
in the streets. Street sexuality in the sheets. I had to. For science.
Just a gigantic slab of concrete next to her in bed. Oh, fuck. Keep reading. I'm gonna try. As I became a teenager, I started listening to pop music myself, and I was surprised to find there's lots of incredibly good pop music. I think pop is a genuine art in itself, but the good pop artists tend not to make it on the radio, but rather be sort of indie artists, which teenage girls and homosexuals listen to. However, after COVID, all of my favorite pop bands stopped making good music due to the collapse of society. Now I feel alienated at the complete lack of new art. I process my emotions and internal through art, so it feels like a part of me is lost. Holy fuck. Oh my god, this is insane.
If you watch pop music from that era, and I'm a huge pop fan, to show a nightclub in a music video would imply that it's cool or current. There are a series of dances people tend to do when they want to show that something's cool, and then there are others that they do when they want to show that something's lame. Both dances look remarkably similar. I've picked up contextually that the
Yeah, because people communicate with their bodies, man. You know, like, I know this is crazy idea, right? But, like, communication is both verbal and nonverbal. So, like, when people are dancing, they can, in fact, communicate with their bodies that they're making fun of you. Like, for example, if you were to be at a club and someone were to go, they'd be making fun of you. See how I did that non-verbally? It was very fast and very easy to do. Yeah, no, Mayav, 100%. 100%, right? And in a way, me watching and reacting to these videos is a little bit ableist.
Yes, me, my girlfriend, and her 600-pound asphalt golem dog.
Oh no. God, Nine-Tailed Witch, thank you for the $5 dono. I just... Also, showing a picture that is clearly from, like, 50 years ago to talk about the way people currently would communicate
Slutty
via
days,
dancing.
Sweeping the cocks away. Can you tell me how to get to Sexuality Street?
Paladin, slutty days, sweeping the cocks away. Can you tell me how to get to Sexuality Street? I bungled that, I'm sorry. I was doing my best.
These sort of clubs were fun back in the 20th century when they do stuff like play disco, 80s pop, or other music with lyrics and instruments that you can actually dance to or talk to people with. However, that doesn't have a bearing with people my age since I'm Gen Z. I've never lived through that.
Oh my god, another one. Another one. It's such a big text wall. Stop overcompensating, Rudyard. One of the worst One of the worst experiences of my life, which for those who know my story really says a lot, is when I was at a music festival with some friends in high school. We were at a Nicki Minaj concert, and I was like 16 years old. My friends were more extroverted than me, so they brought me in front of the concert, and I'm very sensitive to stimuli, so the music was so loud that it felt like I was being shelled by artillery. For those who don't know, Nicki Minaj is a half Indian, half black rap pop singer known for her songs such as Ass, 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 or How She Wants a Man with a Penis Like an Anaconda. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, Rudyard Lynch confirmed not ass man. Only a boob man, never an ass man. Holy fuck. Also, why do you have to stipulate that she's half Indian, half black? How is that relevant, actually? I just... Also, how she wants a man with a penis like an anaconda. Like, damn, dog. Alright. She's also one of the most unpleasant people to deal with in the music industry, which is saying something. Her fan base at the concert were all white, 14-year-old girls. I remember being jostled by the crowd on all sides, in a sea of flesh, while Nikki was screaming ass, 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 which are the literal lyrics to the song, ass. I remember thinking, Rudyard, this is literally what hell must be like. I told my father I went to the concert, and I said the best act was Kendrick Lamar, which my father looked up and said he speaks in incoherent sentence fragments, but at least he enunciates unlike the others. I also went on a ride where I glanced at Post Malone, and we smiled at each other. I went on a ride. I made eye contact with Post Malone. He smiled at me. I smiled at him. And we shared a knowing moment with one another. Just like insane. Oh my god. Oh my god. Also, I understand that like 14-year-old girls are very scary, but also you were 16 and you were like upset. You were 16 years old at a Nicki Minaj concert, and you didn't know to expect there to be a song about ass. Number one, and number two, you were traumatized by being jostled by 14-year-old girls. I mean, like, all right, I guess that's all right.
How could you not be an asterisk man? Has this man seen the late Selena Quintanilla's body? It was TTTEAAA. Smuggy Rip Queen of Tejano, April 16, 1971 to March 31, 1995.
Taken away too soon indeed, Melanie. Thank you for the $5 dono. An asterisk man. Yeah, whomst among us isn't an asterisk man? God, we actually have to listen to him talk for another, like, 48 minutes.
What I heard was mostly
58 minutes.
Boring EDM and incoherent rap. God, the danza kuduro is seared into my mind from Mexico. What I've picked up from context and body language is that this is a sort of event which everyone involved went to since they thought it was popular, a sort of anthropological bluff. But one...
No, dog, people go and dance because music and dancing are fun. People do it because it's fun, man. You don't like it. That doesn't mean other people don't like it.
In which everyone involved was part of the joke. I get that there are super extroverts who love this stuff, but that wasn't my impression.
You don't even have to be extroverted to enjoy dancing. Introverts also like dancing and music.
For the vast majority of the people who were going. I think Gen Z caught up with this, where only a few years after, there's been this huge trend of saying that Zoomers don't like going to clubs, and club attendance has radically collapsed, with very few Zoomers going. And it's always funny when the legacy older media will say stuff like, Gen Z isn't drinking enough, or isn't clubbing enough, or isn't getting laid enough. And it's funny that when previous generations did those things, the adults criticized them for doing it. But then when their kids don't do it, then they're criticizing Gen Z for not doing it. It's
well, to be 100%, I think you're reading the criticism into the headlines here, because none of these headlines are criticizing Gen Z for like drinking less or having less sex or not wanting to go to clubs as much. They're asking why is that happening? Like these are all questions. These aren't saying they should be having more sex. They're just like, comparatively there's less sex happening. So like, why is that? Right? Asking the question isn't a critique. Like, the reason these articles get written is like, hey, why is Gen Z spending less on alcohol? Why is Gen Z spending less on going to clubs? Why is Gen Z spending less money in general? You know, like, it's because Gen Z has less money. Like, there's less money and less economic security than there ever has been. Like, that's why. It's not a complicated question.
Pretty ironic, and it's interesting that our moral authorities are trying to defend a sort of
It's not just that like Gen Z has less money, but like the amount we are now exploited by like our like capitalism in general means that we all have less time. You know, the phrase time is money. In capitalism, if you are working class, you sell your time in order to have enough money to live, right? And so you have less time if you are required to work more in order to survive. And if you have less time, then you need to spend that time on getting the rest you need, which means people aren't going out, people aren't drinking as much. Like, it's both a money issue and a time issue. It's not complicated. Like, people try to make this issue really complicated, but it's just... I'm new here. Is his father God or whatever? No, his father is his father, but he does view his dad as like a large presence in his life. Good night, Screech.
Moral past that never claimed to have any respect or authority. The boomers are trying to project moral authority onto their children, while they have never tried to actually attain moral authority over the course of their lives. They don't get the wise sensei card. Some of you are probably thinking at this point, this nerd is criticizing nightclubs. That makes sense. Nerds hate clubs since they're antisocial losers. First of all, of course I don't agree with that, because I'm the one saying it. And
Danny Mae Vossen, thank you for being a member. But also, like, dog, you could just continue to make your argument. You don't have to try and preempt the argument, especially this late into the video. Oh my god, he can read our minds? Truly, he is an agent of the spirit world.
secondly, I don't condone the categories you are using to explain the world or your moral framework. However, I am using this to rage bait you into hearing my argument for the rest of this video.
Oh yes, you've been very, very clever. Let's hear it.
For how much of our society is a sort of bluff. This entire civilization is a bluff. The way to call a bluff is to start being honest, which is what I'm trying to do here. I also don't care what you think, and I think trying to build your life around that is just innately cringe. The bluff.
I also don't care what you think. Okay, alright. Why are you making videos, though? If you don't care what anyone thinks, like, why are you making videos? I care what people think. I want people to think better ideas than whatever horse slop you're putting out here. You know, like, I want to push back on your ideas. I care what people think.
Stuff that's going on is that our entire society is built.
Yeah, I am calling civilization's bluff is just like, just a fucking super villain ass thing to say. Just like completely off the wall nonsense.
Around being cool and popular. However, in the process,
I'm sorry, what?
Entire society is built around being cool and popular.
No! Our entire society is built on money. It's built on capitalism. Like, the reason you have a concept of what's cool and popular is largely a product of, like, focus testing from, like, a million different angles by mega corporations with more money than God. They try to spoon feed you what is cool and mainstream acceptable. Like, that's how this works. And then there's a counterculture against that, right? This dynamic plays out in a myriad of different ways. One such way is in fashion. You know, in basically all of the arts, in basically all of the, you know, ways of expressing oneself, it's all been commodified to hell. And it is then, you're sold what is cool. You know, Amazon desperately wants to decide what looks are cool in any given year so that they can have all of your money. Because if you think their top looks are cool, you're going to give them your money. That's the entire premise of their marketing department, and one of the reasons they want a monopoly on, like, online goods.
However, in the process, we in fact are profoundly cringe and unpopular as a society. We've built our entire society around a sort of critical lie, which consumes everything. This is a video about the anthropology of popularity and how it's been used against the Western world.
And by the Western world, I mean me. Yeah, that, you know, in case any of you were wondering how far into this video we are, this is just the intro. We just made it through the intro of this. Like, we're 5 minutes in. We're less than 10% of the way through this. That was all just the preamble to this video. So now that we're sufficiently deep in, and you all have, you know, sunk cost fallacy in order to keep you watching this, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things that help the channel. You know, you can click those buttons, and you know, hit the follow button if you're, you know, like, do the things. Hit the buttons. You know the drill. And also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because, folks, that's what allows me to do this show. So consider supporting the show. Brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. All right, folks. Oh, cool, I'm leaving. No, we need you, Knifey Stuck. You bring a much-needed sense of levity. What do you mean that was the intro? I mean it was the intro. We're 5 minutes into an hour-long video. Wait, what? Okay, so you entitled it "The Lonely Crowd Consumes All" here, but you misspelled it in the title. Why?
In a society designed to pull people apart and make us feel alone, it's important to connect to others, and one of the best ways to build and maintain those connections is through gaming. Gaming with friends isn't just more fun, it actually
The sound got so much worse.
Makes the experience more meaningful and productive too. In fact, studies show that people who game some have better well-being than those who don't game at all, but finding the right people is a pain. Then when you want to play, you have to actually remember everybody, reach out to all of them, and then they probably aren't even free anyway. So it's easier to just solo queue.
Oh no.
I bet most of you don't even remember who most of your friends on Steam and Discord are. Gaming with friends is awesome, but
The fucking self-report. The fucking self-report in a goddamn ad read is insane, dog.
Actually making it happen is a losing battle. That's why a good friend of mine who's an expert in personality psychology built GameTree, an app with a supporting Discord bot that makes playing with the right people easy. Basically, instead of getting matched with screaming 12-year-olds telling you to kill yourself, GameTree helps you automatically pull in your relevant online friends when you start a game, or else finds new players you'll actually click with based on shared tastes, values, and personality compatibility.
Dog, it's an AI app that chooses your friends for you. Are you fucking kidding me, dog? Oh no. Oh, this is actually like the social fabric of our country is dying. You know, like this is like if you can't remember your friends' names, like damn. Damn. It's kind of sad. Yeah, just kind of. Yeah.
It's great, and there are already over 1.5 million people signed up. You should use GameTree in order to keep up with your old friends and to meet new gaming friends. And just search GameTree in Google or the App Store today to make...
Also, note that you can, like, search friends by ideology, you know, to find the ones you vibe with. Gee whiz, I wonder what kind of friends one makes if you are a far-right, vulnerable teen. You know, with some questionably edgy views. I wonder what kind of friends it's gonna hook you up with.
your gaming life more fun, meaningful, and social. Peace. Part 1, The Lonely Crowd. This video is a sort of love note to a book which I read 4 years ago, that being The Lonely Crowd by David Reisman. It's become such an important mental note in how I process the world that I can't help but think of it pretty frequently. The book was written in the late 40s, right after World War II. It got so many predictions right that it's kind of just stunning. For example, it predicted a social code of politeness, a lot like political correctness. It predicted a corporate culture in which everything was code for something else, but no one explains it. It said that the lack of a clear direction and moral standards in the society would cause issues of alienation, anxiety, and depression. This would create enormous psychological issues.
I'm sorry.
It's really bad when you forget the name of a good friend. Riverboat Jake, 2025.
Oh, Paladin, no.
Direction and moral standards in the society would cause issues of alienation, anxiety, and depression. This would create enormous psychological issues.
I don't think that's the issue. I think people just want time in order to be able to hang out with their buds. You know, like having a higher minimum... Maybe people just need to know that, like, a higher minimum wage means you have more time to hang out with your buds. Like, you know, better healthcare means your buds don't constantly have to worry about having whether or not, like, they're gonna have health insurance if they, like, try to get a better job. Like, having social supports and economic supports, like, those are good, and they allow us to have more time to hang out with the people we love.
Damn, Jack, you're still streaming after 6 hours, and oh god, is that what a focused? Death to white names for all your effort.
Pluvius, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Yeah, like, I don't know, we commodified all of, like, the free places people could hang out. Like, people need time and they need locations. And he's like, well, no. The issue is that there's a lack of morals, and it's just too confusing for everyone. And they're just, because it's so confusing, they're sad when they go clubbing.
Across the entire population. The book predicted that a culture war would start between red and blue states,
Good night,
rural
grandson.
and urban America.
Jack.
Rural America would maintain a value code, ultimately stemming back from Christianity, while urban America would develop a moral code from the New Deal into an all-encompassing ideology. A lot of the authors of the time...
Oh, God. Oh, okay, just like to put that in a different way, you mean the conservative factions of society would conserve traditional older ways of thinking, while the progressive elements of society would, I don't know, move forward in an attempt to better and build upon those traditional ideas? Like, oh, wow, crazy idea. And he's like, and it's just it's become an entire ideology. Oh yeah, an ideology based on egalitarianism and equality. Oh, the horror of treating other human beings as if they are equal human beings to you. Why does he keep doing these giant walls of text? Because he's a special boy. I've spoken many times before how many of the authors who were trying to develop the science of history a century ago were stunningly accurate predictions about the future. Because just as an FYI, he doesn't believe that any books written about anthropology after 1950 are trustworthy. So it doesn't actually surprise me that he also extends that to the science of history. Air quotes there. One of which, with authors like James Burnham, Carol Quigley, and others, predicted that FDR... I think that's supposed to be FDR's New Deal... He left out the S. Would sort of evolve into becoming America's new dominant religion, being used as a vector to control the public. They all predicted that this would horribly backfire. One of the strange bugs in the left is that they are trying to fulfill the psychological needs of being a religion while they're not honest about it. What this means is that leftist elites will make cynical power calculations and then the public believes it uncritically. They said the New Deal had taken over America's governing structure, and so FDR's coalition of ethnic... oh boy. Alright. FDR's coalition of ethnic minorities, Marxists, liberals, built around the government programs with the bureaucracy would form the new ruling ideology. This is clearly exactly what happened with wokeness. They also said this belief structure would be completely incoherent and suicidal. And, blaming ethnic minorities and, the Marxists for a suicidal culture. Again, one, just not true. Like, if anything, one would have to reckon with the history of, like, ethnic minorities being suppressed in this country, and despite all odds, they have persevered and survived and even in some cases thrived. Like, in which case you're kind of like, just a basic knowledge of history would undermine the point you're trying to make about a suicidal cultural ideology. God. Also, again, the idea that, like, Marxists have had, like, a dominant effect in our culture or presence in our culture, like, I'm sorry, there have been very few prominent Marxists in America since, like, the 1920s, you know? Like, it has been a long time. And you can find a couple of examples, but, like, the Red Scare was largely manufactured. There was not an actual coherent and large presence of, like, Marxists in the United States. And if you were a professor who, like, wanted to even read Karl Marx's work, like, you got investigated. Like, that stuff got, like, stamped out even if you were just fucking curious about it. Yeah, Rudyard is just factually wrong here. But he's factually wrong in service to his insane cultural Bolshevik conspiracy, you know? He's wrong in service to a conspiratorial point, you know?
predicted that the ideology of the New Deal would grow to become an all-encompassing religion, and they were right. Read the text wall for why I think that's the case. David Reisman also said that in this new America, the left would have a very sizable advantage in media, education, culture, and large bureaucratic organizations. It said that this coming era of American history would be built off the ability to game bureaucratic systems rather than actually be able to achieve things in the real world.
By the way, this is just repackaged cultural Bolshevism, cultural Marxism, whatever you want to call it. It's just the repackaged idea that, like, the left is gonna, like, control all the shit. Not because they're good at anything or capable or anything, but because, you know, it's the only way. They can only survive by trickery and deceit.
This would create a society based off popularity games in which signaling would matter more than accomplishment. This book is part of the reason I made my anthropological system of 7 emotions across society.
Oh man, I haven't seen that one, but fuck, that sounds insane. Fuck, that sounds insane. Oh no. That's 4. Yeah, names... I haven't seen this, but this looks like maybe one of the worst lenses to view anthropology through I've ever seen in my life. Richard is the Lord of the Wrongs. Oh, what are these maps? Oh yeah, if you're new here, what if Alt Hiss loves to make his own shitty maps that are just racist as fuck? His 7 emotions are great. You have no idea? Oh no. Well, that'll be on the list.
Which is one of the theories I've developed that I'm most proud of.
Yeah, he invented his own anthropology. Oh god, what is this map? Oh god. Oh god. Okay. I am fascinated. This is so fucking insane. Key, guilt, what God wants you to do. Shame, do what your clan. You didn't even... Dog, you made this map 2 years ago and you didn't even spell check the fucking legend you wrote on the map? You just wrote, do what your clan. That's it. Do what your clan what? Wants? Fear. Don't let evil spirits hurt you. What? Come again? Anxiety. Do what's cool and what's good for the worst in society. So you have anxiety, fear, guilt, shame. That's 4. That is 4 emotions. Are you saying that there are 7 because you're counting guilt and shame as one and fear and shame as another? And fear and guilt? This is silly as fuck. I'm sorry, this has broken me a little bit. All right, putting it back together.
In that, the book posits something very similar to my shame, guilt, and anxiety distinction that I use. It talks about the dominant motivation of modern society being anxiety, that the modern man is taken up by a sort of cosmic anxiety with an
Yeah, the seven emotions that fuel civilization: grumpy, bashful, sleepy, sneezy, dopey, grumpy, and doc. we did grumpy twice because it's very important.
Ability to figure out up from down, an inability to gain mastery of himself, feel anything real, or determine.
Oh god, fuck me. All right. The last man is a concept Nietzsche developed writing in the 19th century that by the time of the early 20th century, the Western world, due to a combination of the wealth brought about by the Industrial Revolution, alongside a degenerated moral code, initially stemming from Christianity, which prioritizes love, being wrapped by nihilism from the death of God into self-loathing, envious moral code built around tearing others down. He said the age of the last men would prioritize mediocrity, weakness, and conformity above all else, that it would be the most life-denying era ever in human history, as the entire society would use regulations and social rules to avoid allowing people to attain greatness. He said civilization would be threatened by extinction, as the age of the last men would be too weak to defend itself or even procreate. The West would be dying of nihilism. The positive is that Nietzsche said the era would promote such weakness that 100 men of fiber could tear it down. A right-wing spiritual backlash destroys this age, bringing about a new golden age. Bro, this is a Wendy's. Like, this is just that's a whole lot of words for you to essentially repeat the fascist adage, like hard times create good time, or hard men create good times, and good times create soft men create hard times, etc. That little wheel, right? Like that's the entirety of what you just said. And it's stupid when it's said simply, and it's stupid and pretentious when it's said in the way you did. You know? What's that about 100 men full of fiber? Look, they all eat beans, okay? They eat enough beans, and, you know, you guys should all eat more beans too, okay? Not enough of us get fiber these days.
And what was true or a lie, creating a person much like Nietzsche's last man. This would signal a long-term civilizational decline for the West, which the author compares to Greece and Rome's earlier declines into decades.
The Greater West. You have the Western Core, Latin America. And of course, the Western Core also includes, oddly enough, only some of the urban centers in South Africa. Isn't that weird? Isn't it weird how he only includes places with majority white populations as the Western Core in South Africa? That's very interesting. Wonder how he arrived at that conclusion. Huh, weird that there are just these large empty parts of the Western Core in Australia. Kind of like he was trying to deliberately carve out areas where there's a high indigenous population in Australia. Kind of similar to what he did in Alaska and Canada. It's so weird. It's so weird!
Decadence. This would also be correlated with population collapse across the Western world. This level of accuracy for predictions might shock a lot of people. I think that's fair in that this author clearly did something right, and I do want to honor David Reisman's accomplishment. However, I read a lot of authors from that time period, and I would say there are about a dozen that really nailed predicting the future accurately.
God, the soul of China? You know, out of curiosity, I'm just gonna Google Inside Africa by John Gunther. Just curious. Okay, so it's a bunch of stories about a guy who penetrated the interior of Africa and navigated like the colonial mishmash that was happening at the time. Like, I wonder, for example, if Rudyard's enjoyment of that book has anything related to the fact that Mr. Gunther has interesting chapters on Portuguese Africa and on Rhodesia and the Belgian Congo. I wonder if there are already specific parts of that are super interesting to Rudyard. Just curious.
That would include Spengler, Carroll Quigley, James Burnham, Amaury de Riencourt, John Brunner, C.S. Lewis, Lewis Mumford, amongst others. What they have in common is that in the current context, they would all...
Oh god, okay. Alright. Ironically, most of these civilizational science of history guys who lived about a century ago, if they were Americans, tended to be Democrats. I wonder why that would be. I wonder why a century ago, Democrats would be talking like this. Maybe there was, if only there was something that happened in like the 1950s and 60s that would explain why that might be the case. Sam Huntington and Quigley, for example, both argued that Western civilization was innately built off of European culture and origin, that this realization would be a huge turning point in the next generation as the West would go through a crisis of identity before realizing it was innately European. Both of them were staunch Democrats before the party shift of 1960. Oh. Well, that's actually not ironic then that they were Democrats, considering the party switch happened. God. It's so fucking dumb. Alright, sorry. I'm sorry. Also, I'm just gonna read this part while I'm full screened. Y'all ready? Both of them were staunch Democrats before the party shift of 1960, and the Democrats... Wait, both of them were staunch Democrats since before the party shift of the 1960s. The Democrats were the party of Southern whites and segregation. And like, oh, okay, do you not see the connection between their beliefs about segregation and their academic work about, you know, the primacy of Western civilization and European influence in that light? Are you not making a connection here, man? I'm still constantly stupefied by this boy child. Regalicus, I have covered many hours of this man's content, and I am still constantly stupefied by it. You could make the... how do you follow up this sentence? How do you follow up? I'm sorry, without a funny voice. How do you follow up the sentence? Both of them were staunch Democrats since before the party shift of the 1960s. The Democrats were the party of Southern whites and segregation. And then you follow that sentence up with, you could make an argument that the Democrats were more socially conservative back then than Republicans. Although until FDR, the US didn't really have social leftists. And it's like, yeah, the US did have social leftists in the United States prior to FDR. It's entirely why the social leftist movement in the United States is why FDR signed the New Deal. But okay. Also, just like, how do you acknowledge that the Democrats were the party of the Southern whites and segregation, and then immediately are like, you could make the argument that Democrats were more socially conservative? Like, yeah, I would say that you could make that if you're talking about the political party that was in favor of enslaving black folk. Yeah, I think you could make that argument, actually. Oh, God, I haven't even finished reading it. The first progressives around the time of Woodrow Wilson were hyper-imperialist Anglo-Saxon supremacist eugenicists who also believed in a powerful state or bureaucracy. It's fascinating that I was reading James Burnham writing in the 60s. The liberals back then actually seemed like reasonable, decent human beings. They believed in freedom of speech and personal freedom back then. And it's just like, yeah, because what is progressive changes over time. Like, I don't really know how to point out that progress implies change over time. God.
Most of them would be conservatives, and they operate through the constrained view of human nature. What that means is that they...
Yeah, many people don't know that FDR was actually Yakub, and he invented wokeness. It's true. He invented wokeness and the left, and as well as the failed experiment that was white people. White people didn't exist before FDR. It's true. Don't let anyone tell you different. That was a deep cut. If you guys have no idea what I'm talking about, y'all need to learn more about Black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah, Thomas Sowell's theory of right and left.
They believe human nature operates under the same principles today as it did for all of human history.
Open view of human nature. Human nature doesn't exist and can be programmed to be anything. Society needs to create utopia. Closed view of human nature. Human nature is naturally flawed and requires social structures to hold it accountable.
And that human nature is innately fallible. They were able to make these predictions so accurately since they understood human nature with enough wisdom from...
Yeah, again, like the idea... They understood that humans are innately fallible. Like, yeah, we all understand that, but like, it's okay. It's okay to screw up sometimes. Like, you take that into account with your, various civilizational planning. Jack, you are largely my American history teacher. It's true. I do my best.
Studying the past, that they could fairly accurately model the mental states of what people in the future would be like. This is an intensely difficult thing to do, and even the best authors frequently fail at it. I found The Lonely Crowd to be a chilling book to read. It felt like one of the most honest and accurate assessments of life today.
Remember when he opened up this video by saying ass a lot of times? We've really come far since then.
One of the things I look at is that when an author gets a lot right, it normally means they've tapped into a true underlying current of the collective subconscious, and you can ride that.
Oh yeah, I forgot. He believes that the collective unconscious is a real thing, like an actual thing. Like there is a psionic ocean that connects all of us, like kind of like the warp from Warhammer 40K. And yeah, that's just the thing you all have to know that he believes in now. It's y'all gotta buckle up. I guarantee you it somehow gets weirder.
Current for a bit further than the authors themselves realized at the time. This is often how certain predictions become so timely in the future, fulfilling contexts that the authors themselves could not have possibly known at the era of their writing. For example, you look at Christianity or other religions where their writers and their teachings are applicable in contexts where Jesus never knew about the Industrial Revolution or the invention of the atom bomb, but Christianity still has useful lessons today. The main metaphor of the book is, of course, the lonely crowd. The lonely crowd is a place in which everyone is part of a crowd, given they want connection, but since none of them are being authentic, it means they can't actually find it. This creates a permanent sense of listlessness and isolation, which permeates the entire society. One of the points the author talks about is that the most densely populated societies in history are also the loneliest in a sort of paradox. There are certain cities where you can feel a sort of palpable loneliness in the air. Like,
yeah, I wonder if that has anything to do with the economic positions of people in cities, right? Because if you have a highly concentrated population and only like the top 30 or 40% make like a living decent wage and have free time, then the bottom like 60% don't have the time or the resources to connect with one another. This is like what atomization is in capitalism. It is the process of breaking down our society, isolating us from one another by monopolizing our time performing labor, and then like we are then more interchangeable in the capitalist cogs, right? Like this is how capitalist alienation functions, and he's describing that. But instead of being able to understand what the hell is happening on a tangible level, he's making an appeal to like there being like a psychic barrier that surrounds the poor and the downtrodden that makes them incompatible with the rest of the wealthy world. Like it's crazy, dog. He's basically making an appeal to magic.
New York City, Los Angeles, or Shanghai, cities where
oh, dog, if you feel alone. I'm sorry. Like, I've been to New York. I've been to New York City. I've ridden the subways. Like, if you feel lonely in New York, like, what are you doing? In New York City, you're feeling lonely? Like, go ride the subway and like explore a new neighborhood you've never been to. Like, find a new restaurant. Like, strike up a conversation with someone. Like, you can. You are surrounded by so many people, and you have so many like necessary small interactions with people every day just to like live and get by. And like I understand, like, oh yeah, it's hard to make friends, but like you have a lot of opportunities to make friends. You know? Yeah, New York is the least lonely city I've ever experienced. It's true. You know? Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like there are so many like, I just remember walking down the street and hearing, like, two men yelling at each other from opposite ends of the street. Not because they were angry at each other, just like, hey, you got the thing over your place? Yeah, I got the thing. You can come over after work. Grab it from me. We'll hang out. Like, it was, like, just two guys yelling at each other. And, like, it made me feel connected to the city in that moment, you know? Like, I wasn't part of their hangout session, but like it was nice. It was nice to see that level of community. Just have a chat with the guy in the shop who sold you your smokes, or like talk with the guys at the bagel place when it's like a slower moment in the day. Like, I don't know, like people like it when you take an interest in them and like flex some social skills. You know? Do you wish you were part of the hangout session? No, I was on a date with my partner at the time.
Status seeking has consumed our own humanity. I was once having dinner with a friend of mine who used to work at the
I think I make people too uncomfortable. Well, then you just need more practice. You know? Not every social interaction is going to be a win, but like it's also not a life or death situation. You know, just practice a little bit more.
Ed and my father, and my friend asked my father, how come people in elite coastal circles in America would make staggering miscalculations either for what the effects of their actions would be across the world and the country, or they would do things that would clearly make them unhappy over the course of their life. And what my father replied is that they're all stuck in incredibly petty status games which consume their entire worldview. And so if it's not part of their internal status game, they're just not going to notice something. It's a very clear form of tunnel vision, which is one of modernity's greatest issues. I remember when I was in New York, where people would judge you if you were from New Jersey or the suburbs, which are objectively nicer. And it's just so strange. Same thing as Los Angeles.
Okay, well, wait. Yeah, people are going to judge you for being from the suburbs or from, like, New Jersey because you're in New York City. You're in New York City. People in New York City really fucking like New York City. It's kind of the same way, like, people in Minnesota, if you're from Wisconsin, yeah, we're gonna rag on you a little bit. Oh, you're from Wisconsin? You got one of those cheese hats? What, you gonna go make some cheese? And you know what? Wisconsin cheese is great. You know, like, it's great. But, you know, you're gonna get razzed a little bit, and likely vice versa. You know, like, and then they'll be like, oh, yeah, well, at least we got a football team that wins. Hey, you know, like, it'll be like a back and forth. But it's not, if someone's razzing you for being from, like, New Jersey or, like, the suburbs or something, like, I don't know, like, just grow up a little bit. Like, be chill about it. Understand it's not, like, a deep personal attack on you. Like, all right.
The exact neighborhood or weird details like what watch you have. That's how they...
It's like being from Colorado and meeting someone from Wyoming. Is that like a rivalry? I'm unaware of that one. Friendly razzing is a pro-social activity? Yeah.
assess you, but those are not good heuristics, and you're boxing out the entire world.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not mentioning globalization here. Yes, New York, California, and Boston are losing out to Texas, Florida, and Utah, but furthermore, the West has been losing ground to the rest of the world. Asia especially has made enormous strides in growth as a percentage of the world's economy. This has mostly come at the expense of Europe as a percentage of the world's economy, while America has stayed largely constant due to how our economic and social structure is highly amenable to technological and cultural progress. However, these very same people are trying to destroy all the things that would allow America to keep having that social progress, so the rest of the world doesn't crush us. For these sorts of coastal elites, if you live in Washington Heights, at the top of Manhattan, that's not enough. I literally heard people saying Midtown or Billionaires Row isn't good enough since you should be in Chelsea. Okay, well, you know, not to generalize here, but that sorry, I'm gonna pause. It sounds like you were hanging out with shitty people. Like, okay. Also, I literally heard people saying Midtown or Billionaires Row isn't good enough since you should be in Chelsea. Like, okay, so you were hanging out with shitty people. Are these passages Jordan Peterson? No, I just read them in his voice because it seems fitting for Rudyard. Then they look down on anyone from New Jersey. Pennsylvania doesn't exist in their worldview at all, let alone the American South. If they can't register that, of course they won't think about competitors in Bangladesh or China. When these people lose their power, it will be totally their fault. And like, business competitors on the other side of the world are more like relevant to the vast majority of New Yorkers than like, I don't know, people in Pennsylvania. Like, people in New York talk and think about like their economic opportunities around the world and like how they can work with other people to like get a business off the ground or something like that. Like they're thinking about, you know, hotbeds like Bangladesh or China. They're not thinking about Pennsylvania because they don't have any connection to Pennsylvania. You know, like, I don't think that's not from a place of deep-seated hatred for Pennsylvania. They just don't think about it.
Because what these people don't realize is it's not the neighboring suburbs that are issues. They're losing to Texas or Florida or those states, and they were completely unaware of realizing that, which is why these states are failing.
But the losing that you're talking about is just people moving to Texas and or other southern states, and that's largely a product of like cheap housing, like housing that people can actually afford. It's not really as a result of like, oh, society is in collapse. No, we're talking about like actual material conditions.
And people in these blue states like Boston or Massachusetts or
oh boy. Okay. Oh boy. All right. For non-Americans, our electoral seats are based off population size. What this shows is a huge population shift from progressive to conservative states, since the first have been shutting off progress and growth. And I just want to like stop you right there, man, because like, if people from New York and people from California are moving to Texas, do you not think that this might have an effect on the political makeup of the state? If Texas is growing by this much, do you not think that it might affect the fact that Texas would be conservative?
New York or Washington, D.C. or California, they have such profound tunnel vision. They cannot understand why their areas are failing and why businesses are leaving and why people are leaving. And it's just strange. What all anthropologists who talk about modernity say, which is something that I think people can pick up intuitively, but don't have the courage to admit, is that the main psychological issue with modernity is dehumanization.
You know, it's crazy to me how, like, he's talking about one of the main problems with modern society is dehumanization, right? And he shows cogs in a machine with the caption, "And you will become part of the machine." What's the machine doing? The machine is producing for capital. And yet he completely misses this element of analysis all the time. All the time. He's constantly talking around it. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. I'm sorry I was passively listening before, but now I'm actively listening. This doesn't sound real, people. Discordant because a 22-year-old is a very immature person. Even with life experiences and all, this doesn't sound real. That's why I asked if we had to investigate to determine whether or not this is AI. I guarantee you this is not AI because I've watched enough of this guy's videos for long enough that I know that this is not AI. His videos going back like several years.
loneliness is downstream from. Watch my video.
Oh, good. Was the Unabomber right? Fuck, man. Of course he has a video like that. Of course. Of course, man. You know, when I tell you guys to strap in, because this man's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. You know? You never know what you're gonna get with one of these videos.
Video on the Unabomber for the full argument here, but industrial civilization has caused humans to become treated like cogs in an impersonal system, one in which humans are functionally zoo animals at best and hive creatures at worst. We didn't evolve for these conditions, and it's obvious that this is having enormous negative effects psychologically. I think this goes unstated, but humans haven't even close to adapted to the enormous shifts brought about by the Industrial Revolution, and I find it remarkable folks today will look back on the traditions of the 20th century with any reverence, as if the 20th century wasn't just making shit up on the spot. The world of the 20th century—
That's all. That is all of human civilization. All of human civilization is making shit up on the spot. It's just that in aggregate. Why our entire worldview is a lie? 1. Anthropology. Genetics determines half of human nature. Race, class, and sex are all real genetically. The blank slate is a lie. Like, dog, if you guys didn't understand that this man is like hella gone on race science and eugenics, like, there you have it, right? There you have it. Yeah, your class is based on genetics. 2. History. It is clear that the West's rise was not due to oppression, and Europeans are not uniquely evil. No serious historian disagrees. I'm sorry. It's clear that the West's rise was not due to oppression? Sir, explain why they engaged in the transatlantic slave trade. Explain the scramble for Africa. Explain the entire colonial system, man. I just... Fuck. This isn't a challenge to Rudyard, by the way. I don't want him to try and do that. It's just that those very basic premises all point to the fact that, like, the West's rise was predicated on that oppression. And I wouldn't say that Europeans are uniquely evil, just that, like, that era of exploitation definitely happened. And, like, to say that power was not gained from that, I think is naive at best. 3. Physics. Every major honest physicist agrees that the modern narrative of physics is completely at odds with the evidence. And I genuinely have to level with you guys. I have no idea what he means by that. 4. Theology. The death of God and the end of the spiritual worldview was something that was never offered as a thesis and proven. Rather, it was just shoved under the door and no one noticed. The CIA and the Soviets have decades of proof for the spirit world. And yeah, I thought that might be a one-off video where he argued for, like, the spirit world, but no, he's been incorporating that through a lot of his work since then. Yeah, he believes that that the United States and the Soviet Union definitively proved the existence of the spirit world. Just as an FYI. Remember when I told you guys about how he believes in the warp from Warhammer 40k? I wasn't being facetious about that, he does believe that. He means there's a lot of contradictions in physics, especially on the quantum level. No, that's not what he means, because he says, again, the CIA and Soviets have decades of proof for the spirit world. That's not what, like, he's not talking about quantum physics or any, like, contradictions in physics. He's talking about an honest-to-God spirit world. Five, economics. Keynesian economics is an objective failure. 6, sociology. Marxism is an abject failure and yet continues to rule the world indirectly through critical theory and the CCP. Yeah, critical academic theory rules the world. God, if that were true, I would have I would be bigger than Hassan. If that were true, all right, we would have been bigger than Hassan right off the bat, all right. I got a degree in English literature, okay. I could tell you, I know about critical theory, and you know, I sadly I don't rule the world yet, so you know, we'll see. Diet! The food pyramid that says that carbs are the healthiest food and that seed oils and sugar isn't bad have been completely debunked. This man, of course, is also on that seed oil train.
Of course, class is race-based. Only females and Vieira can use the Fencer class, and only Mughals can use the Time Wizard class.
God. I just... It's true. Okay. The seed oils have gotten too potent in my brain.
Was a Plato's cave of comfortable illusions and lies. It must come crashing down soon if we want to survive. However, this also means that the social structures we take for granted are significantly more fragile than we imagine. The main issue implicit in the lonely crowd is the attempt and failure to form genuine connections in an urban environment. The reason David Reisman predicted a culture war between rural and urban...
Well, I mean, like, you just gotta get better, like, that's a skill issue. You just gotta get better at, like, interacting with people who might have, like, different backgrounds or different beliefs than you. You know, like, get good. Get good at making friends.
Urban America, in which rural America would keep something closer to America's Christian-based guilt morality, which we had in the 19th century, while the urban cities would try to experiment more, would be due to the unprecedented nature of majority urban societies. He said this value code would be driven off anxiety, which is
Also,
very
please,
clearly
thanks for
true
the
as the
$5 dono.
media and institutions constantly whip up anxiety and hysteria to control their base of followers. People are in the crowd since they want connection. However, real connection...
Can we just, like, pause for a moment on this picture? Like, yeah, I'm sure this local news team, this local eyewitness news team is seeking to control all their followers. Definitely not, like, I don't know, Sinclair Broadcasting or, like, any other national news network.
Constantly whip up anxiety and hysteria to control their base of followers. People are in the crowd since they want connection. However, real connection comes...
Oh, is the theory that Rudyard fell into the live stream? Oh no, Rainbow Krampus, we actually know what happened to him. He took ayahuasca and experienced heaven and hell and eternity itself. So, like, that's, you know, he did ayahuasca once and believes in the spirit world now.
From a lengthy shared context in which you and your companion have faced difficult experiences together. Since the urban environment is totally artificial and recent, and people tend to naturally project their physical environments around them onto the rest of the world, city people imagine the entire human race is recent, artificial, and held together by large governments, since that.
No. City people are aware of the history of the planet and are also aware that there are of material limitations on their existence. Like, what is this, like, oh man, people in the city are incapable of like seeing grass. Like, come on now.
That's how city people live. This makes natural ties like nation, family, religion, and region seem alien to city people.
Are you fucking kidding me? Have you ever talked to a New Yorker about which neighborhood they're from? Like, you even brought it up earlier, where like people you were hanging out with because they were shitty were looking down on you because you were like talking about being like living in Midtown or like Billionaires Row instead of Chelsea. Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, people like the places they live, and they develop like affinities for different neighborhoods. Yeah. But also, like even the concept of a nation is new, man. Nation states weren't really codified until relatively recently in human history. If you go farther back, it was much more wibbly wobbly with where things were, what power controlled what.
This is why Spengler always said the rise of cities to dominance is a variable that causes civilizational decay. One of the points people don't understand yet is that all things have balance. I'm not trying to knock cities here. They're the engine of human civilization and progress. We'd be in prehistory without them, but as the Greek genre of tragedy or Aristotle would suggest, all life forms have their own life cycles where their greatest strength becomes their greatest downfall. For human societies, the cities are both our greatest strength.
You know, I'm just going out on a limb here. Just going out on a limb here. You know, you're referencing a writer who wrote a book titled "The Rise" or the Decline of the West, rather. A man named Oswald Spengler, and well, if people don't know who Oswald Spengler is, number one, he looked like this. And number two, he was born in 1880 and died in 1936. And, you know, lived in Germany. You know, just... And I don't know if you guys are aware of anything that might have happened around that time. But he was a German nationalist, and you know, he was one of the people calling for a conservative revolution in the Weimar Republic, and well, I'm going to just quote directly from the Wikipedia page here. Spengler later criticized Nazism for what he considered to be racialist and anti-Semitic elements. He saw Benito Mussolini and entrepreneurial types like mining magnate Cecil Rhodes as examples of the impending Caesars of Western civilization. So, you know, not a fan of Hitler, but a big fan of Mussolini. And also, the Nazis viewed his writings as a means to provide a respectable pedigree to their ideology. So when you're quoting Oswald Spengler, and you're like, yeah, look at all these Spenglerian societies. you're drawing upon Nazi ideology, or at least the ideology that Nazis drew upon for their ideology.
And also our downfall. Modernity has had a cultural issue with isolation and nihilism ever since the modernist ideologies first arose around the time of the French Revolution. Modernity deals with the issue of the human soul and human condition by ignoring it. The thing, though, is that only worked as long as science caused increases in standard of living to go up and life to get better. Once science became divorced from actual improvements in quality in life, modernity just caused nihilism and hatred of life among its own people. All the things your parents talked about, like meeting girls in clubs, socializing in college, chatting to people in public, and that stuff, were band-aids on modernity's crisis of meaning and connection. This is something I don't get about this whole dating and social discourse. The idea that you'd meet your wife at the bar or you'd meet her friends at a hobby group would be totally alien to the rest of human history. They would want you to socialize among people with your shared biological self-interest, whether social class, ethnic, religious, or regional interests. They saw marriage as a continuation of a family line in which it was your responsibility to pass it on and pick a partner where you could do so. I'm always shocked at how attached we are to the social forms of the mid to the late 20th century. That was just a brief moment built out of a lot of coincidences and weird variables, but we've sort of fossilized it as the standard to assess life against today. I think it was since quality of life was so good. I'm tired of both the right and left wingers either talking about the 1950s, 60s, or World War II. I was born.
Yeah, we're just sick of some of the most influential events and times that contextualize our own. And we need to really stop talking about that historical context. How dare we use it to try and better understand our current circumstances?
In the 21st century.
Yeah, if you meet a nice girl at the bar, you're destroying the West. It's a hell of a take, man.
And I'm unclear why I should care about that era of history rather than others. Can't we draw parallels to the Greeks or the medievals? That would be way more interesting and cool. One of the things Nietzsche...
Yeah, of course we can, but like, the parallels are more useful when we're talking about just our direct context. Like, the context of what happened immediately preceding our current moment is pretty important. And, like, we can contextualize it further by making comparisons to other times in history. That's not wrong, but, like, knowing the current context is really important before you move on to making those comparisons.
I mean, he's not wrong, but what he doesn't realize is that way back in the past people tended to marry their second-plus cousins because people couldn't move about, so the whole village was one big family.
Indeed, Pluvius, indeed. Thank you for the $5 dono. God.
Talked about writing in the 19th century is that how with the end of the age of the last men, which he predicted would occur in the early 21st century, he said that the new cultural reaction would tear down the dragon of tradition from that era. For a frame of reference, Nietzsche's Age of the Last Men is the idea that due to a combination of the Industrial Revolution...
You literally threw this up on screen earlier as a text wall. I read it as Jordan Peterson. Why are you doing this again? Why are you explaining what you already spent the time putting on screen?
And the degeneration of an originally Christian moral code through envy is that you would see a society that would glorify weakness, conformity, docility, and mediocrity. And the thing that confused me is that the Age of the Last Men...
Editing is for losers, oh no.
...was supposed to be a hyper-egalitarian, conformist, modernist society which rejected tradition. One which tries to avoid suffering, depth, or consequences at all costs. A society by design divorced from history or tradition, but which itself is completely weighed down by arbitrary traditions it just invented.
Oh, Straighter Raid. I hope you guys had a great stream, but you guys are coming in. You are coming into a very rough time. I'm not gonna lie to you guys.
To that end, Ooh girl, are you yeast because you look inbred?
Oh, fuck. He has Grok write his scripts? No, dudes. This guy has been making YouTube videos for 11 years. 11 years. He's 23. He's been making these videos since he was 12. Nah, he's not auto making any of this at all. He's just bonkers. He's just bonkers, chat. I don't know how to tell you. Also, welcome Raiders. We're covering a What If Alt Hist video. It's difficult. I think I have another 10 minutes of this video in me, because that will then mark the halfway point of working through this. Because believe it or not, folks, we are currently only 20 minutes into this 3-hour video. We are, sorry, 20 minutes into a 1-hour video. It feels like it's been 3 hours of covering just 20 minutes. We're only 20 minutes in, Lady Raincloud. It's a lot to it's a lot of him exuding loser energy to process through.
God, this is stupid. None of this makes sense. I mean,
know,
these
man.
people say they don't believe in tradition or social structures, then they're completely controlled by their own arbitrary traditions and social structures.
Dude, acknowledging something as a social construct doesn't mean it's not real. Just means that as a social construct, it is socially constructed. It's not a complicated idea. It doesn't mean that it's not real. God damn it.
Which they refuse to let you analyze. When you're seeing a lonely crowd, you're seeing people who are too scared to actually relate to others on an honest level, which would demonstrate a degree of vulnerability. You can't have real relationships in your life without vulnerability, but much of modern...
That's true. That was the first thing he said that is true. Having friendship with other people means, being vulnerable at times. That is true. It's taken us forever and a day, but we found one true thing.
life suggests that you should. I find especially boomers and leftists
Oh god, another text wall. Man, you're fucking killing me with these. My favorite singer is the Japanese anonymous Gen Z musician named Otto. Her music is all about hating the regime and saying how everyone is such a pussy for not fighting back. This video is my version of Usiwa, which is her song that's a fairly obvious allegory about Japanese Gen Z screaming at Japanese boomers about how they've completely screwed our generation. Usiwa, he spelled it differently the second time. Usiwa became the biggest hit in Japan, and it's a fairly impolite word where it was a sort of public thing where Japanese children would sing this fairly impolite Japanese word, shut the fuck up. The song is about how Japanese boomers, even after screwing the young generation over, give all this constantly terrible advice that's out of date. The song goes, look, after screwing me over, can you please have the decency not to condescend to me too? All the things I really like about Otto's music is that it's one of the very few things that's capable of sort of getting the kind of cosmic fantasy surrealness of life today. We try to shoehorn life today into The Simpsons or John Hughes, while we're really sci-fi fantasy. And I just, okay, like, I'm sorry, like, your big favorite song of all time is just a song called Shut the Fuck Up. And you started out this entire video by criticizing Nicki Minaj for having a song titled Ass with the lyrics ass, ass, ass. But, like, that's the thing, right, Splintered Orion? He, like, gets the point, but then he applies it in a completely insane way. In a completely insane way. Right? And, like... I can't even articulate it now. It's just... These text walls, they ruin me, man.
That's this attitude of permanent positivity, which just comes across to me as insane. They don't ever want to talk about anything uncomfortable or deep. If you ever bring up something...
Well, wait a minute. I just... You're making a pretty big generalization about people not wanting to talk about uncomfortable or deep topics, but, like, you have to earn their comfort first, right? Like, if you're just going up to, like, a girl in a coffee shop and striking up conversation, then you're like, what's your biggest trauma? Like, they don't want to tell you that. They don't know you. That's my purse. I don't know you.
Difficult, they'll just tell you to change the topic.
Yeah.
There's always this implicit...
That's just you not understanding social cues, man. I understand they're hard, but, like, damn.
assumption that there's this sort of comfortable baseline that you can always default back onto.
There is. It's like, it's doing small talk. That is small talk. You are describing small talk. And, like, yeah, does it indicate a fairly shallow relationship or, like, interaction? Yeah, but the small talk serves the purpose of, like, feeling you out and figuring out what your vibes are. Like, it is kind of like if you were to approximate it to, like, animal behavior. It's basically just like, you know, testing the waters. You know, poking the nose out before you put your entire head out. You know? They just want to see, like, what you're like. And, you know, sometimes the answer is going to be like, oh, yeah, I'm not super interested in getting to know you. And then the small talk ends. And they, like, go back to ignoring you. And sometimes people will be more interested. But, like, the small talk has a purpose. And what you're describing is just people who aren't interested in talking to you because you make them uncomfortable. Which, you can talk about difficult or uncomfortable topics without making someone else uncomfortable. Does that make sense?
Always a warm, safe house and family and society to return to, but for a lot of the population, that's just not true, where it's been taken away from them. And so when you don't want them to talk about uncomfortable things, you've effectively removed them from the entire discourse because they don't have anything to talk about, where the Overton window of things you can talk about has also shrunk, where we can't talk about politics, you can't talk about religion, you can't talk...
You absolutely can talk about politics, and you absolutely can talk about religion. These aren't hard rules. You just, again, how do you go from, like, in order to know someone, you have to be vulnerable, and then you're like, well, and here are all these hard rules against being vulnerable. And it's like, no, I don't think you really understood, you know?
Talk about philosophy or anything deep or complex because our society looks down on those things. You can't talk about geopolitics. And to go to more basic levels, pop culture should be the most normie thing ever. But if you bring up dissident opinions on...
I actually think that all of that advice is terrible. You should talk politics, you should talk religion, you should talk geopolitics, you should talk all of those topics because those are really interesting topics. And they're kind of important topics to be able to figure out how to articulate yourself on. As well as, like, you probably want to be able to, like, share a space with people even if they disagree with you, or figure out how that person reacts when they disagree with you. Like, this is all good information to have.
Pop culture, people will say, oh, it's just fun, don't overthink it, it isn't there to be smart, and...
Hey, Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership. I really fucking appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the show.
What that means is that we can't really talk about anything in our culture because our culture is so innately dysfunctional and we're completely unwilling to look at any level of the dysfunction or to take responsibility. The problem is that this isn't living. Living has
Why did you just show a random still from Warhammer, man?
some stakes in reality. What people are doing is being stuck in a permanent state of psychological listlessness in which nothing is differentiated from anything else. I remember when I was in Thailand's Indian Ocean coastline thinking, this looks exactly like Florida. Reisman talks about how 19th century man's concept of formality and strictness gave them the psychological space to really cut loose when they weren't working.
Those who don't want to talk politics at the dinner table can't handle yours.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I don't know, be around people you can be yourself around. It doesn't seem that complicated to me. Was that not even Warhammer? Was it just generic fantasy? Like, I know it wasn't Warhammer 40K, but like I thought it was baseline Warhammer. I just, you know, like it's so obvious, right? The world in 1861, Black Africa, just this dude is just a massive racist piece of garbage. It's wild.
Warhammer 4K.
Indeed, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs twice. Also, interesting map to throw up on screen that has the United States of America and the Confederate States of America.
He said that the new man of the 20th and 21st centuries would lack any deep passions or obsessions. He says that 19th century man was like a self-directed helicopter, and 20th century man...
Yeah, no... Velvet, this is all projection. I'm a huge loser that doesn't get out or socialize, but at least I can recognize that's a me problem. Lamau, yeah, no, this is really a Principal Skinner going like, could I be wrong? No, it's the children who are wrong. It really is that summed up.
Would be like floating in water, constantly shuffled around without any real attachment to anything.
Is this a manifesto? Every single one of his videos feels like a manifesto, Annie. It feels like that so hard.
This is why young people today are super dysfunctional with terrible mental health. I've seen the lonely crowd too many times to count now. It's a sort of sad feeling when you look out over a group of people who are standing around with their phones out, ignoring each other, and all dressed identically with a t-shirt and jeans. You could figure out all of their social or political views by just figuring out which internet algorithm they're in. It's...
Yeah. Because the internet algorithm is built using their input on what they like. I feel like I'm on crazy pills right now, chat. Like, yeah, the algorithm that they built and tailored to like feed them content that they like. Yeah, oh man, that's crazy. You could tell a bunch of things about them from that. Oh, you mean that's like the primary like product of social media companies because it's just so goddamn valuable to sell that as marketing information? Oh man, that's wild. How could that possibly be?
So depressing. What happened to authenticity, personality, courage, or having a reason to live?
Whoa, man, you got a reason to live. Don't talk like that. Don't talk like that, okay? Like, whoa. That escalated really quickly. All right. But also, what you're describing is a result of the commodification of individual human beings by like our information ecosystems, right? By the websites we use. They are all commodifying our info. You know, when we're all like a phone addicted or whatever, like that's because the phone apps are built to be addicting and to take more and more of our time. Like this is all related to the underlying system of capital. Again, when you're talking about this isolation that people are experiencing, it is not because of crowds being undesirable and actually everyone hates them or whatever. People just hate dancing. It's because capitalism seeks to monopolize our time and money. Like, the longer you spend on an app, like, the more money they get, the more they can monetize you. Like, that is the goal.
I find this conformity is actively enforced by the entire society, whether schools, the workplace, families, or friend groups. Very few people today actually want you to succeed or be happy. We're a society built around hurting others and tearing others down, and then we don't even have the decency to say it, where it's the entire society is this sort of constant listlessness. It's not okay. The worst part of it is that they're in complete denial about it. If you asked any of them, they'd say that they were individuals with their own dreams, hopes, and aspirations.
Well, that's because they are. Like, just because they have social media feeds doesn't mean they're not people, Rudyard.
That they're rational free thinkers. I'd be willing to accept this if we were some Asian society in which conformity was a stated virtue of the culture.
Oh boy. Whoa. The racism is strong with this guy. Like, it genuinely, yeah, random Australia squiggles. Oh, God. Okay.
Where everyone had been raised to submit to family tradition.
America, no shame. No shame in America, though.
And government. I'm not a huge fan of societies like that, but they do work. Instead, we're just complete and utter hypocrites. For every single value we pretend to have, we're actually the opposite. The best way to understand our society's moral code is to look at what our stated...
Oh, God. I have a term called the narrator class. Those are the kinds of people, like religious figures, professors, journalists, and artists whose job it is to parse through society to figure out what's going on and then explain it to the public. They should operate like a sort of internal monologue inside the culture in the same way the conscious mind operates inside the human subconscious. I'm just going to pause right here because this is, again, an Oswald Spengler way of viewing society. Because Oswald Spengler was an adherent of, like, the idea that, you know, a society was like a body. You know, it was like an organism. And so, again, equating, like, basically your academic class to, I don't know, an internal monologue of, like, the subconscious mind, like, that is very Spengler-esque, and if you were watching earlier, you know what that means. Let's see. What happened is that the West was completely betrayed by our own narrator class, who started to have interests and opinions in direct opposition to the general Western population. We had a fairly public moral code since the 1960s, which valued authenticity, fairness, equality, and freedom. It later turned out that the narrative class did not believe that and was using a form of liberalism closer to the general public's values as a psyop for Marxism. However, starting with Trump, the narrator class basically had a psychotic break where they went full mask off, which has just gotten worse. What this means is our society lost internal narration so that we don't have consensus reality to do anything. Yeah, you know, all, like, the secret psyop to make America Marxist. Yeah, cool stuff. This is again, we've come back around to cultural Bolshevism. Just We're doing it again.
Morals were like a decade or two ago, and then just do the exact opposite. For every single value we pretend to have, we're actually the opposite. Read this.
God. The Hollywood moral code, which the mainstream media and its allies in the managerial class pushed from the 1960s onward, supposedly valued the following: authenticity, honesty, equality, subjectivity, fairness, work-life balance, freedom. This moral code is generally hyper-feminine. So is the most so in history. The reality is, you see the actions of the people involved. This was all a mask which they dropped. Look how the baby boomers in their youth stood for freedom and now stand for conformity and totalitarianism.
Text wall for more information. We're a society built off.
God, he just keeps constantly referring to the goddamn text wall, man. Just make your video better so it, like, you don't have to incorporate text walls.
Strangling our fellow countrymen while forcing everyone to smile as we do it. I find it really shocking that when I talk about this, a lot of people assume that it's my psychological fault that I'm not happy about a society which is actively built to screw me over in every way possible.
Yeah, but, like, it's your fault for, like, coming to these insane batshit conclusions about how and why society is screwing you over. Like, you didn't have to, like, become a race scientist to try and, like, I don't know, show that the ethnic minorities were to blame. You could just have a decent class analysis and understand the basic principles of, like, how economics work in this country.
It's like people can't admit that reality exists. I find when I talk to a lot of people psychologically and I say something, they'll always view it as a reflection of the
When I talk a lot of people psychologically, okay.
person speaking, they'll never view the things people say as a reflection of reality because we're just so detached from reality that the idea that people do things because reality exists is incomprehensible to people.
What's crazy to me is that, like, he says this, but he doesn't believe it about a certain, like, portion of the population, right? Like, real people do things because reality exists, but not real people don't do things because reality exists. It's nonsensical.
The West is committing suicide before our own eyes and no one says a thing. Just that is a beyond damning incrimination of our era of history. Part 2, being cool.
Okay, I think we have to tap out. I think we have to tap out right now. Okay? We still have probably 2 parts left to cover, and that was all that was 26 minutes, chat. That was 26 minutes. We actually still have 4 minutes to go until we're halfway through this video. And I would stay up and do all this normally, but I have to get up really early tomorrow, and it's currently 2 a.m. in the morning, 2:15 in the morning. So I need to leave this for another day. But we will return, and I will finish this because I did promise you guys that we would go through this video. So we're gonna do that. Also, we have confirmation from Grand Theft Autobot in YouTube chat. It's Warhammer art, something called Beasts of War. Fuck yeah, I knew it. I called it. Thank you for doing the groundwork that I could not. Way to leave us on a cliffhanger? Look. We'll find each other in the spirit world, my friends. That was brain melting. That was just utterly and completely brain melting. I do really want to know what he considers cool. You know, me too. Me too. With that being said, folks, good night. I will see you tomorrow. Folks, remember to like, comment, and subscribe, and hit the follow button. And remember, This show is not possible without your support, so please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. You guys are the reason this stream can keep going. So, thank you all so much. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Night, folks.
Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here's a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. From Colorado, Kansas, and the Carolinas too, Virginia and Alaska, from the old to the new, Texas and Ohio and the California shore. Tell me who could ask for more? Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Yet she's only as rich as the poorest of the poor, only as free as a padlocked prison door, only as strong as our love for this land, only as tall as we stand. For here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all, on us all.